Books online. What do UFOs, psychics, occultists, magicians want to save us from? What we want to save from? UFOs, psychics, occultists, magicians? Moscow. Danilovsky Evangelist. 2001. The team of authors: Higuman N., Doctor of Medical Sciences; Hieroman Anatoly Buristov, Doctor of Technical Sciences; Professor Matthew Varlamov, who passed away from earthly life before this publication was published; former contactees who came to the bosom of the Orthodox Church. What do we want to save UFOs, psychics, occultists, magicians? M. Danilovsky Evangelist, 2001-380p. This book is missionary. It is intended primarily for those who are still only interested in the opinion of the Church on the most mysterious issues, for scientists, doctors, politicians, military personnel, teachers, everyone who is looking for the truth. Therefore, the authors deliberately took examples for analysis not from the lives of the Holy Fathers, but mainly from our modern times. These examples are easy to check. Using extensive factual material, the book reveals, from a scientific and Orthodox Church point of view, the essence and origin of various anomalous phenomena. The so-called I shows the nature of the impact of humanoids and UFOs on humans and society, reveals the incentives of this impact, allowing us to understand not only the ultimate goals but also identify these intelligent forces by answering the question, who are they? The book analyzes the methods and results of the influence of people with supernatural abilities on living and inanimate objects. A characteristic of the source of power is also given, which feeds the paranormal abilities of magicians, sorcerers, healers, and psychics. The continuity and sophistication of the occult influence on man and humanity on the part of intelligent spiritual beings known to people from ancient times and in the Orthodox tradition called fallen angels, demons, or demons is revealed and shown. The book deals with such an unnatural phenomenon as the penetration of magic and the occult into science, politics, economics, and art, about how to protect yourself from enslavement by those who resort to the help of witchcraft and magic to impose their will on others. Among the authors of the book are Higuman N., as well as Doctor of Medical Sciences, Hieroman Anatoly Buristov, Doctor of Technical Sciences, Professor Matthew Varlamov, who passed away from earthly life before this publication was published, and former contactees who came to the bosom of the Orthodox Church. The church reader will also find a lot of useful and interesting things in the collection, which this edition will equip with the necessary arguments for conversations with relatives, friends, and children. It will also teach you to defend yourself and even to win the invisible war that the enemy of the human race is waging against people with ever-growing bitterness. With the blessing of His Holiness the Patriarch. Moscow and all Russia Alexia II. Forward. Who is directing the occult revolution? From the editorial board. To those who make a choice. It seems to a person who has recently escaped from the prison of atheism that he has finally found the desired spiritual freedom. He finds delightfully tempting promises of psychics not only to heal from diseases, but also to reveal hidden abilities. I would like to feel involved in the extraordinary forces that, as he is convinced, can be shared with us by good humanoids from other planets, who want to save us all. Numerous Orthodox publications calling for spiritual sobriety, for the ability to comprehend and evaluate what is happening, saying that spirituality can be demonic, are often not perceived by those who have embarked on the path of searches. They see wise warnings as a limitation of freedom. When voices are heard from every corner promising a solution to all problems, a person who is not rooted in church tradition, as a rule, cannot resist not to bite at some bait, which often turns out to be poisoned. Deacon Andrei Karev spoke about these processes in our society at the Congress of the Orthodox Press in March 2000. In our church today there are a huge number of people who crawled into the church as wounded, because they tried at their own risk to enter the church through the black door of the occult and ran into something that they did not expect. They were sure, all spirituality is good. They argued, all people go to good, everything is fine, but you obscurantists, leave me alone, what you tell me, that you cannot go to a sect. Yes, and you can't say sect, but, a new religious movement, very interesting, spiritual, I'll go to them. And then these people stumble upon such things in occultism that they run to the temple and beg, protect, save. And here, by the grace of God, it becomes clear why the church is needed and what is most important in the church. It turns out that the main thing is not lectures, not books, but the blessed cover of the sacraments. Hence the first and necessary part of church ministry, to narrow the horizon of a person's spiritual experience, not to expand, but to narrow it down. And in this sense, the task of the church, however paradoxical it may sound, is akin to the task of the police. The task of the police is also to narrow down the experience of a person's life. In what sense? So that the experience of rape is not familiar to every woman, so that the experience of robbery is not familiar to every home, so that the experience of racketeering is not familiar to every entrepreneur. This is what the police exist for in a normal society. And the church also exists in order to experience mystical violence. This book is somewhat unusual for a church publishing house in that it does not teach the ready-made experience of sobriety known to every Orthodox believer, but together with the reader follows the path of his searches and doubts, shows spiritual dangers and traps. But the right to draw a conclusion is left to the person independently. Undoubtedly, the experience of delusions of people who have been in the traps of pseudo-spirituality, and the methodology of the influence of demons on various spheres of human life and consciousness, including creativity, will be important for the reader. The collection, which contains many testimonies of scientists, is intended primarily for those who doubt, who have not yet found the truth. But it will also help Orthodox readers. After all, everyone has relatives, acquaintances who need a serious, frank conversation. And are all of the church people, who often came to church through severe trials and temptations, free from various kinds of scientific superstitions, civilized prejudices? Quite often, the part of the intelligentsia that wants to honestly understand the increased flow of paranormal phenomena turns out to be impervious to the word of the church. Naturally, the question arises before scientists, why it is impossible to study methods of influence, say, psychics, and apply them in practical medicine, in criminology, etc. The book provides answers to these questions. May God give everyone understanding to learn to comprehend what is happening and soberly evaluate any innovations and discoveries from the point of view of spiritual benefit. Abbott N. Aliens. New culture, new religion. New person. Contacts with intelligent beings of extraterrestrial civilization, space hierarchies, humanoids, energy allies, UFOs, myth, or reality. Part 1. Extraterrestrial mind next to US. Scientists argue about field forms of life. Countless reports of extraordinary phenomena and discouraging contacts with intelligent beings of a different composition and origin, which do not fit into the framework of earthly ideas about the properties of matter, long ago forced. Ufologists and scientists studying anomalous phenomena say that all these strange and numerous phenomena have nothing to do with space aliens from other galaxies. One of the oldest researchers of anomalous phenomena in the USSR, Doctor of Philosophy, candidate of Technical Sciences Vladimir Georgievich, who worked since 1975 in the UFO, from the English UFO, unidentified flying objects, commission at the Union of Scientific and Engineering Societies of the USSR, Soyuz UFO Center, led by order of the Navy Intelligence Directorate, the scientific topic, hydrospheric aspect of the UFO problem. In 1990, he headed the first state organization for the study of UFOs, unidentified flying objects, at the USSR Academy of Sciences, called the All-Union Interdisciplinary UFO Scientific Coordination Center. As a result of years of research and analysis of a huge amount of data, he completely changed his point of view on the origin of UFOs. Like many foreign scientists, for example, American astronomer J. Allen Hynek, Dr. Brad Stager, Prof. R. Stanford, Mac Campbell, French astrophysicist Dr. Jacques Vallée, Italian Dr. Luciano Baccone, Romanian Florin Georgiou, as well as domestic researchers, Prof. MyF.YU. Siegel, Prof. R.G. Varlamov, Academician of the Academy of Sciences of the BSSR VI Vanik, Academician Rams VP, corresponding member of the USSR Academy of Sciences N.H.L. Tukhin and others, V.G. Azaza initially adhered to the widespread hypothesis of the alien origin of UFOs. However, already in 1990, the scientist said, "Over the past 10 years on Earth, according to my calculations, there have been several tens of millions of UFO landings. Only to us, the Ufological Commission receives 10 to 15 messages a day from all over the country. Moreover, about 100 such objects flew over the city of Kirov on October 5th last, 1989, the same number as for the whole year in the perm zone. It is impossible to study the planet, to probe it in such a dense way. There will not be enough resources or objects, UFOs. The frequency of their occurrence suggests that they live with us, coexist on the same planet with us." Evening Moscow, p. 4, March 24, 1990. In fact, the scientist came to the conclusion about the existence of a parallel ultra-thin world with intelligent beings inhabiting it of a different nature, compared to people. Coexist on the same planet with us. Evening Moscow, p. 4, March 24, 1990. In fact, the scientist came to the conclusion about the existence of a parallel ultra-thin world with intelligent beings inhabiting it of a different nature, compared to people. Coexist on the same planet with us. Evening Moscow, p. 4, March 24, 1990. In fact, the scientist came to the conclusion about the existence of a parallel ultra-thin world with intelligent beings inhabiting it of a different nature, compared to people. The avalanche-like accumulating information forced scientists to put forward a hypothesis about field forms of life, etheric mind, about which the ancient Greeks spoke. According to this hypothesis, flying saucers are just temporary protective containers organized by the etheric mind in order to ensure the movement of their fragments at high speed in a dense medium, the atmosphere. And when the need for a plate disappears, it melts right before our eyes, ibid. Fragments of etheric mind here should be understood as intelligent beings from a parallel world. Their existence, says V.G. Azaza, was confirmed when photographing in the invisible part of the electromagnetic spectrum of oscillations. We humans see everything only in a narrow visual range. As if we were walking in a dark forest at night and shining a flashlight. This is our angle of view, this is our life. What is next? You just don't know, you don't notice. Tens of thousands of such pictures have been taken over the past 3 to 4 years. A whole world has been discovered, a colossal ghostly, invisible world. These are some spheres, or human-like figures merging with spheres, in a word, not our protein nucleic matter with you. Such a ghost is filled with a dense consistency and becomes the hardness of a stone guest. Upon entering the visual spectrum, we perceive it as a humanoid being. He can be from 20 centimeters to 15 meters tall. There are also such observations. It can be with 2 eyes, with 3, as in the Voronezh case, or with 1. But, I emphasize, all this is made of the same material as the flying saucers, which sometimes form the shape of a cylinder, a sphere, and etc. When observing UFOs, the most striking fact is the fact of polymorphism. Reading these lines, the reader will certainly remember familiar stories from childhood about tiny fairy tale gnomes, miniatures, elves, German, scanned. About huge one-eyed genies materializing from a smoky cloud, sitting for centuries in vessels sealed with the seal of Suleiman, Solomon, and, of course, about the Cyclops from ancient Greek mythology. Are fairy tales so far from the truth, especially when you consider that such creatures in all ages have been described in the tales and legends of all the peoples of the world? But this will be discussed later. The study of the invasion is directed by the special services and the military. Abroad, as well as in the USSR, various special services, together with the Air Force and the Navy, have been observing and collecting information about UFOs, starting from the Second World War, when military pilots began to observe them more and more often. Although information about UFOs had already been received previously. In Sweden, for example, the first reports of UFOs appeared in 1933, when the 4th Air Corps began investigations into the appearance of UFOs over a secret military zone, as Major General Eric Riedersward made a press statement on April 30, 1934. And by 1946, in Sweden alone, several thousand reports of UFO encounters had already been received. Later, in 1940, the commander of the British fighter aircraft, Marshal Lord Dowding, wrote, "More than 10,000 eyewitness reports have been received, and in the vast majority of cases no scientific explanation could be found for this. They were seen on the radar screen, and their speed was over 9,000 miles per hour. I am convinced that these objects exist, but no state on Earth could manufacture them. Thus, I see nothing else but to admit the theory of their extraterrestrial origin." The reliability of numerous UFO sightings by British military specialists was confirmed by the British Defence Secretary, 1971 to 1973, Admiral Lord Hill Norton, in the preface to the famous book by Timothy Gould, Top Secret, The World UFO Mystery. The Admiral writes, "In my opinion, there is enough evidence of the existence in the atmosphere of objects that cannot be considered the creation of human hands or some physical force or effect known to our scientists. Many people have seen them. The reliability of whose words there is no doubt. Many of them are specially trained for observation, officers, civilian or military pilots." Further T. Gould cites data that from 1947 to 1952, the Center for Aeronautical Intelligence, ATIS, received about 1,500 official reports on the appearance of UFOs. The Admiral writes, "In my opinion, there is enough evidence of the existence in the atmosphere of objects that cannot be considered the creation of human hands or some physical force or effect known to our scientists. Many people have seen them. The reliability of whose words there is no doubt. Many of them are specially trained for observation, officers, civilian or military pilots." Further T. Gould cites data that from 1947 to 1952, the Center for Aeronautical Intelligence, ATIS, received about 1,500 official reports on the appearance of UFOs. The Admiral writes, "In my opinion, there is enough evidence of the existence in the atmosphere of objects that cannot be considered the creation of human hands or some physical force or effect known to our scientists. Many people have seen them. The reliability of whose words there is no doubt. Many of them are specially trained for observation, officers, civilian or military pilots." Further T. Gould cites data that from 1947 to 1952, the Center for Aeronautical Intelligence, ATIS, received about 1,500 official reports on the appearance of UFOs. The reliability of the words of which there is no doubt. Many of them are specially trained for observation, officers, civilian or military pilots. Further T. Gould cites data that from 1947 to 1952, the Center for Aeronautical Intelligence, ATIS, received about 1,500 official reports on the appearance of UFOs. The reliability of the words of which there is no doubt. Many of them are specially trained for observation, officers, civilian or military pilots. Further T. Gould cites data that from 1947 to 1952, the Center for Aeronautical Intelligence, ATIS, received about 1,500 official reports on the appearance of UFOs. In 1947, over 50 UFO sightings were made in Hungary. In subsequent years, reports began to arrive from almost all countries in Europe, America, and North Africa. From 1951 to 1969, under the leadership of the Air Force, government studies of the UFO phenomenon in the United States were carried out. This research project, known as the Blue Book, has collected over 12,000 UFO sightings. Here is just one of these observations, belonging to American astronauts. According to hitherto unconfirmed reports, American astronauts Neil Armstrong and Edwin Aldrin, pilots of Apollo 11, were the first humans to see a UFO right after the historic moon landing on July 21, 1969. Immediately after it, the following exchange took place between the ship and the Mission Control Center. NASA, what happened there? Apollo 11, these babies are huge, sir. Huge. Oh my God. I inform you, there are other spaceships here, outside. They lined up on the far side of the crater. They are on the moon watching us. Edwin Aldrin filmed the UFO on color film from the indoor unit, and continued filming after he and Armstrong went outside. Armstrong confirmed this fact, but refused to enter further details, citing secrecy. Astronaut Scott Carpenter stated that, whenever astronauts were in space, they were constantly observed by UFOs, Internet, UFO Encyclopedia. In Italy in the late 70s of the XX century, several years before V. Azagi's conclusions, the existence around us of a parallel ultra-thin world and intelligent life forms in it was scientifically proved by the Italian scientist L. Bacone, who presented his views in the book, UFOs, Hidden Reality. Here is what V. Salamschikov, PhD in physics and mathematics, wrote about this in 1999, 20 years ago. The Italian researcher Luciano Bacone began his research in the Arenzano region on a hill, from where all the surroundings are clearly visible, the area of the Gulf of Genoa, Higumen. Here he collected sensitive receivers of electromagnetic, thermal, and other radiation, automatic photographic and film equipment that captures the surrounding space. Over the years of observation, Bacone came to the conclusion that the space around us is inhabited by ethereal forms of life invisible to the human eye. The most incredible creatures appeared on film and photographic films, giant amoebas, various winged creatures. Sometimes glowing humanoid figures also appeared. Researchers called these invisible entities creatures. Bacone suggested that these ethereal creatures are highly intelligent and increasingly interfere in the lives of people. UFO Magazine, No. 46 of November 15, 1999, p. 12. As a result of a thorough study of the UFO phenomenon, as well as an analysis of contacts with intelligent beings of the ultra-thin world, critters, humanoids, etc. Not only L. Bacone, but also such major researchers as astronomer Dr. J. A. Hinek, astrophysicist Dr. Jacques Vallée, Dr. Brad Stager, Trevor J. Constable, Florine Georgia, and John Keel. Here is what Prof. Brad Stager, after a detailed study of the U.S. Air Force Blue Book, we are dealing with a multidimensional parapsychological phenomenon that is largely native to planet Earth. Continuously elusive mystery of the absurd. Already in 1991 V.G. Azazi assessed the alien concept of the origin of UFOs this way. Yell at a primitive alien hypothesis about the origin of UFOs associated with the launches and flights of terrestrial space technology. Many ufologists go through this infant period, v. Azaza. UFO, psychophysical aspect. M. 1991, p. 4. In M. Zablishinsky, an engineer, a member of the Moscow UFO Commission, the creator of a number of portable instruments for ufological measurements. They record the presence of UFOs even when they are not visible to the human eye, writes in his brochure, In the Tracks of UFOs, Moscow, 1991. Everything about the UFO phenomenon is unusual. To begin with, in most cases it is generally invisible and manifests itself more in the form of energy than in the form of a solid. It is rarely possible to get a mark on the radar screen from a UFO. Changing their shape and size for such objects is not a problem. True, they talk about encounters with living things, starting with hairy dwarfs and ending with humanoid figures in spacesuits or ordinary overalls. But it is, rather, a manifestation of the same ability of the phenomenon to polymorphism, a variety of forms. Materialization and dematerialization of UFOs, associated changes in the course of time, episodes of instantaneous transport of a car or a contactee over a long distance, all this discourages us. But it is difficult to consider events of this kind as accidents. Most likely, the phenomenon, meaning an intelligent being of a parallel world, IgN, prudently uses the inherent property of polymorphism in order to mislead us, to divert attention from something more significant. Perhaps one of the important elements to be disguised and concealed is the earthly nature of the phenomenon itself. Indeed, attempts to explain the presence of various forms of UFOs on Earth by the invasion of space aliens have gradually led to the understanding of the inconsistency of this fascinating idea. It should be recognized as naive, therefore. An attractive and relatively simple hypothesis about contact with aliens is being replaced by another one, which speaks of the possibility of the existence of a adjacent world next to us. A world in which a special form of energy is concentrated, and the matter conditioned by it is capable of manifesting reason, understandable within the limits of human consciousness. p. 3-4. Albert, Victor, Vanek, academician of the Academy of Sciences of the BSSR, Nobel Prize laureate, 1968, wrote about the evolution of his views on the origin of UFOs and the causes of anomalous phenomena, back in 1991 in the Svet magazine, No. 7. Initially, in many scientific and technical facts, I saw a hint of the alien origin of UFOs, the actions of aliens, which are at a higher level of development than human civilization. I was convinced of the alien origin of the UFO. However, a detailed analysis of all anomalous phenomena and their historical development tempered my enthusiasm. Everything is alarming. For example, an extravaganza of seemingly meaningless and extremely confusing details that have nothing to do with the case. These can be flying chariots drawn by horses, flying people, snakes, columns, arches, crosses, etc. All kinds of luminous and dark figures appear and disappear in the air and on the ground. Sometimes such a figure looks like a three-dimensional giant without a head, etc. Photos taken during the day may not contain images at night. Sometimes glowing transparent balls, circles, flashes appear. The same thing happened with the development of the film, which did not take out of the backpack at all, did not unpack and did not see the camera. Something similar happened when trying to record UFO sound signals on a tape recorder. The same signals were found on unpacked magnetic tapes. UFO fragments also look obviously absurd. After all, it's hard to believe that a spaceship's hull was made of pure magnesium, like Ubatuba. Continuous and spontaneous changes over time in the composition of the fragments seem completely meaningless, where new elements appear and the old ones disappear. The unnatural composition of the metal of the Vashki find is also alarming. Whole UFOs in the United States are mysteries, or rather, synthesized hoaxes. The same can be said about UFO pilots who are synthesized biorobots. All this nonsense comes in endless variations. It intrigues and fascinates the researcher, makes him repeat experiments over and over again in the hope of finally finding a solution to this stunning mystery of the century, a mystery of a cosmic scale that is constantly escaping. However, fascination with this absurdity does not give any other result, except that a person forgets everything in the world, plunges headlong into this world of illusions and delirium and even loses his mind. Here is what the famous American journalist John A. Keel, who has been studying UFOs since 1945, writes about this. There are a lot of letters in my mail, crying for help, and I have to watch how the condition of witnesses, many of whom have already gone to insanity, deteriorates, and some committed suicide, which are synthesized biorobots. All this nonsense comes in endless variations. It intrigues and fascinates the researcher, makes him repeat experiments over and over again in the hope of finally finding a solution to this stunning mystery of the century, a mystery of a cosmic scale that is constantly escaping. However, fascination with this absurdity does not give any other result, except that a person forgets everything in the world, plunges headlong into this world of illusions and delirium and even loses his mind. Here is what the famous American journalist John A. Keel, who has been studying UFOs since 1945, writes about this. There are a lot of letters in my mail, crying for help, and I have to watch how the condition of witnesses, many of whom have already gone to insanity, deteriorates, and some committed suicide, which are synthesized biorobots. All this nonsense comes in endless variations. It intrigues and fascinates the researcher, makes him repeat experiments over and over again in the hope of finally finding a solution to this stunning mystery of the century, a mystery of a cosmic scale that is constantly escaping. However, fascination with this absurdity does not give any other result, except that a person forgets everything in the world, plunges headlong into this world of illusions and delirium and even loses his mind. Here is what the famous American journalist John A. Keel, who has been studying UFOs since 1945, writes about this. There are a lot of letters in my mail, crying for help, and I have to watch how the condition of witnesses, many of whom have already gone to insanity, deteriorates, and some committed suicide. All this nonsense comes in endless variations. It intrigues and fascinates the researcher, makes him repeat experiments over and over again in the hope of finally finding a solution to this stunning mystery of the century, a mystery of a cosmic scale that is constantly escaping. However, fascination with this absurdity does not give any other result, except that a person forgets everything in the world, plunges headlong into this world of illusions and delirium and even loses his mind. Here is what the famous American journalist John A. Keel, who has been studying UFOs since 1945, writes about this. There are a lot of letters in my mail, crying for help, and I have to watch how the condition of witnesses, many of whom have already gone to insanity, deteriorates. And some committed suicide. All this nonsense comes in endless variations. It intrigues and fascinates the researcher, makes him repeat experiments over and over again in the hope of finally finding a solution to this stunning mystery of the century, a mystery of a cosmic scale that is constantly escaping. However, fascination with this absurdity does not give any other result, except that a person forgets everything in the world, plunges headlong into this world of illusions and delirium and even loses his mind. Here is what the famous American journalist John A. Keel, who has been studying UFOs since 1945, writes about this. There are a lot of letters in my mail, crying for help, and I have to watch how the condition of witnesses, many of whom have already gone to insanity, deteriorates. And some committed suicide. Forces him to repeat experiments over and over again in the hope of finding, at last, a solution to this stunning mystery of the century, a mystery of a cosmic scale, continuously elusive. However, fascination with this absurdity does not give any other result, except that a person forgets everything in the world, plunges headlong into this world of illusions and delirium and even loses his mind. Here is what the famous American journalist John A. Keel, who has been studying UFOs since 1945, writes about this. There are a lot of letters in my mail, crying for help, and I have to watch how the condition of witnesses, many of whom have already gone to insanity, deteriorates. And some committed suicide. Forces him to repeat experiments over and over again in the hope of finding, at last, a solution to this stunning mystery of the century, a mystery of a cosmic scale, continuously elusive. However, fascination with this absurdity does not give any other result, except that a person forgets everything in the world, plunges headlong into this world of illusions and delirium and even loses his mind. Here is what the famous American journalist John A. Keel, who has been studying UFOs since 1945, writes about this. There are a lot of letters in my mail, crying for help, and I have to watch how the condition of witnesses, many of whom have already gone to insanity, deteriorates. And some committed suicide. That a person forgets everything in the world, plunges headlong into this world of illusions and delirium and even loses his mind. Here is what the famous American journalist John A. Keel, who has been studying UFOs since 1945, writes about this. There are a lot of letters in my mail, crying for help, and I have to watch how the condition of witnesses, many of whom have already gone to insanity, deteriorates. And some committed suicide. That a person forgets everything in the world, plunges headlong into this world of illusions and delirium and even loses his mind. Here is what the famous American journalist John A. Keel, who has been studying UFOs since 1945, writes about this. There are a lot of letters in my mail, crying for help, and I have to watch how the condition of witnesses, many of whom have already gone to insanity, deteriorates, and some committed suicide. All my experiments and measurements, without exception, testify to the negative nature of the coronal radiations coming from the objects of the phenomenon under discussion. I studied and measured the fragments of the UFO that exploded on the Kola Peninsula in 1981, remnants and traces of a UFO that exploded near Delnogorsk in 1986, mesh, iron and lead balls, a burnt stump, fragments of flints from the explosion site and nearby, etc. The sites of several UFO landings and soil samples from the landing sites near the city of Kutakurgan, near Strigino and Pushkino near Moscow, etc. I also tested a piece of parquet flooring from a Moscow poltergeist that was torn from the floor and flew around the rooms, a window glass broken during the Leningrad poltergeist, etc. Coronal radiation with the same wavelength and similar harmful effects on humans. The chronicle field of a UFO stops internal combustion engines, disrupts the operation of electronic devices, changes the course of time on charged bodies, which is recorded by mechanical, electronic, and radioisotope clocks. This field greatly changes the frequency and speed of the photons. For example, the visible external light is transferred to the invisible infrared region. This kind of extinguishes the lanterns and headlights. Invisible gamma rays sent by the UFO become visible, but their penetrating ability determined by the photon energy, is preserved. As a result, the light of the UFO and ball lightning is not reflected, but penetrates the mirror and the terrain, so the UFO itself shines brightly, but the surrounding objects are not illuminated. In the heterogeneous Fresnel field of a UFO, visible rays bend or break in space, hitting the eye with a variable angle of view. They give the impression of a change in the shape and size of the UFO. A beam that was bent and changed the frequency, sent by the radar, is not perceived by the receiver and is not reproduced on the screen, etc. These facts indicate that a world that exists outside of time and space is involved here. I call such a super-thin, extracrinal extrametric world the femtomer. The non-metricity of femto objects operating in this world indicates their lack of size and mass. From all that has been stated, a generalizing conclusion can be drawn. The discussed extremely complex and multifaceted phenomenon is in fact generated by a single cause, objects of the ultra-thin world, femto objects, moreover, of a purely terrestrial, not alien origin, emphasis added. As a result of a long study of this complex problem, I came to the said conclusion that the alien origin of UFOs is only a decoy, a disguise. This bait is now willingly taken by many who pin their hopes on the help of suffering humanity from the side of the Supreme Cosmic Mind, for example, Helena Roerich, IGN. It is very important that the indicated femto objects gravitate towards the pole of evil, that is, they are minus femto objects. This is evidenced by the sign of chronic radiations and numerous cases of their negative impact on the psyche, health, and life of people who sometimes commit suicide or die under various mysterious circumstances. Often death occurs from exposure to gamma radiation, for example, as happened on September 7, 1984 in a sensational story near Minsk with the crew of an airplane en route from Leningrad to Tbilisi. As a result, the commander of the ship, V.V. Gertzerich, and the co-pilot Y. Kavovnikov received injuries in the head and heart. When irradiated, the UFO gamma radiation was combined with a powerful Fresnel field, which confused all the cards for the doctors, but allowed the amazed passengers to examine each other's translucent skeletons. For the Fresnel field has translated the invisible gamma rays into the visible region of the spectrum. There are also many known cases of leukemia in exposed people. There is evidence of kidnapping. When UFOs appear, people are often attacked by fear and horror. Even earlier animals begin to rush, bellow, and bleat. Dogs tuck their tails, whine, and hide. In gravitation towards the pole of evil, one should see the main goal and purpose of minus femtobjects. They conquer man in the most sophisticated ways. For example, not without their participation, people acquire paranormal abilities, which are manifested in fortune-telling on cards, coffee grounds, a saucer, and in other ways, in a passion for spiritualism, walking on fire, hypnosis, dowsing, occultism, calling the dead, creating the weather, astrology, horoscopes, solving dreams, psychophysical, extrasensory, influences, including telekinesis, oriental paramedics, etc. Different types of yoga philosophy, signs, and superstitions, idolatry, pagan rituals, UFOs, witchcraft, white, red and black magic, etc. All this comes from the minus world, which represents the pole of evil. A detailed acquaintance with the issue shows that all people of this kind usually by their behavior open channels of communication with the super-thin minus world, thereby voluntarily moving away from the immeasurably more powerful plus world, which radiates a powerful positive Fresnel field and personifies the pole of good. Using the services of minus femtobjects, a person becomes their voluntary victim with all the disastrous consequences that follow from this. 4. Thus realizing his universal right of freedom to choose between good and evil, he willingly or unwillingly leans on the side of evil, thereby refusing the beneficial help of plus femtobjects. It would be naive to think that the phenomenon of evil, constantly adjusting to each of us throughout the entire period of the existence of civilization and continuously seducing us from the path of good, may belong to humane aliens who fly with the aim of our salvation. I want to end with the same J.A. Keel. Jokes with UFOs are as bad as jokes with black magic. A slight curiosity about UFOs can turn into a destructive obsession. More than once I have seen such fanatics with feverishly brilliant with eyes obsessed with the idea of finally revealing the burning secret of UFOs. Light Magazine, 1991, No. 7, pp. 16-18. Scientists were disappointed by the alien version. By the way, John Keel himself, on the basis of a huge number of UFO sightings and contacts with them studied by him for 25 years, came to the following conclusion back in 1970. Flying saucers do not come from some distant planet and are not representatives of some mysterious civilization. They are our immediate neighbors, part of another space-time continuum, where life, matter, and energy are radically different from ours. Keel J. UFO, Operation Trojan Horse. SPB, 1992, p. 175. Domestic ufologists professionally engaged in the study of contacts with UFOs and with creatures of the parallel world, in the book Beware, UFOs. 1991, summed up the results of their more than 25-year observations, which fully confirm the fears of J. Keel and academician V.I. Vanek. The conclusions given in the book show that Russian ufologists work at the level of the highest research conscientiousness and objectivity that is only possible when studying such a complex spiritual phenomenon by people who are far from knowing the true structure of the spiritual world, which in scientific use is usually called parallel, that knowledge that was revealed to people by the Creator himself and is preserved in the teaching of the Orthodox Church. Consider some of these findings. The negative impact of UFOs is obvious. Psychophysical influences grow in proportion to the demonstrativeness of the phenomenon. And, if after contact the person remained alive and did not suffer physically, even if he was cured, his usual way of life changes. V. Azazov, N. Vasiliev, L. Vainjarava, D. Guryev, A. Zayusko Caution, UFO. M. 1991, p. 4. Do the representatives of another reason perceive their influence on a person as negative, if, from our point of view, such a contact has a pronounced negative character? Apparently not, since they are inclined to explain the negative influence emanating from them by the compulsion of educational measures, adaptation of the human body to a new type of activity of consciousness, exam, treatment, etc. Ibid, p. 9. As a rule, people, unbeknownst to themselves, gradually fall into complete submission to the source of contact. At the same time, some people have a sharp deterioration in relationships with family and friends, others constantly have conflict situations with colleagues at work, and still others develop disorders of the nervous system and psyche. Ibid, p. 8. The goal is the enslavement of our consciousness. It is interesting that the methods used by the creatures of the parallel world to strengthen contact, and then completely subordinate the will of a person to himself, are completely earthly, although with the capabilities that these creatures have, one could expect something more. Here you should pay attention to the fact that they by no means always can impose the continuation of contact arbitrarily and arbitrarily. It would be easier, but for some reason they are most often forced to cheat, deceive, or intimidate a person, trying to ensure that he does not interrupt contact with them. Such base means as crude flattery or playing on curiosity are used, the most impudent intimidation, blackmail, or the promise of some kind of carrot. Russian ufologists who have specially studied this problem write in the same book, Caution, UFOs. Analysis of recordings of conversations with people in a state of contact, and letters that come to the training and consulting sector of the Soyuz UFO Center shows that they work with people quite professionally, i.e. purposefully, and systematically. In addition, representatives of another reason, apparently, know well the psychology of a person and are able to influence any of his energy centers. What methods are used by representatives of another reason in order to subordinate a person to their will? 1. The suggestion that the spiritual energetic essence has been replaced for him, and he has now become a biorobot, therefore he is obliged to obey. 2. Praising his extraordinary intellectual, physical and energetic capabilities. 3. Intimidation, when a person is threatened with violence or illness, if he dares to stop contact. 4. Healing, they say that they allegedly cured him of a number of incurable diseases, and indeed, for some time a person begins to feel better. 5. Harassment during night dreams. 6. Artificial untwisting of human sexual needs. For each contactee, their own individual methods of influence are selected, depending on the characteristics of his personality, and most importantly, on negative character traits, the usual method of recruitment by all special services. IgN. But in whatever combination the listed methods of influence are used, they are all aimed at convincing a person of the omnipotence of those who work with him. Often a person is given responsible tasks, for example, energetically destroying an allegedly dark person, protecting the earth from the attack of evil forces, preventing any catastrophe with a mental order, clearing the aura of the earth, etc. All these feats are perceived by a person as a reality. He has the full impression that he really does them. Only a few of those with whom we talked were able to independently analyze the nature of the development of their contact and realize that they were essentially drawn into the game. Ibid, pp. 10-11. But the most important conclusion of Russian ufologists is a completely correct, even from a spiritual point of view, awareness of the ultimate goal pursued by intelligent beings of a parallel world. This goal, in relation to our civilization, is our absolute subordination to the development program, as they understand it, robotization, Ibid, p. 15. Robotization means the complete subordination of the consciousness and will of a person to the will of another rational being, of which a person becomes a slave and an instrument. So, the main goal of the humanoids is the enslavement of our consciousness, which, by the way, they sometimes talk about quite openly, as, for example, in the following case, which happened in Moscow, in a residential area near the Molodezhnaya metro station in 1978, close to midnight. A citizen N, an English translator, was getting ready for bed by turning off the light, except for the table lamp. Suddenly 2 of her lapdogs got worried, began to whine, huddle at the feet of the hostess. And after some time, a dark figure of a basketball player appeared in the window opening, apparently of height, since his usual height should not have been enough to peep through the windows, albeit of the first, but a high floor. N. did not have time to be frightened, and not by her ears, but by the back of her head. As she says, she perceived a loud and clear phrase, repeated 3 times, "I need your consciousness, I need your consciousness. I need your consciousness." The voice was calm, masculine, but somehow mechanical, like that of a robot. Then N. felt a sharp pain in the back of her head and temples and lost consciousness. She did not have time to be frightened, and not with her ears, but with the back of her head, as she says, perceived a loud and clear phrase repeated 3 times, "I need your consciousness, I need your consciousness. I need your consciousness." The voice was calm, masculine, but somehow mechanical, like that of a robot. Then N. felt a sharp pain in the back of her head and temples and lost consciousness. She did not have time to be frightened, and not with her ears, but with the back of her head, as she says, perceived a loud and clear phrase repeated 3 times, "I need your consciousness, I need your consciousness. I need your consciousness." The voice was calm, masculine, but somehow mechanical, like that of a robot. Then N. felt a sharp pain in the back of her head and temples and lost consciousness. In the morning she was not at work, the home phone did not answer. The worried colleagues drove to N's house in the evening. Dogs whined outside the door. The door was opened in the presence of attesting witnesses. N. lay unconscious. With the help of the doctors, she came to herself, unable to move. The weakness was such that N. said, "It seems that they have drunk all the energy out of me." Quite a few days and nights passed until N. felt well, v. as a UFO, psychophysical aspect. M. 1991, p. 6-19. The disastrous consequences of meetings. It would not be superfluous, it seems to us, to cite some additional facts confirming a purely negative and sometimes deadly effect on anyone. Day from the side of UFOs and strange creatures associated with UFOs, which in modern scientific or popular science literature have received several names at once, for example, humanoids, critters, term of T.J. Constable, fragments of etheric mind, term of V.G. Azaji. Minus femtobjects, V.I. Vanik's term, the higher cosmic intelligence, or simply aliens. In what follows, for brevity, we will call them SPM, which means, creatures of a parallel world. So let's get back to the facts. Test pilot A. Proxon on June 16, 1948, lifted his car into the air. Half an hour later, at an altitude of 1,500 meters, he noticed a cucumber-shaped object following a transverse course with a descent. Sheaves of light were radiating back from him. It was reported from the ground that the object was also visible on the radar screen. A proxen directed the plane towards the object. When the distance between them was reduced to 10 kilometers, the beams from the object fanned out and pierced the plane, blinding the pilot for a moment. The electrical part of the aircraft and engine control is out of order. While planning, a proxen still managed to land the plane with a stalled engine and reported in detail about the incident. The attention of the readers should be drawn to what kind of impact was exerted on the pilot and on his plane by the creatures of the parallel world, SPM. A. The pilot was blinded by a light beam. He subsequently lost his sight. B. All electrical systems of the aircraft were disabled by electromagnetic influence. Florida, USA, Palm Beach, August 9, 1953. At 21:00, the scout leader, Sonny Disverges, was burned by a fiery red light beam shot at him from a circular aircraft. The beam scorched the hands and hair. He covered his eyes and face with his hands. 3 Boy Scouts who witnessed the incident found him unconscious on the ground. Ohio, USA, March 19, 1969 at 22:30, 13-year-old Gregory Yields was hit to the ground by a beam strike. From this beam, released from a UFO, which hovered over the trees at a height of 10 to 15 meters, the boy's jacket blazed. He was taken to the hospital with burns. Colombia, Anolema, July 4, 1969 Ancitio Bermudez used a flashlight to signal a silvery object flying at low altitude over his farm. The device responded to the signal with a flash. 2 days later, on July 6, Bermudez was hospitalized in serious condition and died in Bogotá from gamma radiation. Finland, January 7, 1970 at 4:46 p.m. Forester Lario Hoinanen and farmer Esko Viljo were skiing through the forest 16 kilometers from Hakola, when a domed UFO descended not far from them and hovered at an altitude of 3 to 4 m from the ground. A bright light beam shot down from it, which formed a clear illuminated circle with a diameter of 1 m in the snow. Then a humanoid creature 90 centimeters in height appeared in the circle, holding a black box in his hand, from which pulsating light hit the satellites. A thick red fog descended from the UFO. When the fog cleared 2 minutes later, Hoinanen felt that his right side of his body was paralyzed and, taking a step, fell. Viljo helped Hoinanen get home. Both soon developed terrible headaches with vomiting, their urine turned coffee-colored, and their arms and chest were reddened. The victims were hospitalized in Gothenburg, Sweden. Russian ufologist A.B. Patukhov, summarizing the numerous facts of contact with UFOs, reports, relatively often UFO observers lose consciousness. It is reported either as an isolated symptom or as one of several concurrent symptoms. Nearly half of people who have experienced paralysis or loss of consciousness when encountering UFOs also describe stabbing pains or the sensation of electric shock. Other physiological effects include amnesia, memory loss, IgN, headache, eye pain, loss of vision, nausea, and vomiting. Patukhov. UFO Questionnaire. M. 1991, p. 26. Timothy Gould's book, Top Secret, The World's Secret About UFOs, lists 23 British scientists who died in the course of 6 years, from 1982 to 1988. 1982 Professor Keith Bowden, died in a car accident. July 1982. Jack Wolfenden, killed in a glider crash. November 1982. Ernst Brockway, committed suicide. 1983 Stephen Drinkwater, committed suicide, hanged himself. April 1983. Colonel Anthony Godley, missing, pronounced dead. April 1984. George Franks, committed suicide, hanged himself. 1985. Stephen Oak, committed suicide, hanged himself. November 1985. Jonathan Wash, committed suicide, threw himself from a high-rise building. 1986. Dr. John Britton, committed suicide, poisoned. October 1986. Arshad Sharif, committed suicide. Sitting in the car, he tied the end of the rope to a tree, put a noose around his neck and jerked the car from its place. October 1986. Vimal Dazibal committed suicide by jumping off a bridge in Bristol. January 1987. Avtar Singh Guide, missing, declared dead. February 1987. Peter Pepel committed suicide. March 1987. David Sands committed suicide, drove the car at high speed into a cafe building. April 1987. Mark Wisner committed suicide, hanged himself. April 10, 1987. Stuart Gooding killed in Cyprus. April 10, 1987. David Greenhalgh fell, jumped off the bridge. April 1987. Shunny Warren committed suicide, drowned himself. May 1987. Michael Baker died in a car accident. May 1988. Trevor Knight committed suicide. August 1988. Alistair Beckham committed suicide by electric shock. August 1988. Peter Ferry committed suicide by electric shock. Date unknown. Victor Moore committed suicide. Izvestia newspaper No. 267 of November 9, 1991 reported unique, in our opinion, details of the accident at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. There are witnesses who, a few minutes before the fire, observed an incomprehensible glow in the sky above the station, says Vladimir Savran. I arrived at the station the next morning and saw nothing of the kind. But the most surprising thing was that the photojournalist V. Savran, having visited the nuclear power plant on the second day of the accident and took several pictures there, after the development of the film saw in the photograph that an unknown oval object hovering above the station. Absolutely identical to the numerous UFO pictures taken in many countries of the world. Now I can explain it like this, says V. Savran. For some reason this object is invisible to the human eye, but the camera lens is able to fix it. Similar phenomena, as indicated above, were observed earlier, as academician of the Academy of Sciences of the BSSR V.I. Vainik, who gave them an explanation from the point of view of physics. Further, the author of the note N. Berbiger writes, the analysis of the picture, which was carried out by experienced criminologists of the Kiev Department of Internal Affairs, showed that there can be no question of a film rejection or its processing, and even more of a photo montage. Then what was it? If aliens, then why did they appear in the area of the nuclear power plant? Or maybe they themselves provoked this accident. After all, one thing is clear so far, the accident occurred due to arbitrary switching on of the high voltage switch. But could he turn on by itself? Experts familiar with its design consider such a possibility unlikely. But specialists studying UFOs can unequivocally say that such a task does not present the slightest difficulty for SPM. Another similar case has been carefully documented in Brazil. On the evening of August 17, 1959, in Mainz jars, instruments began to register a power outage. The distribution system station switches would automatically open when the UFO flew slowly at low altitude along the line. At Uberlandia, one of the system's key stations, warned workers were on alert minutes before the UFO sighting. When the switches started to open, technicians nearby immediately closed them. But their efforts were in vain. The presence of an oval UFO disrupted the work of the station. The lines were not restored until the UFO disappeared in the night sky. Patukhov, UFO Questionnaire. M. 1991, p. 25. Thus, in our opinion, the assumption of photojournalist V. Savran about the possibility of fixing objects that are not visible to the human eye with photographic film is fully consistent with the conclusions of Russian ufologists. The fact that UFOs can appear and act in the part of the spectrum of electromagnetic oscillations invisible to the human eye, while being recorded on the film, is written in detail by the researcher of this phenomenon, engineer, member of the Moscow UFO Commission V.I. Zablishinsky. They exist in the invisible area of our physical world and are characterized by both static and dynamic, plastic, plasmoid, forms. These objects, hidden from our perception, create electromagnetic, light and electrical anomalies. By By registering them in the atmosphere or on the ground, it became possible to work out the method of detecting UFOs. Abnormal and unexplained deviations in the readings of any of the devices, alpha and beta particles counters, gamma radiation sensors, photometers, magnetometers, electrometers, etc., may indicate the presence of an invisible UFO, and in the apartment there is a poltergeist, i.e., IgN. In this case, photographing is carried out in sectors or panoramic filming on an ordinary highly sensitive panchromatic film with orange or red light filters or photographic film sensitive to infrared radiation in the near-infrared spectrum. The experience of instrumental studies carried out using this technique allows us to reveal the existence of forms life in a plasma state outside of our physical nature. These life forms are capable of moving from one degree of density to another, from the invisible region of the spectrum to full physical density, which can be observed visually, without instruments. This technique was also used to take pictures from an airplane. It turned out that near the planes or directly behind them are flying objects glowing in the IR spectrum or dark invisible to the eye. 6 Sublation Sky, in the Wake of a UFO. M. 1991, pp. 14-15. In November 1992, the Alexandrovskaya city newspaper, Voice of Labor, Vladimirskaya Oblast, wrote about the consequences of contact with humanoids of one of the city's residents. In Alexandrov recently, one of the contactees experienced the horrific consequences of such a meeting. An intelligent person succumbed to a proud desire to learn the unknown, stubbornly urged contact with the higher alien intelligence. And he called. What happened to him cannot be called anything other than an obsession. Day and night, constantly. He felt the presence of someone else's will, unbearable extraneous influences, vibrations, buzzing in his head of different tonality and frequency, crawling through the body of invisible creatures, and sometimes such a burning sensation inside that, according to him, death in such minutes seemed like a deliverance. Here it is, the fire of hells, voluntarily summoned by man. Signs from heaven, Mr. Alexandrov. Victims of curiosity. The magazine UFO, No. 44 of November 1st, 1999, p. 7, describes 3 cases of contacts with UFOs, which ended tragically. 1. In the fall of 1999, the entire Baltic region was shocked by the incident of the journalist Anton Zilgalvis from Jekapils. He literally died out within 3 months, having managed to tell his story before his death. While resting on the banks of the Daugava, Zilgalvis came across a clearing where an unknown bean-shaped object stood. Imagining himself as the hero of the sensation, the journalist began waving his arms and loudly calling out to brothers in mind. 2 humanoids, emerging from the beans, directed a silver stick at the intruder, and the hero of the sensation fell into tetanus. The paralyzed Zilgalvis was pulled into the object, after which it took off and literally a minute later, as it seemed to the prisoner, landed, judging by the landscape, somewhere in the foothills of the Caucasus. Struck by Zilgalvis, he saw a valley in which several dozen UFOs had accumulated. Humanoids walked between them. One of them pulled Anton out into the light of God and stuck something like a corkscrew in his forehead. Then the victim of the alien experiment was brought back to the place from where he was taken. Of course, this story can be considered a hallucination. But at the landing site, which Zilgalvis saw, a clear circle with stunted grass gaped for a long time, and inside it 3 symmetrical dents were visible, traces of supports. Subsequently, the journalist fell ill with an unknown disease and soon, within 3 months, died. 2. In October 1984, Viktor Burikov from Rostov-on-Don became a victim of aliens. He said that he accidentally stumbled upon a flying saucer in the forest. In its side was an open hatch, from which a short ladder hung down to the ground. At the same moment, Victor felt that he could not move. Someone picked him up from behind and carried him to the UFO. The abductors were unusually tall, over 2 meters in height, creatures in light silver tight-fitting overalls. Burikov was brought into the plate and laid face down. There was a barely audible rumble that lasted 3 to 4 minutes. Then the abducted man was grabbed by the arms and carried out. The landscape that opened up to Burikov's gaze was also similar to the Caucasian one. In a narrow valley, along which a shallow mountain river ran, there were 7 or 8 identical plates. One of the humanoids began to screw into Victor's head some kind of wire, like a corkscrew. When the procedure was over, Birakov was again laid face down on the floor of the plate. Less than 5 minutes later, Viktor Danilovic found himself on all fours in the middle of the clearing from which he was kidnapped. This story also ended tragically. Birakov soon died. Specialists who study UFOs are aware of horrific incidents involving unwitting eyewitnesses to the landing of saucers. People were burned inside and outside, died, having received a lethal dose of radiation, went blind, went crazy. Those caught under a ray descending from the sky can turn into a bloody fog settling on the withered grass. Contactees, especially casual ones, do not live long. The newspaper, Latvijas likes, sounds the alarm. Only in Kurzeme, 9 deaths of contactees have been registered over the past 12 years. 3. Several years ago, 40-year-old farmer Prestos Filko was also hit by a UFO beam. Soon the unfortunate man began to decompose alive. 39. Witnesses, including the police, saw his insides through the translucent skin. The soft fabrics began to look as if they had been boiled in boiling water for several hours. 4.5 hours after the contact, Prestos Filka's skin began to creep apart, the muscles fell off from the bones. It was only after 6 hours of continuous suffering that Prestos died. Even his skeleton soon collapsed. Journal UFO, No. 44 for November 1st, 1999, p. 7. In the same issue of the magazine UFO, p. 19, one more case of spontaneous combustion of people is described. A note from Australia states that this is not the first incident of its kind to be officially documented by the police. So far, scientists cannot unambiguously explain the nature of the mysterious phenomenon. Here's what happened. On August 24, 1999, Jackie Park drove to fetch her mother, 82-year-old Agnes Phillips, at the Kais Allen nursing home in a suburb of Sydney. That day, they drove along Balgofny Road to a nearby supermarket. Parked outside the store, Jackie got out of the car for a few minutes to shop. When she returned, she saw smoke rising from the window of her car. With the help of passers-by, the elderly mother was pulled out of the car. There were terrible burns on her chest, neck, and stomach. Agnes died in the hospital a week later. The forensic examination did not find any traces of chemicals on the victim's body that could lead to a flame. Incendiary gift. Continuing the story about the thermal effect of the creatures of the parallel world on a person and the objects around him, let us remind our readers about the famous Inaki miracle. This incident shocked literally the entire Soviet Union at one time. There are almost no regional newspapers that would not have published materials about the incredible events that took place in front of hundreds of people in the city of Yanakievo, Donetsk region. In April 1987, the Izvestia newspaper published the first detailed report from the scene of the events of its own correspondent N. Lisovenko, who reported. Recently, the police asked for help from scientists, chemists, physicists, biologists, and doctors of the Academy of Sciences of the Ukrainian SSR. They asked to explain the phenomenon of Sasha K., a 7th grade student. What's the matter? And the fact is that since November last year in the rooms where Sasha is, objects seem to light up by themselves. It all started with the fact that once glass was broken in the apartment. Moreover, if the inlet of the first glass looked like a hole from a slingshot, then the exit, the size of a 5-kopeck coin, was without cracks. And so, as if someone had carefully cut it out with a fiery cutter and melted the edges. On the same day, electrical problems began. The refrigerator, TV, desk lamp turned on and off for no reason, and on November 23rd at 8:30 in the morning smoke suddenly poured out of the corridor. The felt covering on the floor caught fire. The upholstery of the front door flared up. "Mommy, we're on fire!" Sasha shouted. Together they began to put out the fire. And the next day, the oilcloth on the balcony caught fire. Then sockets, a chair, and newspapers flared up. 9 fires have already happened in this apartment. "I make good money," the father of the family said bitterly. "We dreamed of buying a car this year, but now we are absolute fire victims." The family decided to move out of the apartment and wait out the dashing time with Sasha's mother's father. And then one day. That day I washed the floors and spread a rag near the wall to dry, says Sasha's grandmother, Ludmila Mikhailovna. And suddenly I saw, my pink rag turns black, and smoke is coming out of it. And in this house, carpets, paper, furniture began to burn. Sasha came to us. We played with him. Suddenly I look, my fur coat is on fire, and a scarf and a hat, said Sasha's cousin Natasha Dyubenko. Another time he changed at our place. He took off his school uniform trousers, hung it on a chair, and they both burst into flames. It's just scary to let him into the house. Sasha's new favorite jeans, which his mother had brought from Moscow, were also burning, his shirts and books were also on fire. And once, right at an English lesson at school, smoke poured thickly, his diary flared up, notebooks were charred. The cover of the Diplomat, which he was very proud of. Since the time when Sasha's incendiary gift was discovered, the same thing happened everywhere. Izvestia, no. 101 of April 17, 1987. After this publication, a letter was sent to the Izvestia editorial office, which was placed in the following May article in a Kievsko miracle. Here is a letter from A. Markov, the secretary of the primary party organization of the area where the teenager's father works. Some fires broke out in the presence of firefighters and police. But no one can establish the reason. And lately, things have been happening even more incredible. Light bulbs exploded throughout the apartment, even those that were not screwed into the socket. An open bottle of vinegar exploded, breaking the window. I personally saw this. Also, my right shoe flew into the street from the door across the entire corridor through the kitchen window. A 3-door wardrobe jumps and falls, a washing machine turns upside down. No matter what authorities the residents of the ill-fated apartment turn to, no one believes them. They see some kind of intent, benefit. The editors invited Sasha K. with his mother to Moscow to be taken care of by doctors and scientists. Moreover, the same was asked by the colleagues of the parents of the flammable boy. So, the first answer, the boy is mentally healthy, he is not a pyromaniac at all. This is the conclusion of a commission of specialists from the Research Institute of Clinical Psychiatry of the All-Union Scientific Center for Mental Health of the USSR Academy of Medical Sciences. And when the researcher of the Department of Theoretical Problems of the Research Institute of General and Communal Hygiene, A.N. Sisson of the USSR Academy of Medical Sciences, V. Iskakov was sent to the scene of the incident, the, in a key case, became complicated and by that time seemed even more confusing and mysterious. Inscriptions with threats began to appear on the walls, some of them were cut out along with the wallpaper and preserved. Frightened tenants fled from their burnt, ruined, once beloved apartment. They were already dreaming of voices and visions. Izvestia, no. 147, May 1987. The fact that the creatures of the parallel world, they often take the form that has received the conditional name of UFOs, affect material objects with energies of extremely high potential is indicated not only by visual, but also by instrumental studies. In N. Zablishinsky notes, as a result of studying numerous cases of UFO interactions with the environment and analyzing the results of direct measurements of their energy parameters, it was established that a UFO in flight or hovering above the Earth's surface is a point source of electromagnetic energy. It radiates in the general case over the sphere. Radiation parameters, frequency 1000 to 3000 MHz, pulse width 2s, pulse repetition rate 2 to 600 Hz, radiation power 1.5 MW, in acceleration mode 1.8 MW. The magnitude of the magnetic disturbances of the field when the UFO is 40 kilometers away from the ground-based measuring complex is 10 to 4 Ørsted. At a distance of 500 m, the induction of magnetic fields produced by the UFO is 2 times 103 Ørsted. In a number of cases, UFO sparking is noted, while a soft glow, corona discharge, is observed around the object. In the atmosphere, a corona discharge can occur at an electric field strength of the order of 3 million volts per meter. Consequently, the UFO has a large negative potential relative to the Earth. 6 Zablishinsky, following the tracks of the UFO. M. 1991, pp. 8 to 9. An impartial study of various contacts with UFOs by Russian ufologists has shown that even in the absence of obvious aggression from the creatures of the parallel world, their impact is, at best, harmful, and at worst, destructive for people and even plants. Domestic researchers of the UFO phenomenon write, in many UFO sightings at close range, there is a feeling of warming the body or an increase in temperature in the cockpit. In some cases, the cockpit gets so hot that the pilots are forced to eject. Basically, the consequences of physiological effects are as follows. 1. 2-degree burns of the face and hands, as a result of careless approach to the UFO or its flight at low altitude. 2. In close contact with the UFO, the observer loses his motor abilities during the contact with the object. 3. A contactee when approaching a UFO can be either stopped by an elastic medium, field, or even knocked down. Hanging or flying over a car often leads to a buzzing sensation, numbness, muscle paralysis, and loss of consciousness. Short-term loss of consciousness can even lead to a car accident. IgN. Studies have shown that microwave radiation disrupts the muscle nerves responsible for muscle contraction and relaxation, resulting in paralysis. It is known that at a radiation frequency of more than 800 MHz, 50% of the energy is absorbed by the muscles of the body. 4. In various situations of close contact, a phenomenon similar to an electric shock is observed. 5. After close contacts with UFOs, the contactee usually develops a persistent headache that cannot be relieved within 2 to 3 days. 6. As a result of exposure to ultraviolet radiation, eye inflammation and conjunctivitis occur. 7. The emergence of unmotivated fear, which often turns into panic during contacts of the third kind, close contacts. Feelings of fear and panic are inherent in animals as well. They very well and for a long time feel the approach of a UFO, just like with a poltergeist. IgN. It is believed that the best indicator of the appearance of a UFO is the dog. 8. Witnesses of UFO landings or low hovering sometimes talk about strange smells of sulfur, ozone, just a pungent smell. 9. Another manifestation of the UFO energy deserves the attention of researchers for its uniqueness and rather rare observations due to the physico-chemical characteristics of the soil. It is known that sometimes after a UFO landing, the roots of grasses are found charred. The structure of the soil is characteristic of high-frequency calcination. In addition, in the dark, the landing site can glow for several days. This glow is explained by phosphorescence, the afterglow of crystalline soil particles as a result of the excitation of their crystal lattices by ultraviolet, microwave and, possibly, X-ray radiation. 6. Sublation sky, following UFO tracks. M. 1991, pp. 10 to 11. The above facts give us the opportunity to get acquainted with the various methods of influence that the creatures of the parallel world, SPM, use, as we see, not at all for peaceful purposes. These methods include radiation, radioactive, light, thermal, geo, and biochemical, electromagnetic, anti-gravitational and biophysical effects, as well as methods that cause pathological changes in the psyche of people. It is not a rare consequence of such influences as either the death of the contactee, or lifelong disability and insanity. Cross and prayer are not to the taste of aliens. The fact that the space aliens have not at all good intentions and that they are not at all going to save us from environmental disasters and wars, as falsely asserted by their messages received by many contactees telepathically, the so-called mentism. Or with the help of auto-writing. One of the forms of motor automatism is part of the Kandinsky-Clarambeau syndrome. The following case testifies, in which the writer of these lines was an eyewitness and participant. The event took place in a monastery located on the far outskirts of one of the cities of the Russian north in the summer of 1992. Soon after midnight, from the monastery courtyard, where the windows of my cell looked out, the alarmed cry of one of the novices rang out. "Father! Look! What a phenomenon in the sky!" By his agitated voice and the word phenomenon, which, moreover, does not take place anywhere, but in the sky, I immediately realized that the novice saw a UFO. Hurriedly running out to the square near the holy gates of the monastery, I managed to knock on several cells and shout to the brothers to hurry out into the street. Once in the monastery courtyard, all of us were dumbfounded for a minute with amazement. Not far behind the eastern wall of the monastery, an extraordinary object slowly floated towards the city in the blue-black velvety sky towards the city. It looked like a cross-section of a large, glowing car headlight. Its size was comparable to the size of a young month. The headlight was seen as if in profile. She swam strictly horizontally from north to south, emitting in the opposite direction a clear and narrow beam of light, consisting of the finest rays, the thickness of a hair. Behind her, a long and rather wide, as if cloudy, strip stretched across the starry night sky, glowing with a saffron yellow and sometimes red fluorescent light. The most amazing thing was that the radiant light beating backward came from nothing. The rays emanated from the inside of an imaginary concave surface that could only be drawn mentally. In front, behind this conventional line, there was only a dark sky strewn with stars. And no visible physical body. That these are not tricks of brothers in mind from another galaxy, it was clear to me for a long time. Which could only be carried out mentally. In front, behind this conventional line, there was only a dark sky strewn with stars. And no visible physical body. That these are not tricks of brothers in mind from another galaxy, it was clear to me for a long time. Which could only be carried out mentally. In front, behind this conventional line, there was only a dark sky strewn with stars. And no visible physical body. That these are not tricks of brothers in mind from another galaxy, it was clear to me for a long time. Object is moving towards the city, I said, let's try to drive it away. Repeat the prayer to the honest and life-giving cross with me. Reading aloud, may God rise and scatter against him, I began to overshadow the sky in the direction of the object with a wide cross. Everyone present did the same. Suddenly the headlight stopped and instantly turned to face in our direction. Now it looked like a large and round luminous lantern. The object shot 3 concentric iridescent circles of light at us and began to move away, changing its flight path by 90 degrees. After him we recited a prayer once more and, pleased that we had forced him to leave the city in the other direction, we unlocked the heavy monastery gates and went outside to better see the glowing, yellow-orange-red train slowly dying out in the dark sky. They admired him for about 15 minutes, and then returned under the arches of the church overhead, locked the gates and went to their cells. But that night it was not possible to fall asleep. About 3 o'clock there was a shout outside the windows. Fire! Instantly all the brethren were in the courtyard. Behind the eastern wall, where the luminous demonic trinket had receded, the sky was illuminated with ominous flashes of fire, in which black clouds of smoke rose skyward. Loud shots of slate bursting from the heat were heard. Even from behind the wall it was clear that the fire was serious, and the village around the monastery was completely wooden. The first thought that came to my mind, our new pilgrimage hotel is on fire. We all rushed in the direction of the fire, where fire trucks were already rushing with a howl. Yes, it was our hotel on fire. It was impossible to get close. In all directions, like shrapnel, pieces of slate were flying. Just 2 weeks ago, we bought this large 2-story wooden house cut from massive logs from the directorate of the telephone exchange. Here, not far from the monastery walls, pilgrims were to stop now. Today by nightfall we were waiting for the arrival of a large group on the Icarus. Yesterday, iron beds donated by a military unit, mattresses, and bed linen were brought to the building of our new hotel. But for some reason the pilgrims were late. Looking at the firefighters pouring fire into the windows of the second floor from cannons, I thought, it's so good that we were late. After all, everything could now be burned down together with the house. Thank God we didn't come. Hey, Father. Do you know why your hotel caught fire? I turned around. Nearby stood a man from local residence. He understood my questioning look and continued. I'm standing on my porch with a cigarette, and the matter is in the first hour of the night, and looking at the stars. Suddenly, priests. Flies. Directly over the road flies along the monastery wall towards the city. Then suddenly, once. This thing turned sharply and went to the village. So, it flew up to your house, but a ray, such a thin one, was lowered onto the house. And then she flew further. I finished smoking and went to bed. I wake up, they shoot somewhere. What? I go out into the street, and your house is still on fire. I understand now, who lit it. The described case of contact of a whole group of people with a UFO attracts attention by the fact that the motive of revenge is clearly visible in the behavior of the UFO. At the same time, the reason for revenge, for a superficial glance, may seem strange and unjustified. The UFO in a completely clear way, and in a very negative way, reacted to the cross and the prayer that all Orthodox Christians use to protect themselves from the attack of evil spirits. To the sign of the cross, he instantly responded with 3 light shots, which, however, did not harm the monastics in the least, although, as we saw in the case of the Baltic farmer, such UFO beams can even kill a person. Undoubtedly, the cross and prayer did not come to him taste. This is confirmed, firstly, by a sharp change in the flight trajectory, and secondly, by the revenge that fell on the building belonging to the monastery, moreover, from the many wooden houses of the village. The object unmistakably chose the monastery house outside the monastery walls. The hotel, by the way, was soon restored, since only the roof and floors of the first and second floors burned in it, and the walls were almost unharmed. A group of pilgrims arrived only in the morning. Fortunately for them, the bus broke down on the road, which caused the delay. Here is another example of how UFOs and so-called humanoids relate to prayer and the sign of the cross. It was told to the author by 2 girls in the winter of 1993 at the railway station in the city referred to above. While reading a book in the waiting room, I did not notice 2 girls approaching me. One of them sat on the bench opposite, and the other, in trousers, squatted closer to me. "Father, can I ask you one question?" "Of course," I replied, lifting my head from the book. "How do you feel about UFOs?" Noticing my bewilderment, she explained, nodding at her friend. "We were with her this summer in the village with my grandmother. Once we walked along the path along the field. Suddenly we see some kind of aircraft, similar to UFOs, as they are drawn in the pictures, descends. A little man comes out of it about 1.5 meters in height. Such fear has attacked us. Just awful." The girl fell silent, as if remembering the experience she had experienced. "Well, and you?" I asked. "What did you do?" "What did you do?" "I baptized him, that's what. As my grandmother taught. If you see," she said, "something terrible, baptize him and yourself, and also say, 'Lord, have mercy.'" And how did it all end? As if the hot air vibrated, and both the plate and this terrible man disappeared in it. What do you think? What was it? Well, what do you think? Who do you think is afraid of the cross and prayer? They say that the unclean. Only we did not really believe in them. And what, do they really exist? You yourself were convinced of this by experience. Is not it? The girls smiled, thanked, and flew off to the end of the hall. The last 2 UFO encounters make us wonder, would virtuous, compassionate, and humane beings from outer space who want to help humanity take revenge on the monks for the harmless words of prayer that were uttered by several people at a distance of at least 300 meters from the UFO? Certainly, the cross inscribed in the air would not have made any impression on them either. Their reaction, to put it mildly, was clearly inadequate. Why? Another important detail, contactees almost always experience the fear that accompanies the appearance of these eerie creatures. There are, however, exceptions, as, for example, in the case of a group of monks who did not feel the slightest fear. Quite a rare fact was the message of 2 girls that when they met a humanoid, they were not paralyzed, as is usually the case. One of them was even able, by raising her hand, to make the sign of the cross in the air in the direction of a UFO and a humanoid. Once again, as in the first case, attention is drawn to what may seem strange to an inexperienced researcher, a figure inscribed in the air of 2 intersecting lines and 2 words, "Lord, have mercy." Again forced to retreat, representatives of a higher civilization. Reflections on these facts inevitably lead to the idea that UFOs and the so-called humanoids really have nothing to do with creatures that hypothetically inhabit other galaxies. Studies by Russian and foreign scientists, C.J. Vallée. Invisible College. New York, 1975, J. Keel. UFO, Operation Trojan Horse, St. Petersburg, 1992, force us to admit that the whole complex of phenomena associated with and UFO, there is an external manifestation of active interference in the life of mankind by intelligent beings of the parallel ultra-thin world. Moreover, this intervention cannot be called humane at all. A huge number of facts that speak of the existence of a different reality, different from the one that a person can feel with his physical senses, forced even Soviet, extremely ideologized and very conservative, scientists to recognize the existence of a different ultra-thin world and other forms of life, besides ours, protein nucleic acid. Academicians and doctors of sciences, participants of a round table devoted to the problems of clairvoyance, telepathy, and telekinesis, organized in early 1990 by the editors of Komsomolskaya Pravda, spoke frankly about this. In his speech, the director of the Institute of Clinical and Experimental Medicine, Novosibirsk, academician of the USSR Academy of Medical Sciences VP Kaznachev officially stated, "At our institute, the results of experiments have been obtained, which make it possible to assert that the protein nucleic form of life." What conclusions do ufologists come to? Let us now try to summarize some of the results of the extensive research activities of ufologists from around the world on the unity of all anomalies. 1. By the end of the 20th century, researchers have accumulated countless observations and facts that indicate that anomalous phenomena, including UFOs, are an objective reality, although they do not lend themselves to a strictly scientific explanation. At the same time, one of the oldest researchers of UFOs and eyes, John Keel, based on the analysis of statistical data, came to the conclusion about the unity of the nature of various anomalous phenomena, mediumship, poltergeist, the phenomenon of ghosts, etc. on the one hand, and the phenomena accompanying contacts with UFOs, on the other. Keel J. UFO, Operation Trojan Horse. SPB, 1992, p. 249. 2. In the near-Earth space, including the atmospheric layer, the existence of another form of life has been discovered and scientifically proven, i.e. a parallel super-thin world with intelligent beings of a different order inhabiting it. 3. The ability of the creatures of the parallel world to influence the human psyche, his consciousness, physiology, emotions, and perceptual capabilities, perception, as well as the physical processes and properties of physical objects of the material world is fixed. 4. The possibility of a temporary transition of these beings from the super-thin world to the material world is recognized as a fact, i.e. their temporary materialization to a greater or lesser degree of density. At the 8th International Scientific Conference, Ufological Factor and Man, October 1999, the representative of the Tiver Ufological Group contact V.I. Klopkov. In one of the anomalous zones in Tiver, tourists observed balls hovering above the ground, which in front of people turned into cars, dropping onto the highway and hiding from view. Similar phenomena were observed by whole groups of eyewitnesses. And in the fall of 1995, Tiver ufologists took a unique picture that reflected the process of materialization of an unknown ball into a car. The shot clearly shows the moment the white flying ball turns into a purple passenger car with the rear lights on. Observers who watched what was happening through binoculars were amazed to see how the car turned on the headlights and, having driven about 100 meters, again turned into a whitish ball. The next morning at this place they found tracks from the wheels of a car, which disappeared after 100 meters, UFO Magazine, p. 7, no. 48, November 29, 1999. Numerous observations show that creatures of the parallel world, SPM, can materialize not only objects that have the form of real objects of our world, or objects allegedly made by brothers in mind from other galaxies, they often materialize themselves, taking the form of humanoid beings, collectively called humanoids. At the same time, their shapes and sizes can be the most incredible. Most often, SPMs materialize in the form of humanoid creatures from 2 to 3 meters in height, dressed in silvery overalls. But they are often observed in the form of goat-footed figures covered with thick wool, with or without tails, horns, freaks, and dwarfs from 80 to 120 centimeters in height. Somewhat less often, They appear in the form of 15-meter monsters or 20-centimeter dwarfs. It was these creatures, SPM, in all ages that caused mystical horror in people, appearing, in addition to the above forms, in the form of translucent ghosts and ghosts. It was they who condensed from a whitish cloud at mediumistic seances, assuming the form of his double, indistinguishable from the medium, which those present could touch with their hands. It is they who appear to people in the form of mermaids, gnomes, goblin, brownies, or the elusive Bigfoot who suddenly dissolves in the air when trying to catch up with him, leaving scientists to wonder, where does he disappear after all? In recent years, ufologists have been using modern devices to detect creatures from a parallel world. V. Zabletian Sky writes about these investigations, image converters of infrared radiation and thermal imagers of the AGA type, Sweden, are very convenient, which do not require special photographic materials and additional time to obtain an image of the object, infrared spectrum of radiation. For this, photographic and cinematographic equipment with films sensitive to infrared radiation is used. So the research group of the famous Italian ufologist L. Baccone was able to take pictures and detect the presence in the atmosphere and on the Earth's surface of invisible objects in forms of quasi-human type, i.e. human-like, with radiant and magnetic properties. 6 Zabletian Sky. In the Wake of a UFO. M. 1991. p. 10. Nonsense Parade. Most researchers note that the sudden appearance of SPM is not dictated by any reasonable goal and does not carry any common sense, striking the audience with only an empty effect that causes fear and bewilderment. This is all the more strange since SPM, as a rule, try to pass themselves off as representatives of a more highly intellectual civilization. As an example, we will cite one of the many cases of such senseless materialization, which several years ago were witnessed by dozens of residents of the Karlovo village in the Kolpinsky district of the Oryol region, who left the workshop of a brick factory after a shift. The sky was cloudless, says V. Berzina, a plant worker. Suddenly we saw a pillar that looked like a cloud. When we turned to him in order to get a better look, a male figure about 2.5 meters in height in silvery clothes was formed from a cloud. Then a blue path appeared under her feet. The figure began to move along it, leaning forward. It was all like slow motion filming. People began to run here. They were afraid to come close. Observed from a distance of 50 meters. Not far from the male figure, another cloud appeared. A female figure was formed from it and also, bending over, began to move. Suddenly someone turned around, and on a pile of coal nearby saw another figure that differed from the first two in the color of his clothes. This silhouette was very similar to the elderly man who lives in the village. We thought that he dressed up on purpose and decided to joke. But he also stood in the crowd of onlookers. The figures disappeared the same way they appeared, flying up into the sky in clouds. UFO Magazine No. 44 of November 1st, 1999, p. 6. 5. Many observations confirm that materializing objects from the parallel world have a unique ability to polymorphism, that is, to multiple changes in external form. The possibility of materialization and polymorphism is clearly illustrated, for example, by the case of a meeting with a UFO of the crew and passengers of the Tu-134A aircraft of the Estonian Department of the USSR Ministry of Civil Aviation, which was flying 8,352 on the Tbilisi-Rostov-Tallinn route in January 1985. The testimony of the commander of the ship I.H. Cherkashin, co-pilot G.I. Lazurin, navigator E.M. Onova, flight mechanic G.M. Kozlov, as well as air dispatchers in Minsk, Riga, and Vilnius, who observed UFOs both visually, from an airplane at an altitude of 10 kilometers, and on the screens of surveillance radars from the ground, clearly indicate that the observed object did not initially have dense material structures. Somewhat later, it became denser and, having materialized, became accessible to the site of the locators. The newspaper Trud on January 30th, 1985 published a detailed material, exactly at 4. Being 120 kilometers from Minsk, the crew first saw a luminous star, the size of a penny, hanging, as it seemed to all crew members, at an altitude of 40 to 50 kilometers above the ground. A thin ray of light fell down from the unusual star, which then opened into a bright cone of light, which, despite the deep night, clearly illuminated houses and roads. Then a white point flashed, and a green cloud appeared in its place inside the cloud. Lights played, they flashed, and went out, like a garland on a New Year tree. Then fiery zigzags spread horizontally. The Minsk air dispatcher received the message from the crew, but replied that he could see nothing either on the surveillance radar screen or in the sky. In the meantime, the cloud began to change. From it a tail has grown, similar to a tornado, wide at the top, thin at the ground. The result is a comma. Then the tail began to rise, and the cloud has changed from elliptical to quadrangular. Soon, the quadrangular object transformed into a sharp-nosed cloud plane without wings, with a sloping tail. It glowed with yellow and green light. Where the nozzle of a real plane was located, a dense core was felt. Only now, when the object was compacted, taking the shape of an airplane, the Minsk dispatcher saw it on the screen of the surveillance radar and gave its coordinates to another crew, which was flying from Leningrad towards the Tallinn 1. The Leningrad crew also saw the cloud plane in the direction indicated by the dispatcher and accurately described its shape. A dense core was felt. Only now, when the object was compacted, taking the shape of an airplane, the Minsk dispatcher saw it on the screen of the surveillance radar and gave its coordinates to another crew, which was flying from Leningrad towards the Tallinn 1. The Leningrad crew also saw the cloud plane in the direction indicated by the dispatcher and accurately described its shape. A dense core was felt. Only now, when the object was compacted, taking the shape of an airplane, the Minsk dispatcher saw it on the screen of the surveillance radar and gave its coordinates to another crew, which was flying from Leningrad towards the Tallinn 1. The Leningrad crew also saw the cloud plane in the direction indicated by the dispatcher and accurately described its shape. From the observations of the crews of the two aircraft, as well as the dispatchers on the ground, it can be concluded that as long as the UFO had the form of a cloud, the probing radiation of the radar, freely passing through it, was not reflected from the object. No echoes were formed and were not reflected on the screen. But after the UFO transformed from a cloudy mass into something like an airplane, the sounding signals began to reflect from the materialized object and the UFO finally appeared on the screens of Minsk, Riga, and Vilnius dispatchers. It should be noted that the observed changes in the shape of a UFO are most often technically completely impossible, irrational, and meaningless for real spacecraft of any supposed civilization. All these transformations of flying saucers with portholes into a flat silvery triangle, which then becomes a reddish fog, or, for example, a green cloud transforming into a square, and then into an airplane without wings, only confirm the opinion of the most sober ufologists. It consists in the following. They are all convinced, firstly, that these objects have nothing to do with alien ships of other civilizations. We saw this from the testimonies given at the beginning of the chapter, and secondly, they are not stable material formations. Because they can either materialize or dematerialize, disappearing right before the eyes of observers. This ability of theirs suggests that those creatures that supposedly arrive on these devices dematerialize with them, and therefore, do not need any ships at all to move. Thus, all the described senseless changes in the forms of UFOs are some kind of monstrous farce that perplexes scientists with its unjustification, on the one hand, and on the other hand, makes people who are not familiar with the knowledge of the structure of the universe revealed to us by God to put forward hypotheses about their alien origin. Typical examples of stupid and senseless transformations were observed in a multitude in April 1990 simultaneously from different mining settlements of Donbass. In the early morning, residents of Makivka, for example, watched the following spectacle. Between the mines, Kolodnaya Baka and Yuzhnaya from 5.20 to 5.40 there was something that looked like a mushroom with a stem, and next to it was a light ball of regular shape. Before the eyes of observers, the mushroom suddenly began to increase in size, illuminating everything around it, and turned into a huge ball with a hoop. The second object at this time began to turn red, and at the edges turned green. It was then that he was noticed from the city of Ukrainsk. Not knowing that thousands of people throughout Donbass had already seen this ball. He was seen from Beloyarovka, Volnovaka, Starobeshev, Gorlovka, Tsimlyansk, Shukt, not to mention the inhabitants of hundreds of villages and farms. All agreed on one thing, the ball that appeared in the sky in the center turned red, the edges also changed color. After which it stretched out and disappeared into the air. The apparition lasted 20 to 25 minutes. An even more amazing sight appeared at the same time before the inhabitants of Rostov-on-Don. Rostselmish designer Maria Dmitrievna Utkina said, "My husband and I are running." So on April 5th, at 6 o'clock in the morning, we were already in the field next to Orbital Naya Street, where we live. Suddenly we saw in the sky a disk the size of a smaller moon of a pale salad color. In a split second, he appeared before his eyes in a completely clear sky. Suddenly, an object, non-metallic, and indeed not material at all, separated from the disk in the form of a bird, also of a pale salad color, 10 times larger than an aircraft, with a wingspan, almost the entire field. He was about a kilometer above us and very quickly began to approach. I was very scared and shouted loudly, "I'm afraid." It was especially scary to see as the nose began to separate from the body, the space was thinned. After my cry, the bird stopped, turned pale, and soon only a film remained of it, a pink smear in the sky. UFO Magazine, No. 45 of November 8, 1999, p. 5. Two other cases of absolutely senseless change of form are cited from the archives of Soyuz UFO Center by V.G. Azaza, on July 21, 1975, in the Solnechnogorsk district of the Moscow region, near the village of Azachino. A flying saucer, with a diameter of 13 meters, there was a landing trail. In front of eyewitnesses rose and hovered at an altitude of 30 to 40 meters, and then disintegrated into 8 equal capsules in the form of sectors. Each sector moved independently. Then they reunited into a candy bar, plate. But the miracles continued. The plate, or, in other words, a body of revolution with a thickening in the central part, has transformed again. This time in a toroid, but in a simple way, in a donut. But this form did not fly long either. She split across in one place and extended. Now a cigar-shaped object hovered over the clearing. And then, everything went backwards, and the flying saucer landed near the place of the previous launch. 3 humanoid creatures emerged from the opening. A lot of questions immediately arise. Where were these 3, when everything was divided by 8? But this is not the main question. There are more difficult questions. For example, how can you, jokingly playing, without scaffolding, slipways, editing tables, finally change the form and, apparently, the content? V. Azaza. Attention, UFO. M. 1991, pp. 18 to 19. Why would them mock us? Another case from the same book, with its frankly mocking character, makes ufologists even more bewildered. On June 17, 1989, in the Vologda region, late in the evening, teacher Mironova observed a large luminous ball moving above the houses. There were other witnesses as well. Suddenly the ball turned into a woman's face. A woman of 40 to 50 years old looked at people. The image was vivid, though not color, but monochrome, brown, eyes blinked, facial expressions were expressed. Then the image of the face was replaced by the image of a modern combat aircraft and, finally, a tank on the march. Strange, isn't it? Ibid, p. 21. Why would them mock us? 6. It has been established that the overwhelming majority of contacts with creatures of the parallel world not only have a very negative effect on the mental and physical health of contactees, but often even lead to death. In particular, the mentioned meeting with the UFO of the plane flying on the route, Leningrad, Tbilisi, ended tragically for the pilots. In the fall of 1989, the Socialist Industry newspaper told about the continuation of this story. A few months later, the ship's commander died of cancer in the Botkin hospital. A very strange entry was made in the history of his illness. The defeat of the body is a result of exposure to radiation from an unidentified flying object. I happened to meet with the co-pilot. The author of the article continues. On disability. Massive disinformation. In addition, the participants in the 8th International Conference, Ufological Factor in Man, Moscow, October 1999, came to the conclusion that the content of the contacts gives reason to assume some kind of massive disinformation coming from nowhere. In particular, Doctor of Philosophy V.I. Samok Valava noted an increase in the number of incorrect prophecies expressed by contactees. According to V.I. Samok Valava, some mysterious game with Earthlings is not ruled out, for the purpose of such disinformation is completely unclear. Academician of the RAMS VP Kaznachev put forward an unexpected explanation of the undoubted global phenomenon, the obvious degradation of humanity. Surprisingly, all the major religions of the world interpret our era in the darkest tones. According to Kaznachev, this era is governed by an illusory energy of mysterious origin, leading a person away from realizing his true destiny. Molecular biological objects, the academician asserts, is influenced by an extramolecular component, possibly of extraterrestrial origin and possessing a negative psi field. The poison of extraneous biopsychic energy fills the space around the person more and more. Vilail Petrovich paints an apocalyptic picture of a kind of intellectual AIDS that awaits us. The alien field, in his opinion, affects primarily the brain. And one affected individual can infect up to 1 million subjects. As a result, a whole army of infected persons begins to perceive and interpret the surrounding reality inadequately, creating an epidemic situation of intellectual flushing. These persons, based on their chimeras, form all sorts of sects, social movements with a strange orientation, unleash various scale conflicts. It is impossible to dissuade affected people of the inadequacy of their thoughts and actions due to organic changes in the neural networks of the brain. Further development of the disease ends with the disintegration of the primary personality, but physical activity remains. Before us is a classic example of the zombification of a person by unknown intelligent forces. According to VP Kaznachev, the appeal to traditional religion can serve as an effective defense against the wave of intellectual washout. UFO Magazine, p. 7, No. 48, November 29, 1999. The contact is followed by a shift in the psyche. The Sunday supplement of the week in June 1991 published an interview with the candidate of medical sciences N.D. Tuakin, who deals with the problem of rehabilitation of people who have suffered during contacts with the alien mind. He is a doctor, a neuropsychiatrist. In the past, 1990, he began working as a consultant in the sector of medical and psychological rehabilitation of contactees. Over the past few months, Nikita Dmitrievuk, according to him, began to look differently at human nature and in general at the world around us, both visible and the one that is invisible, intangible, but, as the doctor is now convinced, is real and, sometimes far from harmless. So what is the essence of your current job, Nikita Dmitrievuk? Who needs to be rehabilitated and for what reason? The bottom line is that the mass of unexplained phenomena that we encounter are directly related to the human psyche. The psyche is fragile. She needs protection. Protection from the negative consequences of contacts in which people enter into not of their own free will. Now every day 1 to 2 people come to us for an appointment, or even more. These people hear voices, feel the influence of someone else's will, they are scared, they are confused, it seems to them that they are going crazy. Since September 1990, more than 40 people from different cities of the country have applied to the educational and consulting sector of the UFO Center. All of them claim to be in contact with the cosmic mind. However, with the most attentive attitude, according to your observations, are those who come to see you, at the UFO Center, healthy? The trouble is that 85% of them are people with impaired socio-psychological adaptation. Were they already like this when they first came into contact? Or did these violations develop under the influence of contacts? Where is the cause? Where is the effect? This is exactly what we're trying to find out. In the overwhelming majority of cases, the picture is as follows. The contact is followed by a shift in the psyche. The first symptoms are fear, nervousness. A person needs to be reassured, help him get rid of oppressive tension, anxious expectations. Sometimes this is possible with the help of special techniques of psychotherapy. And if the contacts continue, voices, suggestions, visual images? I must say that the contactees are unusually persistent in their testimonies. Traditional psychotherapy easily declares these phenomena as hallucinations, thereby suppressing the personality of a person whom it considers to be sick, abnormal. But there is a clearness of feelings, a clearness of sensations. We try to figure out what kind of voices a person hears. Whose are they? What do they inspire? If a psychotherapist feels that his patient is becoming a victim of the dark force, treatment must be taken seriously. Flying in saucers. Week. Sunday supplement for June 3rd to 9th, 1991. 7. In a number of cases, intelligent beings of the parallel world pretend to be cosmic hierarchs, supreme cosmic mind, universal mind, cosmic teachers, Maitreya Buddha, angels, and even God. In these cases, they aim to spread a new religious or near-religious doctrine through highly sensitive mediums contactees. How new false religions are being introduced into the public consciousness. Let's name just some of the contactees' teachers of modern times and their teachings. A. Pike, F. Nietzsche and Aleister Crowley, Modern Forms of Satanism, E.P. Blavatsky, A. Besant, The. Sophia, E.I. Roerich. Agni Yoga, Sun Moon. Church of Unity, Mikhail Yuzui. Reiki, Porfiry Ivanov, Ivanov Sect, John Borislavsky, Theotokos Center or The New Religion of the Third Testament of the Prophet John, Maria Tzvigan, Maria Devi Christ, White Brotherhood, Sect, Siko Asaura, Ahum Shinrikyo, False Christ Vissarion, Sergei Torop, Church of the Last Testament. The conclusion that aliens are trying to create a new religion in order to use it to control the consciousness of all people on the planet came, for example, such two absolutely non-ecclesiastical authors who have studied the UFO phenomenon for many years, such as A. Roberts and J. Gilbertson, C. Roberts A. Gilbertson G. The Dark Gods. L. 1980, p. 71. They indicate that mediumistic contacts with the so-called cosmic teachers, or Mahatmas, for example, E. Blavatsky's, are just one of the forms of contact with UFOs. A modern and rather typical example of this kind of contacts was described by the Vologda newspaper Krasny Sever on April 30, 1998. In an interview with a reporter, Ludmila Alexandrovna Kizleva, who identified herself as a contactee, healer, and publisher of the almanac Help Yourself, told the following: I come from Tatma. The right to be called a healer was received from the message of the Universal Reason in March 1992. I am flying with white light. I learned about him in the fall of 1988 from God. I was then an unbeliever, who knew nothing about the invisible spiritual world. In 1992, the Universal Mind spoke to me. He said, if you have ascended into the light, it is your support. The light will become the rise into the great world. Love the sinful world, this is your cross. Tell people the truth. You call yourself a contactee. What does it mean? A contactee is a person who has a connection with his planet or accepts dictations of the universal mind and other planets on the subconscious. This person is associated with extraterrestrial civilizations, has constant communication with them. How did you know that you are a messenger of space? It happened in March 1995. On this day, my home planet was revealed to me. She is located in a neighboring galaxy, near the constellation of the Hounds of the Dogs. This is a spiritual, light planet of power and mind. She gave me my cosmic name, Kryolonali. Translated into earthly language, it means, contributing to the acquisition of the highest knowledge of the 9 prophets. About my planet, I receive answers to the subconscious through the brain. This is given to pure, bright people. Kizleva, naturally, counts herself as such. IGN, with the permission of divine powers. There are beautiful, smart, and kind people on my planet who take care of and study the earth. I, as a researcher, have already flown to it 13 times and I cannot understand everything. Why do earthlings wage wars, offend each other, do bad deeds? Why don't they value love, friendship, and knowledge? Why don't they believe? What is the way out of this situation? There is only one way out. Mankind should move faster to cooperation with the light space. We must not forget that there is a fierce struggle between dark, evil, and light, good planets. Representatives of both are on Earth. What is your main goal in your earthly life? In healing and enlightening people. I want to use to the end the gift that was given to me from above, to lead me on the path of knowledge of truth, to cleanse people from black, devilish forces. Space gives us knowledge about other worlds, it explores our planet. Protecting it. The Cosmic Council gives protection to the Earth. How does the cosmos observe the Earth? With the help of a UFO. Landing stations for spaceships have been on Earth at all times. The meaning of the new religious and philosophical doctrine, which L.A. Kaisleva allegedly receives from universal reason in the form of dictation to the subconscious, is that people should rather understand who is actually the true savior of mankind from envy, hatred, anger, wars, diseases, and other troubles. It turns out that these are the forces of the light cosmos, the Supreme Cosmic Council, under the control of the universal reason, with which we all urgently need to come into contact and begin cooperation. The inhabitants of other planets with a higher civilization, but for some reason those who are afraid of the cross and prayer, can also help. Judging by the statements of L.A. Kaisleva, each planet has its own god, like, for example, the Earth, Jesus Christ. But the main problems are solved by the Council of the Gods, the Supreme Cosmic Council. From the information that Ludmila Alexandrovna told about herself, we can conclude that although she was born in a small district town of the Vologda region, Tatma, she is at the same time a messenger of another galaxy. However, until 1992 she did not even know about it. Apparently. Kaisleva believes that she only has a human body, and the soul that dwells in it flew, for the 13th time already, from the planet Ori, located somewhere near the constellation of the Hounds of the Dogs. As you can see, not only a new religion of planetary gods is being promoted, but also a new anthropology. The respected contactee considers all this to be widely disseminated and spares no effort, time, or money for this. Poisoning the minds of people with such delirium, she believes that with the help of her magazine Help Yourself, as well as personal healing and at the same time preaching practice, she leads mankind on the path of knowing the truth. It is a pity that such noble impulses did not find a better use for themselves. The described method of introducing new, but always false, religious views into the minds of people in all centuries of the earthly life of mankind was the same. Our own research suggests that all the numerous religions that periodically appeared on the earth at different times among different peoples have never been created by humans. All of them are the fruit of the intelligent activity of the beings of the parallel super-thin world, except for the only one discovered directly by the Creator. SPM has always found in the human environment the so-called mediums, that is, people most open to external influence, or, as they are now called, contactees, through whom false religious views were introduced into the public consciousness. Humanoid goals are by no means humane. The purpose of these contacts is very clearly visible, never changing, from ancient times to the present. It is, both before and now, to lead people away from the paths of true cognition of the Creator of the universe and his laws to a false path that leads to a separation from him and his divine uncreated energies, in the terminology of St. Gregory Palamas, that protect a person from unwanted external influences. The absence of a protective effect of grace allows the creatures of the parallel world, SPM, to take possession of the will and, to some extent, the mind of these people, which makes the latter almost puppets in the hands of by no means humane humanoids, which was also noted by academic VP Kaznachev in his report at the UFO conference. Let us consider another rather typical example of a person entering into contact with the SPM and receiving from them a certain power and knowledge, on the basis of which the new religious and practical teaching of Reiki, which later became fashionable in the West and recently penetrated into Russia, emerged. It appeared as a result of the contact of its founder, Doctor of Philology, Japanese Jesuit monk Mikao Yuzui, with the cosmic mind. Let's open a book dedicated to Reiki by Bridget Muller and Horst H. Gunther, published in 1990 in Frankfurt am Main. In the chapter, Reiki, History and Present, it is said, Dr. Mikao Yuzui, who rediscovered Reiki, lived at the end of the 19th century. He was a Christian monk and head of a small university in Kyoto, Japan. Having a doctorate in philology and ancient languages, he tried to find a solution to the mystery of the healing of Christ and his apostles. At the University of Chicago, USA, he studied Christian scriptures, but unfortunately he could not find what he was looking for. Returning to Japan, he began to look for the key to the secret of healing in Buddhist scriptures, sutras in Japanese. Finding no solution, he began to translate the sutras in Chinese, but found nothing there either. After studying Sanskrit, in an ancient Buddhist handwritten manuscript believed to be a disciple of the Buddha, he found what he had been looking for 7 years. These were symbols and descriptions of how Buddha healed. So, he found knowledge, but he did not have the power to heal. After a conversation with the abbot of a Buddhist monastery, he decided to climb the sacred mountain, Mount Fujiyama on Honshu, 3,776 m, 90 kilometers from Tokyo, IG. And, to fast and meditate there. Next to him, he put 21 pebbles to serve as his calendar, and every day he threw out one of them. All this time he read sutras, chanted and meditated. However, nothing extraordinary happened. It was the night of 21 days, it was rather dark. Dr. Yuzui finished his meditation and prayed inwardly, "O Father, please show me the light." Suddenly he saw a ray of light in the sky, which was rapidly approaching him. The beam grew larger and hit Yuzui in the middle of his forehead, in the third eye. He fell to the ground, lost his normal perception of time and fell into a trance, ecstatic. IGN state. In this altered state of consciousness, he saw balls of all colors of the rainbow, blue, turquoise, purple, and pink, as Marina Tsvigun, the leader of the totalitarian sect, White Brotherhood, told after resuscitation. During clinical death she passed through the room with silver balls. After what the higher powers entrusted her with a special mission and was given a new name, Maria Devi Christ, IGN. How symbols written in gold appeared on the screen before him, which he had seen earlier in the Sanskrit sutras. It was the key to the healing of Buddha and Christ, and it was the event that marked the birth of the Yuzui Reiki system. When Yuzui regained consciousness, the sun was already high above the horizon. With surprise, he felt that he was full of strength. There is no fatigue or hunger like the day before. Yuzui hurried on his way back and suddenly injured his big toe on a stone. He put his hand on the bleeding finger, and the bleeding stopped. The pain passed. Yuzui decided to go to the beggars' quarter in Kyoto to treat the sick there. Those healed who were young and able to work, he sent out from the quarter to look for work. But 7 years later, he again saw all the same people, and they were again in the same deplorable state as before, when he helped them for the first time. Yuzui was simply shocked. He realized that by curing the body of painful symptoms, he could not teach them a new way of life. From the above text, we see that the Japanese Catholic Mikao Yuzui, having taken monasticism, never became a Christian, although this may seem surprising, incomprehensible and strange to some, a monk after all. The teaching of Christ remained for him sealed with 7 seals. Unfortunately, the doctor of philology could not understand that the main goal of a person's life, according to Christian teaching, is to save the soul from the power of sin, to deify it, Greek, kiasivi, through the most difficult feat of personal work to purify and improve it, which it is possible only with the help of God and only by the action of his uncreated grace, about which Christ warned, "He who abides in me, and I in him, he bears much fruit, for apart from me you can do nothing." John 15:5. Jesus Christ taught about the need for this difficult inner work as follows: first cleanse the inside of the cup and dish, so that the outside of them may be clean as well. Matt 23:26. Note that appearance should be understood not only as clothing, but also external, that is, bodily health, as opposed to internal, spiritual. Even more specifically about the various bodily needs, in which health is not the last place, the Creator said, "Your heavenly Father knows that you have a need for all this. Seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all this will be added to you." Matthew 6:32-33. Dr. Yuzui, instead of purifying his inner man, instead of gaining the kingdom of God, on the contrary, began first of all to seek the secrets of healing, which, in his opinion, Christ kept in secret. Surprisingly naive, if not stupid thought. Only a person who does not believe that Christ is Almighty God himself, the creator of the world, incarnated for the sake of our salvation, for whom nothing is and cannot be impossible, could think so. But it is precisely this understanding that should be expected from a Christian monk, albeit a Catholic one. It remains only to wonder how, having such a distorted concept of Christ, Yuzui could continue to call himself a Christian? Is there a secret knowledge in the teaching of Christ? Unfortunately, many people who are not familiar with these taught Christian teachings, i.e. orthodoxy, accept false statements by the newly minted adherents of universal systems of salvation about their belonging to Christianity or closeness to it. It seems to them that the miracles of Christ and his disciples, in particular, healing, have the same nature as the actions of various kinds of modern psychics. They do not understand that there are fundamental differences in the methods of influence and, most importantly, the difference in the sources of supernatural powers in Christ and Christian saints, on the one hand, and on the other, in psychics, sorcerers and magicians. As before his coming to earth in the flesh, so after incarnation, Christ, being the creator of the universe, used and uses his divine powers either directly or through his chosen vessels of grace, that is, through his faithful disciples and followers. At the same time, sorcerers and psychics who do not accept the teachings of Christ, do not live according to his holy commandments, do not seek to acquire those virtues that Christ pointed out, and are not part of the mystical body of Christ, his holy church. Do not participate in the grace-filled divine energies. They all draw energy from a completely different source. As we can see in the future, this energy, which manifests itself through anomalous phenomena, poltergeist, UFO phenomenon, para-healing, clairvoyance, etc., belongs to beings from a parallel world. We hope to express our thoughts on where the SBMs take their energy, with the help of which they can exert various effects on people and on objects of the material world, in the final chapter of this study. For those who are looking for the truth, it is important to realize that the creator of the universe and the creatures of the parallel world have completely opposite tasks, and therefore have different ways of achieving the goal. In order not to get confused and not be deceived by some purely external features of similarity in the actions of Christ and his church and constantly mimicking, thanks to the throwing of church robes, various occultists ranting about Christianity. It is necessary to know what point of view the Orthodox Church holds on these phenomena. At the same time, one should learn about the opinion of the Church not in the exposition of occultists or newspaper staff waging a stubborn struggle against orthodoxy, but directly, first-hand, that is, from church sources. The true teaching of Christ, as indicated above, speaks of the most important thing, the need to purify the inner man, i.e. his soul. The purified soul, in turn, becomes capable of receiving the grace of the Holy Spirit, the uncreated divine energy, in the terminology of St. Gregory Palamas. The grace of the Holy Spirit gradually more and more changes and transforms a Christian, making him, even in this life, a partaker of the kingdom of heaven, which, as Christ teaches, can really dwell inside a person, Luke 17:21. It is this presence in a person of the Holy Spirit, or rather, of his grace, as an uncreated divine energy, that means the presence of God in a person and a person in God, which, in fact, is understood as the presence of the kingdom of God inside a person, who thus becomes a partaker of the divine nature. 2 Pet 1:4. It should be clarified that the retreat of the grace of the Holy Spirit, or uncreated divine energy, is the result of violation of the commandments of God. Thanks to repentance, remember the call of Christ, repent, conscious correction and further life according to the commandments, a person, having cleansed the vessel of his soul, becomes worthy to receive again the grace from God. At the same time, one should always remember that the kingdom of God, the fullness of grace that is possible for a person, although it is given as a gift, at the same time is never given to anyone for free. It is achieved by extraordinary and long-term efforts in the struggle with one's sins, and in first of all with pride, as Christ said, everyone enters into him by effort, Luke 16:16, and elsewhere in the Gospel, the kingdom of heaven is taken by force. And those who use force take it away, Matt 11:12. Besides, this struggle of a Christian with his sins and its difficulty and pain is likened to the crucifixion in the New Testament, and those who are Christ's crucified the flesh with passions and lusts. Gel 5:24. Christ himself, that is, the first who initiated this feat, Christ himself, spoke about the need for personal labor, personal struggle with sin, personal feat, likened to crucifixion. Deny yourself and take up your cross and follow me. Matt 16:24. But as we remember, Christ, carrying his cross, went with him to the place of the crucifixion, to Golgotha. However, we must be aware of the fact that this effort, see Luke 16, 16, about which Christ speaks, or rather, violence, self-compulsion used by man to suppress sinful urges, is a painful self-crucifixion of his passions and lusts. This difficult path of self-improvement, based on the commandments, is fundamentally different from the concept of self-improvement in the occult. And if, for example, in Hinduism all the exercises of practical yoga are performed by its adept with complete confidence in their own abilities, assuming the complete self-sufficiency of the personal efforts of the yogi to advance along the path of self-improvement, then a Christian, on the contrary, always remembers the words of the Lord, I am the vine and you are branches, he who abides in me, and I in him, the same bears much fruit, for apart from me you can do nothing. John 15:5. And if a yogi or a rikist, with a proud sense of his own significance, achieves the goal of his self-improvement, which essentially consists in the destruction of the beneficial protection and in connecting to contact with the SPM, with all the ensuing consequences, then the Christian, on the contrary, always remembers that God resists the proud, but gives grace to the humble. 1 Peter 5:5. When asked whether an occultist, not being in the body of Christ, i.e., in his church, but being in proud self-delusion about his personal achievements in the occult, can receive something from God, we offer the readers themselves that God resists the proud, but gives grace to the humble. 1 Peter 5:5. When asked whether an occultist, not being in the body of Christ, i.e., in his church, but being in proud self-delusion about his personal achievements in the occult, can receive something from God, we offer the readers themselves that God resists the proud, but gives grace to the humble. 1 Peter 5:5. When asked whether an occultist, not being in the body of Christ, i.e., in his church, but being in proud self-delusion about his personal achievements in the occult, can receive something from God, we offer the readers themselves. The self-improvement of a Christian, thus, is directly dependent on the level of his humility, since these levels are different, and a clear understanding that his personal efforts without the help of God are worthless. Therefore, a Christian should always remember that a person cannot independently be saved from sins without the help of his Creator. However, God does not save a person who did not work, to the best of his ability, in the work of cleansing the soul from sins and in acquiring virtues, i.e., in his perfection in Christ. Such a joint action of God and man in the matter of his salvation of St. the Fathers called synergy, Greek synergia, co-action, co-participation. The doctrine of synergy was reflected in the Acts of the Jerusalem Council of 1672, the main dogmatic document of which was the Epistle of the Eastern Patriarchs on the Orthodox faith. So, if God by his grace dwells in a person, can he really not give him everything that he considers necessary and useful? Understanding the problem in this way, a deeply religious Christian is generally very little, i.e., very moderate, inclined to take care of his health, because he knows that if he has as his main goal the salvation of his soul, God himself will take care of him and his health to that extent, whichever he sees fit. Such a person will accept sickness from the hand of God with gratitude. Moreover, it has been repeatedly observed that a healthy person is more prone to sin than a sick person. Thus, it should be said with all certainty that in the teaching of Christ there have never been any secret knowledge and secrets of healing, and it could not exist, except for the main thing. Open knowledge to everyone about the most important matter of a Christian, about the need to acquire the grace of the Holy Spirit. See, for example, the parable of the 10 virgins, in which the grace of the Holy Spirit is called oil. Speaking about the healings performed by Orthodox saints, one should always remember that the Lord himself actually acts and heals by his grace through a saintly person, moreover, when he considers it necessary and useful. In addition, one must remember that many healings both before and now are performed by God through the sacraments of the Church, in which divine grace descends on a person. Every Orthodox pastor could tell about these amazing and to this day numerous healings on the basis of his personal practice. But natural modesty and unwillingness for spiritual children and parishioners, due to human weakness, to ascribe these healings to the priest himself, as well as the danger of being seduced by his imaginary holiness, make such a pastor silent. And this is perfectly justified. From searching for secrets of healing, to renunciation from Christ. And yet, Dr. Mikao Yuzui decided, we will go the other way, first look for the secrets of healing, first take care of the mortal body and try to become on a par with Christ and his apostles. Here, in this rejection of the difficult path to attaining the kingdom of heaven, which Christ pointed out to his disciples, contains all the fullness of the renunciation of Christ and of his teachings. Such an understanding was laid down in medieval Catholic theology by Thomas of Kempis. Only after such a mental renunciation of God does Yuzui come into contact with some unknown forces. The contact is accompanied by the vision of multicolored iridescent balls, descriptions of which can be found in many contactees from different countries of the world, as well as the entry of unknown energy into it in the form of a beam. Yuzui, in which the Christian leaven of mercy continues to operate, having unexpectedly received as a result of such an unusual contact the power for healing from an unknown source, tries to heal the people around him with it. But soon, as we have seen, he himself becomes convinced that healing the body does not benefit the soul, because the healed person does not get better from it. His healthy body is now able to again submit to the whims and lusts of a sin-infected and unhealed soul. The unknown who responded to Yuzui's appeal, "Oh, Father, please show me the light," helped him in creating a new religious doctrine directly opposite and, moreover, hostile to Christianity. Thus, we are again convinced that the next religious doctrine is the product of all the same beings of the parallel world, SPM, who for some reason, we will talk about this later, are very interested in the separation of humanity from Christ. In the New Theology of Yuzui and his disciples, Dr. Hayashi, retired naval officer, Haweo Takata, until 1976 she was the only Reiki master after Hayashi's death, her granddaughter Phyllis Lei Furumoto and others. The incarnated God and creator of the universe, the Lord Jesus Christ is assigned a small role of one of the highest initiates, who in the new hierarchy is only slightly higher than another initiate, Buddha. Despite the extreme brevity and primitiveness of Reiki theology, there is no single, integral concept in it. Contradictions are striking from the first pages. In the preface to this book, an adherent of a new religion, professor at the University of Munster Peter Heitkemper writes, Reiki in translation from Japanese is universal life energy. We imagine it as impersonal, as a force, as a cosmic vital energy, as physical, biological, social, mental and spiritual quality. However, a little further, the professor amazes the reader with the directly opposite thesis. Reiki can be perceived personally. It does not contradict either the Jewish, or the Christian, or the Muslim, or any other way of thinking, an unsubstantiated statement designed for illiterate people. IGN. Universal life energy is God, who created and is creating myriads of spiritual beings, souls who, like us, serve him. The next phrase of the respected professor should dump the reader with the third contradiction already on the spot. Reiki is the infinite cosmos of spiritual initiates, ascending to God, which is the source of Reiki. Further, the professor recommends, and we, people, should generously use Reiki. Use Reiki everywhere, because thanks to this energy we bring to people light, love, gratitude and oppressed darkness, lack of love, ingratitude. A Christian here can remember those many impartations the hands with which Jesus Christ, the greatest initiate of all time, healed. Reiki is an infinite cosmos of spiritual initiates who ascend to God, which is the source of Reiki. Further, the professor recommends, and we, people, should generously use Reiki everywhere, because thanks to this energy we bring to people light, love, gratitude and oppressed darkness, lack of love, ingratitude. A Christian here can remember those many impartations the hands with which Jesus Christ, the greatest initiate of all time, healed. Reiki is an infinite cosmos of spiritual initiates who ascend to God, which is the source of Reiki. Further, the professor recommends, and we, people, should generously use Reiki everywhere, because thanks to this energy we bring to people light, love, gratitude and oppressed darkness, lack of love, ingratitude. A Christian here can remember those many impartations the hands with which Jesus Christ, the greatest initiate of all time, healed. In addition to this primitive pantheistic nonsense, which the Munster professor carries with extraordinary ease, he amazes the reader with an unprecedented disrespect for his creator God, whom he himself professes. Representatives of all three religions mentioned by the professor would be deeply outraged by what he says about God. If Reiki is God who created and creates myriads of spiritual beings, souls who, like us, serve him, then how can we, his creatures, use generously, God, use God everywhere, for our needs, for example, during a runny nose to use it for healing? Reiki, the professor writes, is first of all very practical. At the slightest hint of sickness, I can lay hands on myself and thus prevent the disease. Indeed, such a God, according to Heitkemper, is like an obedient dog. Free cheese in a mousetrap of dedication. Is it difficult to learn to rule such a God? It turns out quite simple. To become a healer, i.e. to control Reiki, requires an initiation and transmission of the power during a seminar by an eligible Reiki master. Learning Reiki is easy, even for children, because no special knowledge is required. How not to remember the wise saying about free cheese, which can only be found in a mousetrap? Yes, indeed, it is tempting. You control divine energy, or rather God himself, without changing anything in yourself, without struggling with any of your sins and shortcomings. Amazing. Learning to rule God? How pleasant it is for pride. It is alarming, however, that in none of the former monotheistic religions, contrary to the professor's statement, there is nothing like this at all. In order to receive the energy, Reiki, by the way, the opposite of the blessed divine energy, you just need to believe that it was this energy that Christ manipulated during healings, which means that we, having received the indicated energy from the Reiki master at the seminar, will manipulate it like Christ. Thus, we become on a par with Christ, and the Reiki master is, perhaps, even higher, and take on faith that Christ is just one of the initiated, which is any Reiki master, as well as any taking initiation. This new faith is, in fact, a complete rejection of Christ. Simply put, the scheme is as follows: deny Christ as God and creator of the universe, deny Christ as the only Redeemer and Savior from sins, deny his teaching, because it is opposite to the new, and in return you will receive a healing power. From all that has been said above, it is clear that through one of its contactees, the medium Dr. M. Yuzui, SPM created on earth another new religion with its own hierarchy of priests, 3 degrees of initiation, which should become an alternative to the priesthood, deacon, priest, bishop, Church of Christ. Summing up the brief study of the above teachings obtained by the mediumistic way, we can say that the beings of the parallel world through the medium M. Yuzui in the new religion, Reiki, offer us everything that through the medium L. Kaisleva, as well as through the medium Blavatsky and medium Rurik, all people urgently need to get in touch with the SPM and let their energy into themselves, which is possible only through a complete rejection of Christ and his teachings. To put it bluntly, letting in the energy of Reiki means the entry into the human body of a certain God, a certain entity, SPM, which gives a person its energy. Miracle at a reasonable price. Let us cite one curious case of contact with space, which cost the contactees dearly. It cost them imprisonment, but, nevertheless, they were ready to suffer for the truth, which they did not refuse even at the trial. Unfortunately, we will not be able to give the numbers and names of the newspaper with the article by B. Pilipenko, A Miracle at a Reasonable Price, which we will quote, since the clipping turned out to be without imprint. The events described in it supposedly developed in the late 1970s, early 1980s, i.e. back in the days of state atheism in the USSR. In the female cell of the remand prison, the words sounded quietly and insinuatingly. And now, my sisters, raise your hands to the sky, close your eyes and think. The thin woman from the remand prison is Maya Nikiforovna Kuliata, higher education, candidate of geological and mineralogical sciences, has not worked anywhere since 1977, but trades with advertising the yogi system, methods of medical fasting, raw food, etc. Once in the morning, as the investigation will confirm, Leonid Galkin, an artist from Ijevsk, flew into Kuliata's apartment and whispered conspiratorially almost from the doorway that at night he had heard the voice of Teacher Moria from space. And not only heard, but received from him, albeit with great difficulty, part of the treatise Appeal to Earthlings. Now let's look into the courtroom. Once again, every detail revealed by the preliminary investigation is verified. But in this measured course of questions and answers, there come such moments when you want to pinch yourself in order to check whether this is happening in reality. Judge, accused Kuliata, do you believe that the so-called treatise beginning with the words, I, Teacher Moria, was taken from outer space? Kuliada, yes, I believe. Judge, witness Galkin, do you continue to assert that you received the treatise in question from another world, allegedly having heard the voice of a certain teacher Moria? Galkin, yes, I accepted a treatise from teacher Moria. Those present in the hall cannot stand it, a slight laugh, animation. For the systematic dissemination of slanderous fabrications discrediting the Soviet social and state system, M. Kuliada was sentenced to imprisonment. A criminal case has been initiated against L. Galkin. This is how the manipulations with the heavenly revelations turned out in an earthly way. It is curious and sad to see this false asceticism. Unfortunately for M. Kuliada and L. Galkin, they came into contact with the cosmic teacher too early. If this happened 10 years later, they could not only freely preach cosmic false teaching, but even organize a new religious sect and, like L. Kaisleva, publish their own magazine. How humanoids self-actualize. In many descriptions of positive contacts, when there is no obvious negative impact, one can clearly see the active desire of intelligent beings of the parallel world to self-actualize through a contactee and, in addition, to introduce, as we could already see above, new religious and even political views in the public opinion. The facts of their impact on contactees that we have studied allow us to identify the main forms of such self-realization of the SPM. A. Literary, including poetry. B. Musical. C. Picturesque. D. Illusionistic. E. Extrasensory. F. Sexual. G. Political. H. Scientific. However, before proceeding to the analysis of the above-mentioned forms of self-realization of beings of the parallel world, we should get acquainted with the three main tactical methods of the impact of SPM on all people living on Earth. Since there are significant differences between these methods. Tactical methods of influencing people. As our observations show, each of the people living on Earth is under the constant supervision and control of one or more creatures of the parallel world. Moreover, each person is exposed to their constant influence, which people, as a rule, simply do not notice, because they do not realize many of their unjustified actions and thoughts. However, this impact is not the same and depends on which of the quality categories a given person belongs to. Studies have shown that creatures of a parallel world divide all of us into three main categories, which are directly dependent on the qualitative characteristics of people themselves, primarily moral. For each of the three categories of people SPM apply, respectively, three special tactical methods of influence, which, in accordance with the terminology developed by us, are called A. Tactics of pseudo-charismatic influence, Greek eudovi, lie, fiction, charisma, gift. B. Pressure tactics, English press, to press, flatten. C. Cryptogenic tactics, Greek kryptovi, hidden, secret, genovi, genus, origin. Let us now consider in more detail the characteristics of each of the three categories of people and the corresponding tactical methods of influence used by the creatures of the parallel world to carry out the tasks that they have set themselves in relation to all of humanity as a whole. 1. The first category includes those whom the SPM is preparing to be their assistants, the so-called agents of influence. They are exposed to the first tactical method of influence, pseudo-charismatic. This method is characterized by an almost complete preservation of the consciousness of the medium contactee with very close interaction with the SPM, which communicate to the medium some previously unknown information, teach him, guide him, show, as if through him, their abilities to influence people and nature, as well as use it for their self-realization. Those who are subjected to pseudo-charismatic influence by SPM experience genuine delight and pride in the consciousness of their originality, chosenness, and even power, which is facilitated by the paranormal or creative abilities manifested through them, which actually belong to the beings of a parallel world. For their purposes, the creatures of the parallel world select such people who, firstly, by their nature, are capable of becoming their agents of influence in human society, and, secondly, are not protected from their SPM influence by divine grace. This category includes all people through whom the creatures of the parallel world, SPM, manifest their natural abilities such as telepathy, hypnosis, telekinesis, clairvoyance, para-healing and many others, including creative ones. Of all three categories, this category is the smallest in quantitative terms. For agents of influence, regardless of what they are called, magicians, sorcerers, parapsychologists, hypnotists, fortune tellers, sorcerers, astrologers, healers, mediums, or psychics, illusionists or fakirs, spiritualists, or charismatics, two main tasks are set. A. Propaganda of strength and unlimited opportunities that open up to those who decide to make direct contact with the SPM and let their energy into themselves. In fact, these people will be doomed to slavery to evil, although at first this is quite well disguised. B. Propaganda and introduction into the public consciousness of such religious, philosophical and political ideas that would help people forget Christian moral principles, as we have more than once had the opportunity to see above. Here is just one example that shows very clearly that supernatural gifts are the result of human contact with beings from a parallel world. The only exceptions are Christian saints, whose source of gifts is completely different. So, in the Argentine province of Buenos Aires, the old man Ventura Maciares, who, at 73, still worked as a night watchman, was struck by an unprecedented sight on December 30th, 1973 at 23.30. A huge, 20 to 25 m in diameter, orange-red saucer of UFOs hovered over the eucalyptus near his sentry box, from the bottom of which sheaves of sparks fell, and a giant luminous ring revolved around the perimeter. The two pilots under the hemisphere towering above the saucer had a humanoid appearance, but instead of a mouth they had only a barely noticeable line. Suddenly a bright beam of light shot at Maciares and completely blinded him. At this time, the UFO disappeared, leaving a strong smell of sulfur in the air. The most incredible thing came to light a few days later. Ventura felt that on his upper jaw, which already had many gaps, new teeth began to grow. A little time passed, and 4 of them appeared, 2 incisors and 2 molars. In addition, Maciares, who was previously a semi-literate person, began to freely argue on philosophical, theological, and astronomical topics. Not a single doctor has given an explanation for such physical and spiritual changes in personality. Patukhov. UFO Questionnaire. M. 1991, p. 30. So the old man Ventura became a living advertisement for the omnipotence of aliens, an advertisement calling for the earliest and closest cooperation with them. Where did the illiterate old man get such a vast knowledge of the sciences, the names of which he had never even heard of before? In psychiatry, this phenomenon is known as the alternating personality phenomenon, or double consciousness syndrome. In the monograph of the famous Russian psychiatrist A. Murabian, it is described as follows: the mental content of the patient's personality is episodically, as it were, disconnected from consciousness, and in its place another mental production of the new personality appears. An amnesia, disappearance from memory, oblivion. IgN, of the previous conscious experience of life is observed. A. Murabian. General Psychopathology. M. 1972, p. 161. Modern psychiatrists, who do not take into account the possibility of influencing the consciousness and physiology of a person from the creatures of a parallel world, still do not know the etiology, causes of origin, of many mental pathologies, including the one described in this case. In fact, the episode with V. Maciares is explained by the initiation that occurred during his encounter with the UFO, i.e. initiation or, more precisely, connecting him to constant contact with another person from a parallel world. By the way, the priests did the same during the ancient mysteries. As a result of the connection, the new personality, SPM, was able to manifest their knowledge through the old man Maciares, to the great amazement of everyone who knew him before. It should be added that there are cases when an alternative personality in a person is formed not as a result of the complete displacement of premorbid, here, the original personality, psychiatrist, but as a result of the imposition of the qualities and knowledge of the new personality, SPM, on the previous one, i.e. due to the diffusion of the personal characteristics of the SPM into the personal characteristics of a person. In those cases when the alternative personality completely replaces the person's personality for some time, from minutes to several hours, as if disconnecting it from control of his body, this newly emerging personality, manifesting itself through a person, in fact, has nothing to do with it. To him himself does not. This is really a completely different person with his own character, knowledge, habits, and so on. And this new personality is a being of a parallel world, who has received the opportunity to directly connect to the consciousness of a person, whom she can control from that moment. There are also many cases when, soon after a short contact with a UFO, even ordinary observation of it, people unexpectedly discovered the ability to clairvoyance, para-healing, psychokinesis, telepathy, hypnosis, etc. It is more correct in these cases to say that, thanks to the establishment of constant contact, through all these people the creatures of the parallel world began to show their natural abilities, pseudo-charismatic tactics of influence. Subsequently, all of them performed the function of conductors of new ideas, invested in their consciousness by SPM. 2. The second category includes people who are not promising for use as agents of influence. However, like the first, they are largely deprived of the grace-filled divine protection. This category includes the vast majority of patients in psychiatric clinics, as well as all maniacs, criminals, and suicides. This category is quantitatively more significant than the first. Moreover, as the countries and peoples that were once Christian are de-Christianized, it has a steady tendency towards quantitative growth, primarily due to the next, third category, see below. This natural process is explained by the increasing loss of divine protection, and hence of grace, as a result of humanity's apostasy from Christ, which, in turn, greatly facilitates the possibility of influence on people from the SPM. It is to the people of the second category that the creatures of the parallel world use the tactics of pressure. This is the most severe method of extremely strong pressure, and not only on consciousness, will and memory, but also on the higher regulatory systems of the brain, as well as on the human nervous system, autonomic and sympathetic. The pressure carried out in this case by the creatures of the parallel world has such a force that it leads to the destruction of personal characteristics, disintegration of the personality, and conditions dementive processes of consciousness, psychiatrist. From the denial of something, men's mind. In addition, it is precisely pressure tactics, as mentioned above, that criminal and suicidal actions, suicide, suicide, owe their appearance. 3. To the third end, up to this time, the most numerous category, we should include all the rest of humanity, which has not yet completely lost the grace-filled divine protection. Which in one way or another, depending on the spiritual and moral state, protects people from obvious pressure from parties to the SPM. Nevertheless, people belonging to this category, throughout their entire lives, also experience a constant, but hidden effect of SPM on their consciousness and physiology, although most often they simply do not realize it. For this category of people, a third tactic is used, which we call cryptogenic, i.e. hidden, secret, which is, therefore, the most massive and most diverse in its specific manifestations. This tactic of subtle and almost imperceptible for a person to control his thoughts, desires, emotions, and will allows the creatures of the parallel world to constantly interfere in our life, to influence the decisions we make, our actions, deeds and even our emotions. Below we will consider all the main forms of influence that are usually used by creatures of the parallel world to correct the behavior of people in the direction they need. Cryptogenic impact differs from pseudo-charismatic tactics and pressure tactics described above only in lesser strength, thanks to, as already mentioned, not completely lost beneficial protection, although it has the same mechanisms as the first two tactical methods. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It is these three tactical methods in all the variety of specific forms and methods of external influence that give rise, in our opinion, many of those phenomena of the psyche that P. Janet and Z. Freud call the unconscious, Neo-Freudians, the subconscious, and this half of the unconscious, as you know, often comes into conflict and even antagonism with the conscious, I. But this is not surprising, since in this case, the phenomenon of antagonism is explained by the struggle of two consciousnesses, the consciousness of the person himself, on the one hand, and the other, often stronger consciousness, which belongs to one of the creatures of the parallel world, on the other. Here, by the way, It should be noted that all psychologists, psychiatrists, psychotherapists, and psychoanalysts know perfectly well what terrible, always negative and often destructive information contains the so-called unconscious, subconscious, or rather, that half of it, which we are talking about. From this we can again be convinced that the SPM never pursued the goals of saving mankind and that similar, good, ideas of salvation, instilled by them to mediums as their agents of influence, for their subsequent introduction into public consciousness. In fact, have the goal hide the true objectives of the SPM. We will not talk in detail about the other half of the unconscious for now, noting here only that this other part of it is directly opposite to unconscious motives, emotions, and passions that are subtly and imperceptibly for a person introduced into his psyche by beings of a parallel world. This second half of the unconscious owes its origin to a completely different source. Its reason is in the nonviolent manifestation of the divine influence on the human consciousness. The specified impact plays the role of an independent and at the same time unobtrusive arbiter who has an absolute and unchanging scale of values for all mankind. For all the peoples of the world, this independent internal arbiter is called the voice of conscience, or the suggestion of the guardian angel. According to the teachings of the Orthodox Church, special guardian angels take care of all the peoples of the world, even pagan ones, as well as about each person, and Christians are given another guardian angel at baptism. This doctrine is briefly set forth in the Synaxarium of the November Minan, Cathedral of Acastraticus Michael and other disembodied heavenly forces. Some angels accompany us from birth, others from holy baptism. Minan. November. Ed. Of the Moscow Patriarchate. 1980, Part I, p. 236. More details about this can be found in the Orthodox Dogmatic Theology of Archbishop Macarius, Volume I, pp. 547 to 556, reprint 1993. More details about this can be found in the Orthodox Dogmatic Theology of Archbishop Macarius, Volume I, p. 547 to 556, reprint 1993. More details about this can be found in the Orthodox Dogmatic Theology of Archbishop Macarius, Volume I, p. 547 to 556, reprint 1993. Forms of self-realization of beings of a parallel world. So, starting to describe the various forms of self-realization of the beings of the parallel world, we recall that the people through whom it is carried out belong to the first of the three above-named categories and, therefore, experience the tactics of pseudo-charismatic influence. We will begin our description with the most interesting contacts for researchers, which establish creatures from a parallel world with children. Through a child with an unformed worldview, who has neither knowledge, nor appropriate skills, nor life experience, these capabilities and abilities of intelligent beings of the ultra-thin world can be most clearly revealed. Let us now consider each of these forms separately. Part 2. Hidden capabilities of a person. Literary form of self-realization SPM. Virtual poetry of hell. First, let us turn to history and give as an example two forms of contact between creatures of a parallel world and children. Both contacts were made in the 19th century on the initiative of the SPM, i.e. without the participation of the will of the children themselves. The possibility and reasons for such contact will be considered by us later. Let us remind you that people who, against their will, found themselves in the power of contact with SPM, are usually called mediums. Lat. Medium, middle, intermediary. Such mediums from childhood are the famous Uri Geller from Israel, David Copperfield from the USA, Nika Turbina from the Crimea, Alexander K. from the city of Yenikievo, Donetsk region, about whom newspapers wrote a lot in 1987, as well as the Muscovite Victoria Vetrova and the now deceased Vanga Dimitrova from Petrich in Bulgaria and Wolf Messing in the USSR. 9-day prodigy. So, the first of these two cases, very interesting for our study, was described in 1875 by the journal Spiritualist, Volume I, p. 222. It cites the testimony of Baron Seymour Kirkup about the mediumship of his newborn granddaughter Valentina, whose hand wrote a coherent text in Italian when she was only 9 days old. She was born 7 months old and was prohibitively small. The mother held it with one hand on the pillow and with the other hand held a book with a sheet of paper lying on it. The pencil was put into the child's pen by some unknown person, and Valentina, that is her name, held it in her fist. First she wrote in capital letters of her parents' names, R.A.D.I. Then the pencil fell, and I thought it was over. My daughter, Imagina, exclaimed, she has the pencil again. And the child quickly wrote the following words in unsteady handwriting in the same letters, non mutere, questa e buona prova, fai cosa ti abbiamo detto, addio, Italian, do not change anything, this is good proof, do what we told you, goodbye. Attached to Baron Kirkup's letter was a photograph of a sheet of paper with a phrase written by a baby and a protocol signed by 7 witnesses. This example of the unauthorized release of SPM to contact with an infant clearly shows that the hand of a 9-day-old baby in the described case is just a mechanism controlled by some intelligent creature capable of sensory energetic influence on the motor cortex of the brain to innervate the necessary effectors. Such phenomena are described in many ways by psychiatrists and are well known under the name of the Kandinsky-Clarambo mental automatism syndrome in the form of written automatism, in our particular case. Friends from the Land of Shadows. Another fact was taken by us from the autobiography of Madame d'Esperance, a well-known medium at the end of the 19th century, Rebus Magazine No. 17, 1897. She claims that since childhood, she was visited by friends from the Land of the Shadows, whom she feared. In addition, Madame d'Esperance was susceptible to somnambulism. Without waking up, unconscious, she wandered at night through a large house, garden, and park. Here is what she told about her childhood. My class at the school where I studied was given several topics for writing. Me and 4 other girls were given an essay on the theme of nature. Of all the 5 I was the youngest and, as it seemed to me, the least diligent, since, getting average marks for all my studies, I was always in great difficulty when it came to independent written work. Time passed, and as a result, there were spoiled paper, headache, and tears. But my work did not advance a step. Going to the bedroom that evening, I took with me a candle, paper, and a pencil, intending at the time when everyone would fall asleep, engage in writing. But to my greatest grief, the other pupils did not want the candle to burn, and I, shedding tears of despair, finally got tired and fell asleep. When I woke up the next morning, I began to pick up the paper scattered on the floor, and to no small surprise I noticed that these sheets were covered with small handwriting, and after reading, I saw that it was a well-written essay on the theme of nature. The entire essay was written in my handwriting, but the thoughts expressed in it belonged to a more developed mind, and the views given did not correspond to my age. This autobiographical case, like the previous one, attracts our attention by the fact that the creatures of the parallel world began to manifest themselves from the very early childhood of the medium, either showing themselves to the child in the form of ghostly figures, then controlling his body. Like an automaton, in a twilight state of consciousness during sleep. But the most interesting in this story is the fact that SPM independently, without human mediation, wrote an essay in the handwriting of a girl, while expressing thoughts that did not correspond to either the knowledge or experience of the child. Well, now let's turn to the present. In the Belarusian newspaper UFO No. 12, November 1990, there was an extensive collection of documents compiled by the famous Belarusian journalist, researcher of the IN UFO, Dmitry Novikov, containing information about numerous contacts with UFOs. In it, in particular, there was a message about close contact with humanoids of a schoolgirl from Minsk in September 1984. One night, 13-year-old Svetlana, her last name is at the request of her parents and I don't tell her, suddenly woke up. She looked at the clock, 3:00. She got up to leave the room. Suddenly, a light flashed in the window. Svetlana saw, far above the forest there were 3 oval objects of salad color hanging. Soon they began to tremble, then something seemed to separate from them. And then, in the room there were 3 creatures in human form, glowing with salad light. Then there was a memory lapse. Svetlana woke up at the other end of the room, in a reclining position. I felt a severe dull pain in 2 points of the forehead. In the morning, her head was very dizzy, her hands were shaking, but after the contact, something else appeared. The girl's memory sharply improved, She even memorized large poems after 2 to 3 readings. This phenomenon in psychiatry is called hypermnesia. IgN. She could not sleep for 2 to 3 days at all, while maintaining vigor and clarity of thought. About a year later, she began to write poetry, discovered the ability to put people to sleep. In contrast to the first 2 cases of contact with children, which illustrate the SPM's ability for independent literary creation, the third case, like the 2 subsequent ones, see below, shows a different form of SPM self-realization. It is characterized by the fact that poetic information is transmitted by telepathic suggestion directly into the consciousness of the child. This phenomenon, as a pathology, in psychiatry is well known under the name of higher mental automatism, G. Clarambold, 1930, in its ideational form, which includes forced thinking, suggested false thoughts, influx of thoughts, repetition of thoughts, hearing thoughts, echo of thoughts, drawing out thoughts and similar phenomena. See Rybalski MI, Illusions and Hallucinations. Baku, 1983, p. 72. Here we would like to draw the attention of our readers to 2 different approaches of the SPM to contact with people. In some cases, the creatures of the parallel world can connect some people to contact arbitrarily, i.e. without participation in this act of free will and choice of a person, and in others, they do not have such an opportunity. In the second case, they are forced through their contactees' mediums to lure, seduce people with something, for example, by the possibility of acquiring paranormal abilities, calling them to certain actions necessary for the emergence of contact. Thus, it is obvious, something prevents them from unauthorized connection to all people without exception, although our observations show that it is the connection that is the most burning desire of SPM. Man by or robot, man zombie, this is the main goal of their centuries-old work on the education of humanity. The ability to completely take control of the thoughts, feelings, emotions, and even external actions of all people in their own hands is precisely the super task to which the creatures of the parallel world strive with all their might. But for the time being, let's leave open the question of what is still preventing them from fully fulfilling their task. The newspaper Komsomolskaya Pravda dated February 4, 1990, gives us a very typical example of the self-realization of one of the creatures of the super-thin world, who has received the opportunity to use the child's body as a mouthpiece or transmitter of information, in this case, of a poetic nature. A whole strip in it was occupied by material about the phenomenal poetic abilities of the 4th grader Vika Vetrova, born in 1979. The article contains a selection of her poems, mostly dated 1989. Of great interest is the correspondent's conversation with the girl's father, who talks in detail about the time when the poems are created, as well as about the amazing changes in the child's character at night. So what happens to the girl? Dictation to the subconscious. In the first hour of the night, when the parents went to bed, the door opens, and a daughter in a nightgown enters their bedroom. Now she will dictate poetry. Not in her own voice, with harsh, demanding intonations unusual for her, the girl says to her parents. Verse rushing. It is difficult for us, Vakaha, the father answers, you torture us. We go to work in the morning. Isn't it difficult for me? I study during the day and work at night. Dad later, an obedient, funny girl, but at night, a completely different person, tough, demanding. CORR. What is inspiration? I do not know. I'm lying in bed, not sleeping. And suddenly a line appears, followed by a second, third. I barely have time to memorize and write down, and be sure to call my mother to rewrite it, otherwise I will forget and I will not make it out tomorrow. The poems go quickly, 3 or 4 in a row. CORR. And when you write a lot of poetry at once, do you get tired? On the contrary, I'm unloading. Another fact noted by the correspondent is interesting. There was a clear division among Vika's relatives. Men believe that Vika writes herself. But women are not, Ibid. As you can see, it was women who turned out to be more sensitive. Let us now try, having decomposed the facts in a certain order, to understand their interconnection and reason. 1. Poems appear at night. 2. They twig, as the girl put it, by themselves, line by line, poem after poem. Vika barely has time to write them down or dictate to her parents. 3. Verses enter the consciousness as if under pressure, which creates some anxiety, mental discomfort. After the poems are splashed onto the paper, there is calming down. The girl, in her words, seems to be unloading. 4. At night, when the child enters the parent's bedroom, demanding to write down the poems sprinkled from her, her character is perceived as the character of another person. It changes, personality traits change, or rather, it becomes, as it were, a different personality. 5. In the mind, poems appear ready-made, requiring no correction and processing. The girl does not even have time to think about what the next poem will be about. She doesn't even know about it yet. He finds out only after the poem is written down. Poems float one after another, and the girl barely has time to write them down or dictate. Thinking over the plot and images, working on the form is out of the question. You just need to write down what is already finished. 6. In form and content, the poems do not correspond to either the experience of feelings, emotions, or the experience of emotions, or the experience of constructing a literary form, or the volume of knowledge of a 10-year-old child. The collisions of feelings depicted in this poetry never occur in children. Impressionism and symbolism of poetic images do not at all correspond to the worldview of a 10-year-old person. Suddenly the star and suddenly the earth. And I suddenly appear on the canvas. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The sun is oozing orange. The sky is endless and fresh. From timeless and strong love. A burn will remain on the soul. Rays are falling, crossing. Transparent traces glow. I'm going to parrot in a cage today. I will forget to put out the water. I'll get sick with strange wine. In the middle of a truth or a lie. And to someone behind his back. I will answer in a stranger's voice. It seems that it is with this strange voice that poor Vika dictates other people's poems to her parents at night. Even these 6 given facts are quite enough for any competent researcher to understand that in this case there is a contact with SPM. Like the contact TL. Kaisleva, the child receives ready-made information of a poetic nature in the form of dictation to the subconscious, Kiseleva's expression, or mentism, a term from the field of psychopathology, denoting a symptom in which involuntary emergence, an influx of thoughts. Their independence from the consciousness of the patient. 7. Despite the family's religious indifference, the child's poetry clearly shows a poorly hidden theomic spirit. Take my dumb flesh, while she's still alive. Until the earthly price of paradise. The Lord has not yet broken it. The first 2 lines could be written by a passionate woman, addressing her lover, take my dumb flesh while it is still alive. The last 2 lines say that the author understands perfectly well what is the earthly price of the future paradise life, that is, the life that will come, for those who will be worthy, at a new stage of being, after the end of the existence of modern civilization and the final judgment of God, drawing the line of the earthly life of mankind, according to the gospel. We have the right, as it seems to us, to talk about the gospel understanding of events, since the girl was born in an Orthodox country and was brought up, according to her parents, on the poetry of Pushkin, Yesenin, Mayakovsky, and Akhmatova, who do not meet, even in echoes. Either Buddhism or Confucianism, no Shinto. Moreover, these poets do not have any theosophical or anthroposophical reminiscences. Yes, indeed, the earthly price of paradise is very high. This is life according to the commandments of God. The poetess, as it were, feels that she cannot live like this, beyond her powers and such a price. She is tormented by passionate lustful desires. She is in a hurry to enjoy life, plunge headlong into sensuality, until the end has come, while she, her flesh, is still alive. Until the hour of reckoning has come, while the price of paradise has not yet been broken by the Lord. The very juicy word that is picked up, very juicy, says a lot about it, twisted. It gives a special color and fills with a deep emotional content not very obvious, but some kind of natural deep theomachy pathos of the poet. Here is another quatrain that we think speaks for itself and requires no comment. The apple rolled in the cold. Yes, to the shore, but to the black pond. If life ends when you are young, God's judgment is wrong. Let us now try to assess the above facts from the point of view of psychopathology, since all such phenomena are well known to any psychiatrist. Over the past 100 years, they have been described in detail and many times in the relevant literature, to some extent systematized and classified. The only thing that remained unclear is the etiology of strange, incomprehensible, and unnatural, pathological, mental processes. In the context of our research, the genesis of these phenomena becomes obvious. They are all the result of the impact of SPM, beings of a parallel world, on human consciousness. The reader who is not familiar with the relevant medical terminology will essentially not lose anything by skipping the text below, in a different typeface and intended for specialists. So, once again, let's pay attention to the following symptoms. First, the poems enter the consciousness of the contactee girl, Rod, in her words, creating some pressure on her psyche, which subsides, as if unloaded after the pressurizing information spills out. Secondly, it should be noted that the proband, here, the observed individual, does not think over or analyze the received information in any way. In the mind of a contactee, information of poetic content appears already in a systematized form and clothed in a harmonious form. Thirdly, there is a change in personal characteristics, its emotional volitional structure. All the facts described are characteristic symptoms of a hypomanic state, accompanied by pseudo-hallucinatory phenomena in the form of mentism, which are sometimes observed during the onset of schizophrenia. Personality pathology, in this case, manifests itself in partial depersonalization, which is not yet realized by the child, which is quite natural for the prepubertal, before puberty, period. The difficulty of realizing the autonomy of mental production from one's eye lies in the fact that, firstly, by themselves, thoughts that automatically arise in the head, mentism, parasitize on relatively intact mental functions and individual premorbid, here, original Bundy's tort, personality traits, and secondly, in the fact that others express admiration for these products. In addition, depersonalization in this case is also expressed in a partial manifestation of the alternating personality syndrome, since the daytime state of the child, described by the father, obedient, cheerful, funny, which corresponds to her premorbid, differs significantly from the nighttime state, reflecting a different personality, according to father, changes, becomes tough, demanding. The reverse transition from psychotic to premorbid state is preceded by deep sleep. In the case under consideration, the syndrome of alternating consciousness differs from its usual version, firstly, in that the child's mental production is not fully amnestied, i.e. there is not complete, but rather retarded amnesia, all production is forgotten, but not immediately, therefore. To save it, it is necessary to write down or dictate. This is quite understandable, because the proband did not work on it at all. It entered consciousness already in a finished form. Secondly, the very fact of being in a different state is not completely amnestied, which indicates not a complete replacement of the personality, but the diffusion of one personality, its individual characteristics, into another. The difficulty in making a diagnosis for a psychiatrist lies in the fact that mental production is not hallucinatory and delusional in nature. The phenomenon of mentism is observed against the background of almost complete preservation of consciousness. But it is precisely such a strange pathology of consciousness that is characteristic of cases of positive, pseudo-charismatic, contact with intelligent entities of the parallel hyperthin world. Thus, as a result of the analysis of the mental activity of the proband, we come to the conclusion that in the case under consideration there is a so-called pseudo-charismatic, not clearly destroying the psyche, contact with beings of the parallel world, SPM, using the child as a means for creative self-expression. In such cases, the dementiating schizophrenic process, destruction of the psyche and personality degradation, leading to asocial actions, psychopathic behavior with disinhibition of drives, and sometimes to suicide, manifests itself in a sluggish progressive form and becomes evident only by the age of 14 to 18. Psychic gift. A similar poetic contact was observed in another child, Nika Turbina, from Yalta, Crimea. Nika got in touch even earlier than Vika Vetrova, at about 4 to 5 years old, when she still could not even write. According to the testimony of the parents of both girls had sessions with the psychic even before contact was established. As we believe, based on many other observations, Contact with beings of the parallel world, SPM, is very often initiated precisely through psychics, which, in our opinion, happened in both cases. Both girls had the same symptoms. Just like Vika Vetrova, Nika Turbina began to experience a poetic influx of thoughts in a twilight state of consciousness during physiological sleep. As our studies have shown, it is during sleep, thanks to inhibition of the cerebral cortex, that the ability to translate thoughts, visual images, and sensor-realized representations into the consciousness of a sleeping person is greatly facilitated. Which is very actively used by creatures of the parallel world. This is the genesis of the overwhelming part of our dreams. This is what the correspondent of Interlocutor Yuri Orlik reported about this. Having discovered her daughter's gift for poetry, Maya Anatolievna became seriously worried. Nika woke up at night, called her mother, asked to write down, she herself could not yet, the surging lines. And only freed from poetry, she fell asleep again. Nick was shown to the doctors. They advised to do everything so that the girl did not write poetry. But that was beyond her strength, not to write. Where did it come from? The question can be formulated in another way. Where does the talent come from? And then it will become clear that it is not easy to answer it. Interlocutor, no. 25, June 1985. The bewilderment that sounds in the correspondent's question, where does the talent come from, is quite understandable. He was also shared by Yulian Semayanov, having read the poems of a little girl from Yalta that struck him. It was he who suggested to prepare the material, and at the same time to check if this is not a hoax. The mistrust is understandable. The poems were striking with drama, psychological depth, completeness, ibid. As you can see, the unnatural relationship between the form and content of poetry, on the one hand, and the baby's lack of life experience of experiences and comprehension of life, as well as minimal poetic skills, on the other hand, alerted both the venerable writer and mother. The first suspected a hoax, and my mother, for a completely understandable reason, turned to psychiatrists. We must pay tribute to them. The doctors were at their best. Judging by their recommendation, by all means to prevent nighttime writing of poetry, they understood perfectly well that in this case there is a pathology of consciousness in the form of ideational mental automatism, Kandinsky-Clarambeau syndrome. But the whole problem lies in the fact that with such an effect of SPM, the so-called violent thinking, a person cannot help himself in any way. We are not talking here about consciously believing orthodox people, for which this problem is solved quite simply. In fact, in order to protect oneself, a person must somehow prevent the creatures of the parallel world from transmitting thoughts into his consciousness, i.e. he needs to shield himself from the violent broadcast. But this is possible only with the help of uncreated divine energies, called the grace of the Holy Spirit, which are given only in the body of the Church and only through her sacraments. And without this, you can, of course, prohibit writing, as the doctors demanded from the mother of the unfortunate girl, but it is impossible to stop violent suggestion with the help of the prohibition. The person in these cases does not belong to himself. You can only prohibit writing to someone who writes independently. But those who are under the control of the SPM, like slaves chained, do not have such independence. Moreover, forced suggestion is sometimes so strong that until a person spills out on paper what is being suggested to him, he feels excruciatingly bad. And only having freed from the verses, as we see in both cases with Vika and Nika, he calms down. The study of works written with the help of violent thinking, mentism, or hearing voices, verbal pseudo-hallucinosis, shows that some of the creatures of the parallel world are very talented and feel, like people, the need to create literary, musical, and even artistic works. Writing on paper or reproducing them in paints not only with the help of a person, but, in some cases, even without his help, quite independently. And, although we have already spoken about this, remember Ms. D'Esperance, we will have to touch upon this ability of the SPM more than once, in particular, when describing the artistic form of their self-realization. In the meantime, let's get acquainted with the poetry of one of the creatures of the parallel world, which, forcing Nika to look at the world through his eyes, while he himself looks through her eyes, asks, as if from her face, a question. Through whose eyes do I look at the world? Friends, relatives, animals, trees, birds? With whose lips I catch the dew? From a leaf that has fallen on the pavement? With whose hands I embrace the world? Who is so helpless, fragile? I'm losing my voice in voices. Forests, fields, rains, blizzards, nights. But who am I? Where should I look for myself? Reply like. To all the voices of nature? 1982. In another, later poem, a poet from a parallel world seems to be horrified at his own duality. On the one hand, he took root in his house, we are talking about the human body, got used to it, and on the other hand, he clearly realizes that his SPM presence in it will lead the house to ruin and destruction, and this is inevitable. Hence such nagging poetic lines. Am I going to set fire? My house? A garden that's so hard. Grew up on the slope of snow-capped mountains. I will trample. How's a cowardly thief? The horror frozen in the eyes of the people. Will it be my eternal path? Isn't it a strange combination, especially if you look at this phenomenon through the eyes of a spiritually inexperienced person, the poems of a schizophrenic with a double consciousness symptom and a 5-year-old girl playing with dolls? Let's not forget that these lines appeared during sleep and materialized at night, forcing the child to wake up in order to write more than strange poems on behalf of the author, and in the masculine gender. But, horrible as it may seem, the destruction of the house, and not only the house, but also the child's personality, predicted by the author from a parallel world began much earlier than one might have expected. Through the acquaintances of Nika Turbina's family, we learned that at the age of 14 the unfortunate girl became addicted to drugs, ran away from home and for a long time, together with a group of hippies, wandered around different cities of the country. The further degradation of morality and the whole personality of the child was so fast and terrible that we would not dare to write about it, because her family is still alive. On the night of May 14th to 15th, 1997, at 4 o'clock in the morning, Nika Turbina threw herself from the balcony of the 5th floor and, having received multiple spinal fractures, died in the hospital. One of the Crimean newspapers wrote, at the age of 4, Nika wrote a poem predicting a terrible fate. Come true. It all started so well. She received the Golden Lion for her poetry in Venice when she was 12. I went to America with Yevgeny Yevtushenko, after which, however, their warm relations completely collapsed. General HTML. We ask our readers to remember the phrase, already at the age of 4, Nika wrote a poem predicting a terrible fate. Come true. We will return to this phenomenon a little later. When the author is like a computer. Both of these cases are interesting for us because the consciousness of girls is not involved in the creation of poetic works. The creatures of the parallel world use them like a computer. The user, SPM, enters information into it, and the computer, child, through the printer, own or parental hand with a pen, prints it on paper. Subsequently, at the age of 10 to 11, both girls, having tasted the intoxicating fruits of fame and a sense of being chosen, switched to another form of contact with SPM, to co-creation, i.e., to work together. Children, especially unbaptized ones, can be brought into contact with intelligent beings of the parallel world very easily. For this, there are simple techniques that destroy the spiritual protection that people have from birth. One of these methods is, for example, hypnosis, which, in his occult encyclopedia, Manly P. Hall, a major expert on occultism, calls one of the forms of black magic. He writes, in its various branches, the art of black magic includes almost all forms of ceremonial magic. This also includes mesmerism and hypnotism, encyclopedic exposition of Masonic, Hermetic, Kabbalistic, and Rosicrucian symbolic philosophy, SPIX, St. Petersburg, 1994, p. 368, translated from English. By the way, the ease of initiation of contact with SPM in children is actively used by people who have been in contact with them for a long time and consciously, i.e. with SPM, esoteric occultists, sorcerers. So, for example, at the beginning of Perestroika in Moscow, a group of occultists headed by T.N. Dashchinskaya, the Institute of Human Science, was created, under which the children's school Velashch has been operating for 12 years. Occult teachers see their main task as to activate the child's superconsciousness. But what is superconsciousness? That which is above the child's, and adult's, consciousness and belongs to a different consciousness, i.e. consciousness of alien intelligent beings, SPM. Thus, when T. Dashchinskia speaks of the need to launch the mechanisms of superconsciousness, this should be understood as the task of connecting the child, as the initialization of contact with the SPM. As a result of the preparation and the teachers made contact of children with the SPM, about which the newspaper, Mir Novosti, No. 31 of October 9, 1999 in the article, Illuminated by the Sun, writes, regardless of the inability, creative inspiration falls on the children being taught, i.e. Poems are born as if by themselves. Writing pictures does not require many years of painful technical comprehension. And you can start composing your own musical compositions without even knowing musical notation. Children, relying on the forms of education offered at the Velashh School, experience genuine delight and are proud of themselves. Creativity without knowledge and without ability? Above, we have already considered the reasons for the spontaneous appearance of poetry in the mind of a child, and a little later, in the corresponding section, we will analyze the mechanism of writing pictures and composing music without any, even the most elementary, training. Continuing the topic begun in a conversation with the famous Moscow poetess, a member of the Writers' Union of Russia Nina Kartasheva, we asked permission to record her story, which is important and interesting for us, firstly, because a professional poet expresses his opinion on anomalous phenomena in poetry, and secondly, because it comes from the mouth of an eyewitness. Nina Kartasheva, for the past 7 years I have been conducting poetry evenings at the International Center for Slavic Writing and Culture. I often have to deal with young poets and even those very young, who can be called still children. Recently, more and more I am amazed by a phenomenon that cannot be called otherwise than mediumship, or rather, obsession. Moreover, this phenomenon is becoming more and more widespread every year. I remember well how one day a girl of about 9 with pigtails came to our evening. Her father proudly displayed a book of poetry to his daughter, which he published at his own expense. Opening the booklet, I was horrified. It was not a child who wrote it. It contained the mannered, passionate poetry of a thriving lady who had seen a lot. These feelings could not be characteristic of a young pure soul. Yes, the poor thing herself did not understand what she was writing about. From the conversation with the girl it became clear to me that both the content and the mood of her poems were deeply alien to her. She never experienced erotic fantasies, had no idea who the Delphic oracle, about which she was writing, was. Let us stop here for a moment the attention of the reader to clarify a very interesting parallel associated with the Delphic oracle. The oracle is a particularly revered site where the SPMs, who were revered as gods in ancient Greece and other countries, made contact with people specially selected for this ministry. Bilateral contact usually took place through questions that were asked by the priests on behalf of the petitioners, and answers transmitted by the god through an intermediary medium. The most revered in Greece was the oracle of Apollo at Delphi. Here, on the slope of Mount Parnassus, above a cleft in the rock, in which, according to legend, a certain diviner lived, the majestic temple of Apollo was built, where predictions were made. To serve this sacred oracle for the ancient Greeks and the spirit that dwells in it, virgins called Pythias were dedicated. During a mediumistic trance, i.e., that is, the contact, the Pythia completely changed, a certain spirit entered her body. She writhed, ripped off her clothes and shouted out indistinguishable sounds. After a while, this state passed. A calmness descended on her, and her demeanor became stately. Her body stiffened, her eyes fixed on one point, and she uttered prophetic words. Predictions were usually presented in the form of hexametric verses, but the words were often ambiguous and sometimes incomprehensible. Manly P. Hall, St. Petersburg, 1994, pp. 208 to 210. And she spoke prophetic words. Predictions were usually presented in the form of hexametric verses, but the words were often ambiguous and sometimes incomprehensible. Manly P. Hall, St. Petersburg, 1994, pp. 208 to 210. And she spoke prophetic words. Predictions were usually presented in the form of hexametric verses, but the words were often ambiguous and sometimes incomprehensible. Manly P. Hall, St. Petersburg, 1994, pp. 208 to 210. From all that has been said above, the following clearly follows. The one who telepathically transmitted verses into the mind of a Moscow schoolgirl, in contrast to her, knew perfectly well not only the purpose of the Delphic oracle, dedicated to Apollo, the god of the arts, but also hinted at parallelism in the service of the Pythias, obsessed virgins, broadcasting poetry, and a Moscow girl serving as a mechanism for self-expression SPM. There was an obvious obsession with an evil spirit, which dictated lines to its victim, causing the stormy delight of relatives. As an Orthodox person, realizing what a tragedy such creativity can end, I advised my father to take the girl to church so that she could confess and receive communion. Fortunately, her family heeded this advice. Later I learned that after communion the girl's consciousness cleared up, and verses that were completely alien to her in spirit ceased to appear in it. Demonic creativity departed from the child, destroyed by divine grace. Many such children have passed before my eyes in 7 years. Now they have all grown up. But the worst thing is that every year there are more and more of them. One of the evenings of avant-garde poetry gathered very talented young people of 17 to 19 years old. The hall was packed to capacity. The already familiar obsession was visible both in the gestures and in the verses of young poets preaching wild, aggressive paganism. I was struck by the evil gleam of their eyes when they exclaimed frantically, "Back to Svarog." They heard blasphemies and curses against Christ, calls for the creation of a outpost of pagan empires, as it sounded in one of the poems. We can hear it in the night. Warlike mysteries. The horn of the resurrected gods calls out to us. Create an outpost of pagan empires. The rage from the stage poured out onto the crowd, which received these hellish verses with a roar of delight. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to thicken, electrified with evil energy. It became difficult for Orthodox people who were here to pray. They could not even read the prayer to the life-giving cross to the end. Something kept them confused all the time. Sadly, but among the creative youth there are more and more clearly obsessed people professing the aesthetics of decay, death, sexual perversion, and other abominations. The skull of the moon, purulent decay, lunar corpse are not just poetic images, they are a satanic credo in creativity. The skull of the moon bared its teeth again. Festering decay flickered on the floor. You probably have strange dreams. Full moon night, moon children. Apparently, it should be so. Doomed. You are captured by the moonlight. Well worship, children of the moon. To the lunar corpse of the crucified said. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I was born under the northern sun. On the land where the heroes are super race. You will recognize the god's pet. And the priest of the one-eyed Asa? Poetic associations with characteristic names such as uninhabited time are being created. Illustrations for their editions are also characteristic. For example, the four-eyed profile of a woman with a double-edged sword with a swastika sticking out of her mouth. Nonsense. Yes. But not simple, but demonic, embodied in the virtual poetry of hell. Cases of obsession of women of Balzac's age with a certain spirit, which introduces them into poetic ecstasy, plunging them into the element of changing and sliding images and thoughts, have become more frequent. In their violent stream, obsessed with wild poetic fantasies, the unfortunate ladies imagine themselves now as nymphs, now witches, now valkyries, and others as vampires. It is absolutely impossible to talk about anything with such poets, it is impossible to convince them of anything. And yet, one day I managed to persuade one of these women to go to church, confess and receive communion. The lady after that literally hated me. To which God did you send me? He creatively castrated me after communion. Even more dangerous is the creative delirium on pseudo-orthodox themes, in which possessed poets, who are still quite far from the Christian life according to the commandments, easily converse with angels, or even with Mother of God, who allegedly appear to them both in reality and in visions. Being in a state of deepest seduction by evil spirits, such, if I may say so, Orthodox people, make a spiritual substitution, presenting false, demonic phenomena as grace-filled divine revelations, which they are unworthy of. Among the poets there are not so many people who, like Nina Kartasheva, could correctly understand the essence of the creative process taking place in the mind of a person who is not protected by the grace of the Holy Spirit, and therefore is open to the influence of SPM. That is why we are pleased to present to the attention of our readers a yet unpublished poem by the Moscow bard Vladimir Berzkov. In it, the poetic image of a poet contactee is associated with the image of a pagan shaman who, having entered a trance state of contact, pounds his tambourine with rapture. Inspiration. Hero, opening veins in the theater. Stylist, skillfully weaves a novel. Whose voice we hear from the stage. And who dictates deception into the notebook. He dies with bloody foam. She hears the fourth dreams. But very rarely is the white angel. And not crafty, flies to us. I see darkness in between letters. I hear the rhythm, the beats of the tale. The happy author pounds the tambourine. The feather catches the leaf pattern. Oh, breath, new soul, and body. We know ourselves whose exhalation is there. After all, it is very rare for a white angel. And not crafty, flies to us. Someone possesses you. It should be noted that the creatures of the parallel world for their work more often select those people who have the same creative abilities as SPM. This, on the one hand, makes it easier for SPM, in the act of co-creation, to work on a work, allowing to achieve better results, and on the other hand, it does not allow itself to be revealed as clearly as in the case of children. Facts about such a co-creation between SPM and man can be found in the biographies of many poets. The statements of the famous Russian poetess Marina Tsveteva, 1892–1941, are very characteristic and very interesting for our research. They were preserved for us by another, little-known poetess, admirer of Tsveteva, Olga Kolbasina-Chernova, who in 1923 recorded her frank conversations with M. Tsveteva in Prague. Here, in exile, two poetesses by fate turned out to be neighbors in an apartment rented together. They were brought together by a common émigré fate, poetry, and the fact that both had daughters with the equally rare name Ariadne. The kitchen was also common, where women prepared food. There, in the kitchen, in between household chores, Tsveteva shared her observations and thoughts about creativity with Olga. M. Tsveteva, the state of creativity is a state of obsession. Someone infiltrates you, your hand is the executor, not you, but that which wants to be through you. The influx of the elements is creativity of the poet. Oh. Kolbasina-Chernova, her work is really, as she says, an influx of the elements, under the pressure of which she creates, expressing not her own will, but the will of the elements, with rhythms peculiar to her. Genius, by its definition, is the highest degree of susceptibility to inspiration. This is the first. Managing this inspiration is the second. M. Tsveteva, artistic creativity in other cases is a kind of atrophy of conscience. That moral flaw without which art cannot exist. All my things are spontaneous, that is, sinful. I obey inevitable necessity. Who called me? I have to name, i.e. create the one who called me. As if my things are choosing me myself, and I often wrote them against my will. Oh. Kolbasina-Chernova, her element was the tragedy of heroism, sacrifice, poverty and pride, unrivaled. Marina's pride, I am, and I go against it. However, one should not rejoice prematurely when reading about sacrifice, because M. Tsveteva understood sacrifice somewhat differently than most people. She did not sacrifice herself for the sake of others, but quite the opposite. She could sacrifice everything and everyone for the sake of poetry, or rather, for the sake of that ambitious self-satisfaction that poetry gave her. The proud consciousness of herself above the crowd, the genius complex, gave her the strength to endure all external adversity and sorrow. She and Olga Kch. taught the same. Until you learn to eliminate everything, walk ahead through all obstacles, even to the detriment of others, until you learn absolute selfishness in defending your right to write, you will not give a lot of work. In the above statements of the famous poetess, who has already developed as a person, the ability to critically perceive and analyze mental processes associated with creativity is clearly manifested, which, as we have already seen, is absent in preschool and partially adolescent children. M. Tsvetiva quite consciously speaks of the autonomy of some of her works, which she does not identify with the production of her i.e., mentism, on her own consciousness. She called this phenomenon of an influx of a stream of thoughts, an influx of elements, but unlike the children's version, Tsvetiva tried in some cases to control this stream of consciousness, i.e. involved in creative collaboration with him. As in the first, children's, version, in Tsvetiva's work we can observe a slightly veiled God-fighting, sinful orientation, which is generally very characteristic of the work of contactees. This is understood by the poetess herself, who was still Orthodox by birth and upbringing, although she remained very far from the church. Her own confession says a lot. Artistic creativity in other cases is a kind of atrophy of conscience. All my things are spontaneous, that is, sinful. The initial state, which resulted in cooperation with SPM, led the poetess to commit suicide. So sadly and ingloriously ended the earthly life of this smart and talented woman. As our research shows, long-term contacts of people of art with SPM lead the former either to death or to various forms of insanity, cf. The last years of the life of Mozart, Lermontov, Tsvetiva, Bloch, Bryansov, Yesenin, Vrubel, Modigliani, Van Gogh, Salvatore Dali, and many others. We find similar observations from the Italian psychiatrist Prof. T.S. Lomroso in his book, Genius and Insanity, St. Petersburg, 1892, p. 59. In addition, such people, as noted in the second chapter of Prof. Lomroso, are subject to many vices, the main of which he calls infinite, painful pride, sexual promiscuity and drunkenness. These vices, and especially the first one, made it extremely difficult to communicate with them. They all their lives, says the famous psychiatrist, remain lonely, cold, indifferent to the duties of a family man and a member of society, p. 15. Creatures of the parallel world very often prepare in advance the person with whom they cooperate for violent death or suicide. Often, several years before the tragedy, they inform the victim, often in a poetic form, about the imminent death, as if predicting it in advance. So, for example, V.A. Mozart, warned by visions of imminent death, wrote his Requiem in advance, and M. Tsvetiva 2.5 years before her suicide wrote in the cycle, Poems to the Czech Republic, March 15th, May 11th, 1939. Oh Black Mountain! Eclipsed the whole world. It's time, it's time, it's time. Return the ticket to the Creator. I refuse to be in bedlam of inhumans. I refuse to live with the wolves of the squares. I refuse, hell. I don't need any holes. Here, no prophetic eyes. To your crazy world. There is only one answer, refusal. These lines contain despair, pride, a challenge to the Creator, and blasphemy against God, bursting out in the words, your crazy world. According to Tsvetiva, God is to blame for the fact that people do evil and the world has become insane. Born in an Orthodox country, she did not understand that the God-like freedom of man consists in the fact that people can choose evil at will, but at the same time they can resist it, with the help of God, and win, no matter what. Again by their own choice. But this requires, of course, faith. Another very talented Russian poet, Nikolai Rubtsov, 1936 to 1971, was warned of his death in advance, who was strangled by a pillow by a poet concubine during a quarrel. A few years before his death, Rubtsov was even given a precise indication of the month when this would happen. He wrote, I will die in the frosts of Epiphany, and, indeed, the poet died on a frosty Epiphany night, i.e., on the very day of the Epiphany. January 19, 1971, by the hand of a woman whom he was going to call his wife. The modern poet contactee Nika Turbina from Yalta received information from SPM about her tragic death in infancy. Let us remind the reader once again, what the Crimean newspaper wrote about in 1997. At the age of 4, Nika wrote a poem predicting a terrible fate. Come true. Yesenin and Faust. The similarity of destinies? Information about Sergei Yesenin that is very interesting for our research is given in the new, 4th, edition of the book, Father Arseny, publishing house of the Orthodox Sviatodik Hanovsky Theological Institute, Moscow, 2000, pp. 658 to 660, in which collected the memories of the spiritual children of Fr. Arseny. One of them, N.T. Lebedev, in 1972, when he was already 80 years old, recorded the story of the former editor-in-chief of the publishing house, Soviet writer, about the poets of the Silver Age, with whom he had been friends since pre-revolutionary times. Here is what the editor, Ilya Sergeyevich, his name N. Lebedev, unfortunately, does not tell, told about Yesenin, 1895 to 1925. Sergei Yesenin, of course, possessed the genius of a poet, the deepest lyricism, subtlety of perception, love for nature, mountain ash, birch, maple, for a stupid fool, but had no mental outlook. His knowledge was superficial, borrowed from the conversations he had heard. The philosophical baggage of his mind was wretched and poor all the time he tried to expose himself in front of people, to show himself, but due to the lack of outlook and education he could not embrace what he wanted from Christianity, Jesus Christ, the Church. He renounced orthodoxy back in 1918, writing an insulting and blasphemous poem called Inania, and never considered it a mistake. When he wrote poetry, illuminating creative inspiration descended upon him, even not always clear to himself, but if the poetry or a poem had already been written, he became limited, poor, empty, dull, p. 658. The above-quoted observation of a professional literary critic and editor of a large publishing house, who is closely acquainted with Yesenin, makes it possible to clearly distinguish between two different states of consciousness of the poet. In pre-morbid, natural state, the poet had no mental outlook. His knowledge was superficial, borrowed from the conversations he had heard. The philosophical baggage of his mind was wretched and poor. But in a state of altered consciousness, he seems to be changing, as if he becomes another, an alternative personality. A change in consciousness took place at those moments when, illuminating creative inspiration, even not always clear to himself, descended upon him. Again, as in the case of Marina Tsveteva. We see that, illuminating creative inspiration, indicates the emergence of contact with another person who realizes his creative potential through a person. At the end of the contact, the poet again became limited, poor, empty, dull. The same was noticed with Hitler after his bright, incendiary speeches. This strange duality did not escape the eyes of Yesenin himself. In one of the conversations with me, the editor continued his story. He said, "You understand, I believe, and know that there is God, there is the Mother of God. People do not go to church in vain. But sometimes, when I write poetry, I want to ridicule it all and say my word is a poet and a prophet. It is quite obvious that I would like to say, the word of the poet and the prophet, not to Yesenin, but to the essence of a parallel world, and precisely at the moment of connection, creative contact. And this word, as we see, is blasphemous. Said by a famous poet, it acquires special weight in the eyes of people and most of all, among young people. This is what SPM was counting on. The poet himself is also surprised by such a strange duality, because, experiencing bouts of blasphemy, he continues, oddly enough, to believe in God, although he does not renounce his sinful, pagan life. Usually psychiatrists describe only the syndrome of double consciousness, but we have often observed, let's call these phenomena conditionally, syndromes of triple, quadruple, and 25th consciousness. The reason for this phenomenon lies in the fact that the most diverse personalities of the parallel world can connect to a person in turn, manifesting their individual characteristics through him. It is interesting that a similar observation is contained in the story of the editor, Ilya Sergeyevich, about Yesenin, in which he, the editor, singles out, as it were, three personalities contained in one person. It was as if several people lived in it at the same time or in turn. 1. A genius lyricist, a person who tries to have his own philosophy, but does not understand anything about it, a poet of gentle Persian motives, a lyricist of nature and women. 2. Black man. And 3. A person educated in a parish school as Orthodox, Ibid, p. 659. Apparently, two creatures from a parallel world came into creative contact with Yesenin. One is more lyrical and the other more vicious. The third person, although completely suppressed by the other two, was Yesenin himself, who suffered from dipsomania, psychiatrist, drunkenness. However, there are poets and especially actors through whom a much larger number of personalities from a parallel world manifest themselves. People usually say about such people, "What a complex nature." However, this apparent complexity has a very simple explanation. It is a consequence of the lack of integrity, the uniqueness of the personality, because in a person there really is not one, but several dissimilar personalities at once. We found 2 more opinions, independent of our research, regarding Sergei Yesenin's contact with creatures of a parallel world, in the UFO magazine, No. 44 of November 1, 1999. Kurtikov suggests that Yesenin's numerous fights are explained by some kind of extraneous influence on the poet's mind, p. 11. In the same note, there is also a recollection of the writer A. Varikin, who conveys such an unusual story he heard from an acquaintance, once P. came to Yesenin's apartment. In his room P. met 3 ugly creatures, differing from people in huge head sizes on a puny body, almost complete absence of mouth and nose and huge eyes. Yesenin pretended that there was nothing unusual in the room. However, suddenly he ran out of the apartment, and when he returned, he attacked the freaks with a cane, and those fleeing the beatings, they fled through the window, Ibid. In this message, attention is drawn to the fact that such an appearance of the creatures of the parallel world, when they materialize, coincides with the modern descriptions of the so-called contacts of the third kind, with humanoids emerging from UFOs. We do not even exclude the fact that the cause of the poet's death was the very same humanoids, and not at all the agents of the GPU, as some researchers believe. This point of view, no less than all others, has, it seems to us, the right to exist, if only for the reason that modern researchers of contacts with UFOs provide a huge amount of evidence that SPM, humanoids, very often show aggressiveness towards to contactees. Often, Type 3 contacts end in death or serious injury to the contactees themselves. Similar contacts were described by medieval and even ancient authors. In this regard, it is interesting to analyze the death certificates of Dr. Johann Faust, a real historical figure who lived in Germany in the 16th century, cited in old German sources. Some information from the life of this man prompted Christopher Marlowe, and then Johann Wolfgang Goethe, to create a poetic image of a person who decided to contact creatures of a parallel world in order to acquire paranormal abilities. The real Dr. Faust was indeed known at the beginning of the 16th century as a very important magician, necromancer, and astrologer. He was born in Germany, in the state of Württemberg on the border of the Palatinate. Studied at Heidelberg and then at the University of Krakow. At that time, magic was openly taught in Krakow, about which public lectures were given. Manly P. Hall quotes an excerpt from a manual on magic compiled by Dr. Faust himself. The death of Dr. I. Faust is mentioned by many authors of that time, Johann Veer, 1568, Augustine Lerheimer, 1597, and others. For example, here is what Andreas Hondorf wrote. When his term came, he stopped at an inn in a village in Württemberg. When the owner asked him why he was so sad, he replied, "This night you will hear a terrible roar and your house is shaking, but you are not afraid of anything." The next morning he was found dead in bed. And his neck was twisted, Andreas Hondorf. Promptuarium exemplarum, Historien und Exempelbuch. 1568. The same is told about the terrible death of Faust by another of his contemporary, who studied with him at the University of Heidelberg, who later became a leader of the Reformation, a disciple and closest associate of Luther, Philip Melanchthon. Who adds only a characterization of the behavior of Dr. Faust. I must say that this Faust was, among other things, the most worthless helper and led such an obscene lifestyle that more than once they tried to kill him for debauchery, locorum communium collectania. A Johanna Manlio per multos annos plericitum ex lectionibus d. Philippi Melanchthonese, tum ex aliorum doctissimorum virorum relationibus excerpta et nuper in ordinem abiadem redacta. Basilia. 1563, p. 42. The Protestant theologian Johann Gast, who personally met with Faust, left us the following testimony: the unfortunate one died a terrible death, for the devil strangled him. His body was lying face down in the coffin all the time, although he was turned on his back 5 times. Thomas Secundus Convivalium Sermonum, partem ex probatissimas historiographies, partium exempli enumeris, qui nostro seculo acciderant, congestis. Omnibus verum vertimutum studiosus util 48, p. 280. In the testimonies of the mysterious death of the famous magician, the following two facts cannot but draw attention to themselves. Firstly, Dr. Faust knew in advance the day of his death. Perhaps this time was indicated in the agreement with Asiel. Faust mentions the agreement in his book. That is why the night before he warned the innkeeper, "This night you will hear a terrible roar and your house is shaking, but you must not be afraid." Another unusual fact is the shaking of the entire hotel house in a terrible rumble that was heard at midnight. As reported by Johann Veer, he was found dead in a village in the Württemberg Principality, lying by his bed with his head rolled up. They say that the night before, at midnight, this house suddenly swayed. Johannes Weyer, von Terfels gespenst, verturitzt von Johanna Fugelino. Frankfurt A. M. 1586. Professor of the University of Heidelberg Augustin Lerheimer writes with all frankness that Dr. Faust was killed by a creature from a parallel world. The same spirit soon mercilessly killed him, having served him before this 24 years. Augustin Lerheimer von Steinfelden. Christlich Bedenken und Erinnerung von Zauberei. 1585. Alas, we see a lot of similarities in the circumstances of the death of the notorious Dr. Faust in a hotel and in a German village and Sergei Yesenin in the Petrograd Hotel Angleterre. It is possible that the same entities that dictated blasphemous lines about God to Yesenin and personally appeared to him, brutally killed the unlucky contactee. The fate of the talented Russian poet Sergei Yesenin seems to have merged together the fate of many lost sons and daughters of Russia. Tearing himself away from the orthodox world outlook, and therefore not seeing the meaning in his life, the poet succumbed to a whirlwind of prodigal passions that rebelled against God, in whom he nevertheless continued to believe. His soul, deprived of the grace of God for many sins, turned into a plaything of evil spirits, which aroused in it a fierce striving for freedom from all the moral laws established by the Creator. The blasphemous spirit, SPM, that infiltrated the poet forced him to write the same blasphemous verses, suppressing everything that was childish, heartfelt, and kind that, along with faith in a loving God, still lived in his soul. But when for a while the spirit of anger departed from him, more and more often plunging the unfortunate poet into the depths of gloomy despair, melancholy, and hopelessness, he created wonderful bright poems imbued with a painful love for the motherland. Was it not with the same ambiguity that they fervently baptized and sang, "Christ is risen from the dead"? Ordinary Russian guys in red army greatcoats, entering church on Easter week in the first years after the revolution. And then, again went into a bloody battle, for the power of the Soviets. And seducing. Another famous poet contactee and, accordingly, an ardent fighter against God, about whom the former editor-in-chief of the publishing house Sovetskaya Pisatel talks about in the pages of the book, Father Arseny, was Valery Bryasov. Pagan religions, especially the Egyptian, where he tried to find the lost secret. With his works, he inflicted great harm on young people, because he himself did not believe in anything bright. He became closely associated with dark forces, and many of his followers later went to work for the Lubyanka, in the Chykha. Were good investigators, p. 658. Yes, indeed the Russian poet V. Bryasov, symbolist, and then a communist, who suffered from hyperbulia in the form of erotomania, very clearly felt contact with the SPM. As if, on the inspiration of the elements, but rather under their dictation, he wrote, "Now, at this moment, is it high? Are your dreams ascending? Then we suggest thoughts to you, from the secret darkness. Then our thoughts are hanging above your sleep, you will heed them." As we have already noted, poets who had creative contacts with representatives of a parallel world usually did not die by their own death, although there were, of course, exceptions. But even in these cases, such contacts always had visible, and sometimes invisible, but in some special way manifested themselves consequences. From this point of view, we are interested in information about the death of V. Bryasov, 1873 to 1924, which the writer and poet A. A. Dobrovolsky, 1886 to 1964. From 1948 to 1954 he spent in the Potminsky camps. Here is what he wrote. Everyone was sitting at the table. Either they started or finished lunch. The Polyakhov's apartment was on the first floor. The windows looked out onto the alley. A girl, Mashutka, or Marfitka, who had just arrived from the village the day before, a very spontaneous, pure soul, was spinning around those sitting. At this time, the attention of everyone was attracted by some kind of animation and movement outside the windows. Mashutka or Marfitka, said one of the women who were sitting, run away quickly, see what's on the street. A minute later, a frightened girl flew in. Oh, aunties, she cried, they are carrying a coffin there. And the deceased is not lying in the coffin, but walking in front of the coffin. Hands are clasped, and the face is black. At the same time, another one of his own came in. Nikolai Alexandrovich, Kolya, my dear, excited voices were heard. Explain, please, what's on the street? The newcomer replied, there is a funeral procession going on along our side street. Valery Bryasov is buried. Supplement to Moscow Journal, Issue 1, M, 1991, p. 206. The vision of the girl, of course, would be easier to call a hallucination, but, as we can see from the story, no hint of an acute psychotic disorder was observed in this case. The vision of the spiritual realities of the parallel world, to which many occultists strive, performing all kinds of magical actions, was given to a pure, unspoiled child by the will of the Creator. The girl saw the true posthumous state of mind of the poet Satanist, who during his lifetime performed black masses, a religious service to Lucifer. Fyodor Sologub, pseudonym of F.K. Teternikov, was also a contactee and an outspoken Satanist. For example, the editor, Ilya Sergeyevich, whose story we quoted from the book, Father Arseny, quoted two passages, beginning and end, of one of F. Sologub's poems. When I swam in the stormy sea, and my ship went down. This is how I called out, my father, the devil. Save, have mercy, I'm drowning. You, my father, I will glorify. In reproach to an unrighteous day. I will revolt to blasphemy over the world. And seducing. See the book, Father Arseny, p. 660. The well-known bard of the Soviet era V. Vysotsky was also no exception from among the dechristianized writing fraternity. Many people who knew him well tell about his contacts with creatures of the parallel world. Valery Perevazikov cites several similar memories in his book, The Truth of the Hour of Death. So, for example, V. Yanklevich says, with full responsibility for my words, I assert that Volodya could communicate with some other worldly forces that only he knew about. V. Perevazikov. The Truth of the Hour of Death. M. Politburo, 2000, p. 122. Another important testimony, quite specifically concerning the creative process of Vysotsky, sounds from the lips of one of the last women of the bard, the one who looked after him in his dying hours. He often could not sleep and said to me, I close my eyes and see a white sheet of paper. And words, like a creeping line. He saw them physically and could read them. Ibid, p. 392. However, let us give the floor to the poet himself, who unsuccessfully tried to outwit the furry evil goon living in him. I got a chill again. The heart thunders like a stone in a barrel. A furry evil goon lives in me. With calloused, tenacious hands. When noticing my trouble, friends mutter, we'll go on a spree again. I'm close to him, I can't be with him. He has enough oxygen instead of me. He's waiting for my turn to finish. With my hand he will draw a line. And I will become calculating and cruel. And I will sell all, in a herd and alone. But I gathered the rest of my strength. Now the curve will not take it out. I inject poison into my throat, into my veins. Let him eat, let him die, I outwitted. The creatures of the parallel world willingly collaborated with both fairly large writers and less famous ones. For example, one of the pillars of German literature, Johann Wolfgang Goethe, 1749 to 1832, regarding his novel The Sorrows of Young Werther, 1774, quite frankly said, "Since I wrote this book almost unconsciously, like a sleepwalker, I myself was surprised after reading it." Prof. G. Gufting, Essays on Psychology, St. Petersburg, 1898, p. 151. Follower and disciple of Edgar Poe, science fiction writer Howard Lovecraft deliberately telepathically contacted beings from space. His works were written in a state of trance, i.e. contact, and the SPM used the writer as an apparatus for recording, reproducing, the text, which manifested itself in the form of auto-writing. Roberts A. Gilbertson G. The Dark Gods. L. 1980, p. 48. This phenomenon, as already mentioned. The contactees were also the Russian writer-poet Daniel Andreev, 1906–1959, who, sitting in prison, in the Vladimirsky Central, thanks to mediumistic contact with a parallel world, wrote the Rose of the World that delighted occultists, and the modern American writer Richard Bach. A student of the greatest black magician of the 20th century, Aleister Crowley. This distant descendant of the brilliant German composer, by his own admission, dictated by the voice, wrote a novel that became very popular in our country in the 1970s, The Seagull Called Jonathan Livingston, a phenomenon known in psychiatry as verbal pseudo-hallucinosis. It would be possible to cite many more similar and very interesting facts, but in order not to tire the reader, we will restrict ourselves to what has been said and proceed to consider another form of creative self-expression of SPM through people. Musical form of self-realization SPM. I am just the mechanism that records this. Since contact with intelligent beings of the parallel world, SPM, as our research shows, certainly entails the appearance of mental pathology in contactees in one or another. In another form, there is nothing surprising in the fact that among the genius madmen there are so many musical celebrities, such as, for example, Schumann, Beethoven, Donizetti, Pergolesi, Handel, Hoffmann, Gluck, etc. T.S. Lombroso. Genius and Insanity, St. Petersburg, 1892, p. 115. Motor automatism. In the above-mentioned work of the famous psychiatrist, we find some data indicating that famous composers received musical information from the outside, i.e. about contact with SPM. So, for example, Hoffmann, Ernst Theodor Amadeus, 1776–1822, German composer, conductor and writer, better known in our country as a storyteller. I.G.N. often said to his friends, "I work sitting at the piano with my eyes closed and I reproduce what someone from the outside tells me." p. 17. Mendelssohn, Jacob Ludwig Felix, German composer, conductor, organist, 1809–1847. I.G.N. suffered from melancholy. Usually this term is used when the depression is significant. I.G.N. already in our time. Gounod, Charles, French composer, 1818–1893. I.G.N. and Pergolesi, Lombroso made a mistake in time, because Ital. The composer Giovanni Battista Pergolesi lived in the 18th century, 1710–1736. I.G.N. Schumann, Robert Alexander, German composer, 1810–1856, died in a psychiatric hospital. I.G.N. already at the age of 24 became a victim of light mania, dark insanity, and at the age of 46 he was almost lost his mind. He was chased by talking tables with omniscience. Then he heard sounds that haunted him, which first formed into chords, and then into whole musical phrases. Beethoven and Mendelssohn seemed to dictate different melodies to him from their graves. In 1854 Schumann threw himself into the river, but he was rescued and died in Bonn, Ibid, pp. 60–61. And at the age of 46 he almost completely lost his mind. He was chased by talking tables possessing omniscience. Then he heard sounds that haunted him, which first formed into chords, and then into whole musical phrases. Beethoven and Mendelssohn seemed to dictate different melodies to him from their graves. In 1854 Schumann threw himself into the river, but he was rescued and died in Bonn, Ibid, pp. 60–61. and at the age of 46 he almost completely lost his mind. He was chased by talking tables possessing omniscience. Then he heard sounds that haunted him, which first formed into chords, and then into whole musical phrases. Beethoven and Mendelssohn seemed to dictate different melodies to him from their graves. In 1854 Schumann threw himself into the river, but he was rescued and died in Bonn, Ibid, pp. 60-61. The following observation of Prof. Lombroso made by him in his clinic. The patient about whom he writes, not only did not know musical notation, but never played musical instruments. And nevertheless, in the hospital, this gifted mathematician improvised arias on the piano, worthy of a great composer, p. 113. Those of the readers who have a musical education will understand that it is impossible to sit down at the piano and play a complex piano piece without many years of special training. It is also absolutely impossible to improvise something intelligible from a musical point of view, and even more so, worthy of a great composer, without minimal, at least, preparation, since improvisation implies not just playing, but performing right there, on the fly of the work being composed. Thus, before us is a vivid example of self-realization of SPM through a person in its purest form, since the person himself, in this case, performs only the role of a reproducing device. He has nothing to do with composing music, his fingers move by themselves. The phenomenon of motor automatism is part of the Kandinsky-Clairambald syndrome, reproducing a piece of music composed by a being from a parallel world. We found a description of a similar phenomenon in a letter from an artist we know who was fond of occultism and yoga in the 1970s. A significant part of this letter is placed in the section devoted to the pictorial self-realization of the SPM, but a small excerpt from it, concerning the musical theme, may serve as modern evidence of the correctness of the observations of Prof. Lombroso, which were made by him 100 years before. The artist recalls in his letter, at one of the classes under the guidance of a guru, we were engaged in clearing energy channels. All the disciples were lying on the floor in a posture of complete relaxation, savasana, and reciting the great mantra Hare Krishna to themselves, waiting to be connected to the cosmic energy. Suddenly one of the students rose smoothly and easily, took out a violin from the case. We were all in a strange, unfamiliar apartment of one of the students. Then she pressed her chin to her shoulder, waved her bow and began to play. We were deeply impressed by her performance, knowing that this girl was completely deaf and had never learned to play any musical instruments. It became clear to everyone that there was a connection to the space, and a certain cosmic, intelligent force, having entered it, completely controls the girl's body, which is now beyond her control. Knowing nothing about the origin of this force, or about the consequences of such a connection, we were completely delighted. Hooray! It works. Completely controls the girl's body, which is now beyond her control. Knowing nothing about the origin of this force, or about the consequences of such a connection, we were completely delighted. Hooray! It works. Completely controls the girl's body, which is now beyond her control. Knowing nothing about the origin of this force, or about the consequences of such a connection, we were completely delighted. Hooray! It works. Thus, it is obvious that both the mathematician from the psychiatric hospital and the girl who dabbles in the occult had the ability to play musical instruments and compose music for the same reason, that is, as a result of contact with the SPM. It is in this that lies the reason, incomprehensible to most psychiatrists, that madmen discover talent in such arts that they have never practiced before. C.C. Lombroso, p. 100. Interesting for us are the facts when SPMs simply broadcast the music they have composed directly into the minds of people, moreover, people who are very far from musical creativity. For example, many domestic and foreign cosmonauts heard various sound, verbal, and musical suggestions, the so-called ideatorial automatisms of Kandinsky-Clairambald, during flights, whose mental health is difficult to doubt. Gennady Lysov in the UFO magazine, No. 45 of November 8, 1999, cites the testimonies of Soviet cosmonauts Y. Gagarin, A. Leonov, A. Nikolov and V. Volkov, who heard, while in orbit, a dog barking. An ordinary dog, maybe even a simple mongrel. And then the crying of a child became distinctly audible. And some voices. And again the child's completely earthly cry. It is impossible to explain this. Feel, yes. Even more unusual is the testimony of Yuri Gagarin, 1934 to 1968, who, while in orbit in 1961, heard unearthly music, very similar to that played on electric musical instruments. This evidence is interesting in that before the flight into space, Gagarin had not heard such music. Since in those years in the USSR very few people even knew about the existence of such instruments. Gagarin himself understood how electric instruments sound much later, at a performance by the ensemble of Vyacheslav Meshcherin. It was then that he realized that he had heard something similar in the cockpit of a spacecraft in 1961. Testimony of the monk Mercury. We find another similar testimony in the memoirs of the monk Mercury, dating back to the 1960s and 1970s, where he describes his own reclusive experience of life in the desolate mountains, speaking of himself in the third person and calling himself a beekeeper. But one night at the midnight office a similar phenomenon was repeated. In the depths of his consciousness, as if with his inner ear, he heard music, but now a whole symphony orchestra was playing. The sounds of violins, cellos, and double bass were clearly heard, only it was impossible to understand what exactly they were playing. Some great piece of music was played for 2.5 hours, not giving the opportunity to concentrate on prayer. The hermit was forced to sit and listen to this concert, unable to continue his prayer rule. Not waiting, however, for the end of the symphony, he went to bed, and the music immediately stopped. The next midnight, as soon as he began to fulfill his cell rule, he heard another, this time a brass band. To the jubilant sounds of a military march, not far from his cell was heard, as if at a parade, the passage of marching troops. Fascinated by the bravura music, he imperceptibly began to wave his right hand to the beat. That night was also wasted so aimlessly. The devil did not allow the beekeeper to utter a single word of prayer. These concerts, either vocal or instrumental, began to be repeated almost every night. Once, even in the middle of the day, he heard the choir of the city cathedral singing somewhere nearby, behind a cell, and the familiar soprano of one of the singers was well heard. One of the concerts that the demon once again gave at midnight was amazing and incomprehensible. This, apparently, was his own composition, performed on some metal objects that emitted a peculiar, amazingly delicate sound. It was somewhat like the pleasant vibrating beat of a wall clock. A piece of music was performed, the melody of which resembled the old Italian waltz, Neapolitan Nights. My brother even remembered this simple tune, but by the morning everything had faded from his memory. Monk Mercury. In the mountains of the Caucasus, p. 143, M. Pylamnik, 1998. Among Russian composers, the most obvious contactee was, of course, A.N. Scriabin, 1872 to 1915, who considered himself a great called, more than a prophet and even the Antichrist. His contact had such a clear anti-Christian, satanic orientation that he even called his works accordingly. For example, Poème Satanique, French, Satanic Poem, and the Ninth Sonata, Black Mass. He kills people in his songs. At present, intelligent beings of the parallel world are actively collaborating with many contemporary composers, and first of all with those who write rock music. Let's listen to the statement of the famous composer and rock performer Nick Cave, who gave an interview to Nikita Evgen, the author of the Double Portrait program, Versia newspaper No. 18, May 18th to 24th, 1999. N. Evgen called his material, Nick Cave, the theorist of violence, and in the subtitle he explained, he kills people in his songs, but writes a preface to the Bible. So, let's give the floor to Nick himself. I write when I'm absolutely sober, when absolutely drunk, just none, and when under drugs, I still write. I cannot understand whether it is God-giving or inspiration, I don't know. All I know is that my participation here is minimal, I am just a mechanism that records this. And it is probably God who dictates. Let's pay attention, firstly, to the fact that the composer is able to think critically. He does not correlate mental production, in this case, musical, with his eye, realizing that he is not its creator. He also admits that he is only a transmission mechanism that records the already finished score sounding in his mind. Secondly, one should pay attention to the fact that musical information continues to enter the consciousness of the contactee even when he is in a state in which a personal creative act is impossible due to the deafening of consciousness, simply none, as a result of strong intoxication or drug exposure. Third, the contactee distinguishes between two sources of information. The first source he calls God, and the second, inspiration. I cannot understand, is it God-giving or inspiration? In this case, inspiration should be understood as a reasonable person, SPM, capable of creating music and transmitting it into the consciousness of a contactee, regardless of the ability or the state of a person. Remember the school Valash. However, as in the case of L. Kaisleva, the contactee is more impressed by the idea that the information comes from God after all. I am just a mechanism that records this. And it is probably God who dictates. But let us return again to the statements of the composers. In an interview with rock star Alice Cooper, real name, Vincent Funnier, frankly admitted, several years ago, I attended a session of spiritualism, in which Norman Buckley begged the spirit to respond. Finally, a spirit appeared and spoke to me. He promised me and my band fame, world dominion in rock music and unheard of wealth. The only thing he demanded of me was to give him my body. In exchange for possession of my body, he made me famous all over the world. In order to achieve this, I adopted the name with which he was introduced during the session, quoted in Trinity Evangelist, TSL, 1992, No. 35. As a result of contact with a creature of a parallel world, posing as a witch named Alice Cooper who died a century ago, Vincent Funnier began to hear music in finished form, which could only be written down on a sheet of music. Thus, having agreed to give his body to the spirit, the musician allowed SPM to move into and control it, which in all such cases will certainly lead to the enslavement of the human personality. Being in contact, or, as he said, in a state of mediumistic trance, he recorded the finished music of Ozzy Osbourne from the Black Sabbath group broadcast directly into his mind. An interesting fact for the researcher is the fact that contact with SPM is accompanied by a passion for Satanism and satanic symbols among all rock musicians. Almost all of them become active parishioners, and some even priests of various churches of Satan, which are now scattered around the world. Mick Jagger of the Rolling Stones, for example, views himself as the incarnation of Lucifer. 3 of his songs, Sympathy for the Devil, Their Satanic Majesties, The Spells of My Demon Brother, frankly confirm this claim. Preaching deadly sins. But, for example, what the American newspapers wrote about the famous, musical contactee, 29-year-old Brian Warner, who in his stage name, Marilyn Manson, combined 2 symbolic names, sex symbols, Marilyn Monroe, and a bloody killer and Satanist, a student of Aleister Crowley, Charles Manson. The music of Marilyn Manson Hard Industrial is an anthem of violence, a poem of anger and outright hatred. Marilyn Manson and Spooky Kids are the greatest antichrists of our time. If rock and roll was really invented to intimidate parents, then the songs of this group are the worst thing that ever appeared under the banner of rock and roll, /M64Bob/WJRDS/Russian/Jekyll.html. The musical and semantic load carried by the songs inspired by the creatures of the parallel world to their contactee, M. Manson, who is in a state of narcotic trance, is saturated with aggression and theomachy. Even a music columnist who is supportive of Manson writes. The first album of Manson's group, The Portrait of American Family, clearly defined the image of the musicians, abuse of the values of conservative parents, i.e. those who do not want their children to grow up scum. IGN, in the most merciless form. Shrugs, blackest pessimism, obscurantist aggression, debauchery, and shame, Sodom and Gomorrah. And also pornography and Satanism in horse doses. To some extent, this turned out to be close to almost everyone a fierce attack on Christianity, the preaching of the 7 deadly sins and hundreds of smaller vices. It suddenly turned out that there are very few concepts left in the world, the mockery of which can shock. Marilyn became a priest of the Church of Satan, and the ceremony was conducted personally by Anthony Levy. Several teenagers committed suicide after listening to songs from his Antichrist Superstar album, and one on Valentine's Day. The disc was presented to him by his parents for the new year. http://om.ru/33/manson.html. *******. Both the music and the lyrics, awakening the most base passions, which telepathically transmit the creatures of the parallel world into the consciousness of contactees musicians, carry, as we see, a powerful charge of anger. Their songs are literally saturated with the poison of hatred for the most common, for a normal, i.e. not possessed, person, feelings of love and tenderness, disinterested friendship, honesty, selflessness, quiet and bright joy, which is born in the soul of a person who has not yet lost his grace when contemplating the beauty of nature or when faced with high feelings and noble deeds of any of the people. This anger falls on everyone around, including the parents. The creatures of the parallel world, with the help of their rock contactees, are trying to root out the natural attachment to father and mother from young people and adolescents. The future is disgusting, parents are disgusting, work is disgusting. I wouldn't live to see old age. Sang the leading musician of the rock band The Who, Peter Townsend, a chronicler of the life of adolescents. I hope I die before I grow old. The same instructions are taught to young listeners of SPM through other idols of young people, musicians of the Rolling Stones group, which openly calls its listeners to heinous violence against loved ones, parents. By the way, the name of this ensemble is very characteristic, Rolling Stones, which means rotating stones or tumbleweed. It becomes an expression of alienation, loneliness, marginality, hatred, threat, the whole bunch of qualities of people whom modern jargon calls thugs. Why are the SPMs so up in arms against their parents? Why did they need to destroy the atmosphere of love and trust between the child and the people closest to him? We believe that the reason for this phenomenon lies in the fact that SPM, in order to achieve their main task, re-education of a person, aim to protect a child from those few, traditional values, that children can still receive from their parents. The fact is that even in the conditions of modern America, the older generation, Protestant, but not completely forgetting God, still carries some kind of understanding of decency and morality based on the evangelical principles. But these concepts should be ruthlessly eradicated in order to quickly turn the younger generation into a cattle-like herd of inhumans. It is precisely this goal, the destruction of the link between generations, that musicians' contactees serve. The evil, all-destructive energy of songs obtained through contact with SPM and reproduced by rock bands, combined with the ideology of the now flourishing religion of Satanism, which justifies, as it were, brings an ideological foundation under the tower of hatred for God and any high moral feelings that is being built in the minds of people and actions, clearly show in which direction SPM is directing the notorious progress of mankind. Here, the connection between the activities of the creatures of the parallel world, which is aimed at changing the value orientations in the consciousness of all mankind, on the one hand, and the ideology of the religion of Satanism, on the other, is becoming clearer. Nowadays, almost all rock bands inject subliminal messages into the lyrics of their songs. This method of psychological influence on the human subconscious was first tested by American scientists with the help of the Beatles in 1968. It is interesting because subliminal messages are perceived by a person beyond the threshold of consciousness and form an imposed stereotype of human behavior that satisfies the goals of the customer. Thus, there is a massive programming of the consciousness of a huge number of people, whose customer develops the desired positive or negative reaction to something, for example, to a certain idea, to any political leader or products of this or that company. Now so massive, more precisely, universal programming of consciousness is carried out mainly through television programs and, to a lesser extent, through songs of rock ensembles. With the help of psychotronic programming from the former Soviet godless and graceless person, the agents of influence, SPM, manipulating public consciousness, are trying to make a weak-willed, pluralistic, amorphous creature in which only animal instincts act. And the desire to drown out mental pain and longing, result lack of grace in a person, by psychedelic methods, the deafening roar of a disco, vodka, or drugs. The psychotronic programming of the consciousness of the dechristianized crowd makes it possible to turn the people of this or that country into a controlled herd, thanks to which the SPM, through their manipulating mediums, achieve such power. Psychotronic programming techniques. Academician Igor Smirnov, director of a specially created scientific research institute of psychoecology, who is at the same time the head Department of Psychoecology, People's Friendship University of Russia. But you do not deny that, in principle, from a scientific and technical point of view, a latent influence on consciousness through a TV screen is possible? Of course available. There is the so-called 25th frame, which is not noticeable to the viewer, but neatly delivers information to the brain. However, today this simple method of zombification is unlikely to be used by anyone, since it is not difficult to fix it on a simple video recorder. There are higher, digital technologies that allow embedding into the image and sound recording additional information that a person will perceive unconsciously as an installation. This is done like this. I write down a certain phrase, an attitude addressed to the patient, and with the help of computer technology, as it were, I turn the sound inside out. If you listen to it now, it sounds like the sound of the surf. You can disguise this recording as music or something else, and let the patient listen. After a while, the brain decodes this speech, deciphers it. This method is good because the patient cannot resist what he heard, does not approach critically the attitude that is put into him, does not comprehend it. By the way, if we go back to the unpleasant topic of zombie, the best defense is intellect, or, more precisely, true faith, spirituality and clear moral principles based on faith. IGN. The better the brain is trained, the more difficult it is to impose unnecessary, harmful information on it. He will defend himself, reject what does not correspond to the spiritual foundations. Trud 7, December 16, 1999, p. 26. Since we are interested in the problem of creative contacts with SPM, let's see, what subconscious information do the creatures of the parallel world put into the lyrics and music of their songs through musicians' contactees? The song, Stairway to Heaven, by the group Led Zeppelin contains a repeated encrypted subliminal message, "My dear Satan, no one else paved the way." And here is another example. In the song anthem of the group Rush there is the following message, "Oh, Satan, it is you who shine. I know that you are the one I love." The reasons for such a steady interest of rock contactees in the personality of Satan, in the satanic attributes of their performances and in the corresponding symbols in the design of envelopes with discs will be clarified a little later. For now it is enough just to note that all subliminal messages, the lyrics of the songs laid down by the creatures of the parallel world push people into the abyss of anger, debauchery, hatred, loneliness, and despair, which confront young people with the only choice, suicide. It is easier to say that the creatures of the parallel world are outspoken propagandists of Satanism. Summing up everything that has been said in this chapter, we remind the reader once again that the study of all the above factors and many of our other observations allow us to assert that the persons who create and inspire the contactees with sensorealized musical representations, M.I. Rybalski, 1983, are intelligent beings of a parallel world, SPM. Sensory realized representations, very close to hallucinatory experiences, were described in some detail by B.F. Shiz in his textbook on psychiatry back in 1911, but without specifying the reasons for their occurrence. Musical revenge. To conclude the theme of musical self-realization of SPM, let us cite a curious case from the story of a man who suffered from dipsomania, drunkenness, recorded from his words by the author of these lines. It gives a fairly characteristic sketch of the state of an alcoholic who decided to stop drinking alcohol. It was in the village where I fled from the city, fleeing my wife's reproaches. After another binge I decided, that's it. It's time to end the booze. The family is falling apart, they were fired from their job, and the heart is starting to play pranks. I looked at my face in the mirror, and I felt so nauseous. In the morning I was shaken. My hands were shaking, but my head worked clearly. I won't get drunk, I'll endure, I said to myself, and suddenly remembered how one day my neighbor in the country, a believing man, advised, if it's very bad, continuously repeat short prayers, for example, Lord, have mercy, Lord, save, etc. Although I never went to church, I never considered myself an atheist. I started to pray. After 5 to 10 minutes my condition improved so much that I took a shovel and decided to go out to clean the snow near the porch. I returned to the house, and I can't believe my eyes. On the chest of drawers, under a photograph of the deceased parents, sits a hairy creature larger than a human, covered from head to toe with brown hair. The legs end in hooves, and a tail hangs from the side of the chest of drawers. I rubbed my eyes and pinched my arm painfully. Harry hasn't disappeared. He looks at me insolently and grins. Out of fear, I forgot about, Lord, have mercy. Well, what are you? Decided to quit drinking or what? He says without opening his mouth. His voice sounds somewhere inside me. I just keep quiet and shake. Yes, stop playing the fool. Drink 100 grams, you will feel like a man. No, I say, that's enough, tied it up. Suddenly, an unexpected pain shot through my head. It's been a long time since I felt this way. What? It hurts. And you drink 100 grams and everything will pass. I shook my head. Do not want. Well, look, it will be worse. The head suddenly pulled together, like a fiery hoop. I closed my eyes, sank into a chair and groaned. I'm not asking for much. Just 100 grams, and I'll let you go. Otherwise. Another bout of pain almost made me soar up to the ceiling. I grabbed my head. There is no more urine to endure. It seems that the skull is about to crack. Suddenly, like lightning, a saving thought illuminates the clouded consciousness, and I shout, it seems even out loud, Lord, Jesus Christ, help me. Eyes are closed, but I feel that something is happening in the room. The pain subsides. I open my eyes carefully. The dresser is empty. Harry disappeared. But it turned out that the adventures of that day were not over yet. As soon as I lay down, a concert began such as I have never heard in my whole life. What extraordinary music sounded. Perhaps Beethoven had nothing to do there. If I knew musical notation, but I would have recorded this music, so maybe I would have become a great composer. Although, probably, I would not record anything, I understood too clearly who was playing this music to me. And I didn't want to have anything to do with the hairy one. No, I probably wouldn't have become a composer. The narcologist will say, withdrawal syndrome. But not everything is as simple as it seems to him. Goat-footed composers. It will be interesting for our reader to know what any experienced narcologist and psychiatrist knows. Although they prefer to keep quiet about this, all the written testimonies of the ancients, before Christ's, and later, from the nativity of Christ to the present, writers and poets describing visions of a heavy drinker humans, agree on one thing: the vast majority of characters in visions of alcoholic delirium or withdrawal symptoms are hairy, humanoid creatures with hooves and a tail, and often with small horns. The appearance of these creatures is completely identical to the appearance of the famous ancient Greek Pan. To better imagine it, we advise you to look at the painting of the same name by M. Verbal. To what has been said, we add that the drawings made from memory by all alcoholic artists, as well as schizophrenics, at the request of psychiatrists or narcologists, there are a lot of such drawings, depict precisely these goat-footed and tailed creatures with amazing consistency. It is also surprising that, regardless of age, education, social status, or origin, in all centuries of human life, alcoholics saw the same thing, a hairy creature with horns, hooves, and a tail. It is quite obvious that due to the inhibition of the cerebral cortex caused by alcohol, the possibility of telepathic transmission of visual, sound, and other information from the creatures of the parallel world, SPM, which very often take the form of just such monsters, is significantly improved. However, the creatures of the parallel world in a similar guise appeared not only to alcoholics. This is evidenced by rock paintings dating back to the Neolithic period on the rocks of the western shore of Lake Baikal in the Ogham region, the so-called Sagan-Zaba monument. Here, on the plains of white marble vertically dropping to the lake, ancient artists captured many humanoid figures with horns on their heads. The fact that SPMs are very willing to take on a similar appearance, says the Belarusian researcher of UFOs and anomalous phenomena Dmitry Novikov, head Department of the Republican newspaper Zvezda. In the article, We Saw a Miracle, he describes a meeting with the SPM of a group of children from the Festivalny Pioneer Camp near the town of Rakov in the Volozhin district of Belarus on July 6, 1989, where he specially went to talk with eyewitnesses. Before lunch, on July 6th, the leader of Detachment 7, Natalia Alexeyevna Malashkina, took the children for a walk. We stopped at a forest clearing. The children ran as usual. Were playing. One of them, a 4th grade student of the 60th Minsk school, Ruslan Lutskin, went into the forest to pick blueberries. Soon he came running back. Pale, terribly frightened. Ruslan said that he had seen the monster. Some of the boys and girls immediately rushed to where Ruslan had just appeared. In less than a few minutes, they returned with a scream and squeal. The children were also very scared. They shouted that they had seen the monster, asked to take them to the camp, said that they would never go here again. Eyewitnesses, 4th graders Vitalik Morev, Valya Borozna, IRA Strikholies, Pasha Vodian, and others, are 100% sure that they met with alien, because in the editorial office of the newspaper, where D. Novikov invited Ruslan and his mother, the boy said, I sat and ate blueberries. Suddenly, something banged behind me. I thought they were guys, and I said, guys, do not play around. Then something began to growl. Like a bear, but with a kind of bubbling. I turned around, and there's some kind of monster squatting in front of me. He bent down, his face half a meter from mine, and looked at me. I look at him and do not understand anything. I felt bad, then it dawned on me, and I ran. I shouted 2 or 3 times, and then I want to scream and I can't. Sweat runs out of me everywhere. And the heart is beating so much, you can already hear it. Ruslan described the monster as follows. Almost up to the ceiling of your office, about 3 m. The whole is covered with thick gray-brown hair. Naked. The head is large, human-like. There was no neck, it seemed to me. There was no nose, or maybe I didn't notice. I didn't notice my ears either. The eyes are small. It seems that the narcologist is unlikely to suspect the 4th graders who observed the creature described above of dipsomania, withdrawal symptoms, or alcoholic delirium. A picturesque form of self-realization SPM. Who owns the hidden abilities? Before acquainting readers with very interesting facts on this topic, we must remind them that intelligent beings of the parallel world, when they make contact, very often give false information. A careful analysis of the information received by numerous contactees from the parallel world forced the participants of the 8th International UFO Conference, Moscow, 1999, to admit that in many contacts there is some massive disinformation coming from nowhere. Some mysterious game is not excluded with Earthlings, for the purpose of such disinformation is completely unclear. UFO Magazine, No. 48 of November 29, 1999. We add that, both before and now, when making contact, SPM most often misinforms contactees by impersonating real, but already dead people, wishing, apparently, to be mistaken for the souls of these deceased. Let us cite here one of the typical examples of deception that took place at the end of the 19th century and described in the 3rd issue of the Stranik magazine for 1885. A special love for falsifications. The author and witness of the incident K. Ruskov talks about his passion for spiritualism, which began in 1883. The spirit called at the beginning by the knock of the rising leg of the table answered with great accuracy the questions requiring in response to name any number, age, distance, cost, etc. In addition, at the request of those present, the table moved around the room in the direction indicated to it, climbed onto a sofa, chairs, another table, stood, at our request, on 1 or 2 legs. I drove my 8-month-old daughter around the room in a box without wheels, while I tied the box to the table leg with a string. Over time, the participants in the session learned to communicate with the spirit through the alphabet, such as Morse code, and began to receive answers in verbal form. Finally, the spirit taught them a more perfect method of receiving information. K. Ruskov took a pencil. Soon, however, Ruskov began to doubt that the spirits they summoned were really the souls of dead people, and he decided to conduct the following experiment. Summoning the spirit and asking him a question, Ruskov waited until the pencil began to write, and then mentally uttered the prayer, "May God rise." The pencil immediately stopped in mid-sentence. Having stopped reading the prayer, Ruskov asked the spirit, "Why is he not writing?" The pencil, answering the question, again slid on the paper, and Ruskov mentally repeated the prayer again. The writing stopped immediately. Then Ruskov insistently demanded that the spirit answer who he really is. Why does he not tolerate prayer and cannot write? The questions remained unanswered. Finally, Ruskov said, "In the name of Almighty God, I demand to write who you are." The pencil began to quietly bend over to the paper and slowly wrote, "I am the one who tempted God in the wilderness." This unexpected discovery struck me so much that I jumped up from the table and dropped my pencil. The wife asked, "What happened?" I told her who wrote to us with a pencil, which again immediately took it and demanded to write, who exactly knocked on the table, set it in motion and answered questions. The pencil wrote, "I, the evil spirit. I demand," I said, "that you leave us. From now on, we leave classes with a table and a pencil." Pencil slowly, and as if moving away, wrote, "I will not come. The first letter is large, the second is smaller, etc. The last letter U is written very small." The described case shows that a rational being of a parallel world, SPM, who ultimately called himself an evil spirit, initially pretended to be the souls of many dead people, and more often, according to Ruskov's testimony, it called itself the names of two of his deceased in 1882 year of children, Anna, 12 years old, and Pavel, 5 years old. Well, now, after the necessary warning that SPMs like to pretend to be the souls of the dead, let's move on to examining the creative possibilities of SPMs in the field of painting. The case that we managed to find shows that SPMs can create paintings on their own, i.e. without the help of an artist's hand. Moreover, in some cases, they successfully copy the manner of one or another painter. An article containing a detailed description of the phenomenon of interest to us, a person endowed with abilities that science cannot explain, was published in the Italian newspaper Domenica del Corriere on January 24, 1979. Here are some quotes from it translated from Italian. Gustav Adolf Roll, about him scientists, psychologists, and philosophers all over the world speak with one voice, this is the most unusual person on earth. Here is an example. They're worried of us, some have been following Roll for years. From a casual conversation about art, they moved on to a conversation about the artists of the 20th century. Roll asked each of those present to name the artist he prefers. The names of Picasso, Modigliani, Soutine, Kandinsky, Dubuffet, Matisse, Ledger and Hartung were named. Roll wrote these names on a piece of paper. Then he said, "I'd love to call them all here tonight. But who knows if they will come? What if they start to quarrel? I've never done that. Now for the first time I will venture to test this opportunity." From a folder with paper, he took out 8 blank white sheets and handed out to those present. Then each of us folded his sheet in 4. Thus, each formed 16 rectangles measuring 6-7 cm. Roll then explained, "All these artists will be brought here by Auguste Ravier, the artist who has been my guide for many years. This is my clever spirit, with which I am internally connected. Auguste Ravier, 1814 to 1895, painted melancholic landscapes of striking beauty. I.G.N. Roll prepared several paints on a plate, put a spatula and 2 brushes next to it. His face was serene. Every now and then he smiled and seemed relaxed, although focused on a thought known only to him. Roll did not sweat. His voice was calm when he told me, 'Choose one of the folded sheets. Go over the folds again and put it in the inner pocket.' Now I have to admit one bad thing. This was the 3rd evening that the photographer Milani and I spent with Roll. I have already happened to be chosen to put a folded sheet of paper in my inner pocket. That is why this time I came from the editorial office with a folded sheet of paper prepared in my pocket, knowing already that Roll uses very hard paper, extra strong. At Roll's direction, I took one of the folded sheets, but instead of putting it in my jacket pocket, I discreetly lowered it to the floor. Conversation with artists. The room was bright, an atmosphere of calm expectation reigned. Everyone seemed to be convinced that Roll would do something amazing. Roll stared at the picture opposite. Then his gaze seemed to leave the room. Suddenly he said, as if seeing someone in front of him, "Ah, well, it's you, Ravier. Thank you for coming. Will you help us?" There was a sheet of paper in front of Roll. He touched it and said, smiling, "You don't want your work to be mixed with others? Then take yourself half a sheet." "Oh well, my dear master. This is the part." With a pencil, he began to paint, erase, then he took up brushes. Then he looked up. There was a deep silence. So they came. "Good evening, Matisse. Thank you, thank you. Here is Picasso, a pig. You are still the same. Oh, Modi, the most gentle Modigliani, my dear poor Modigliani. My eyes hurt. Very harsh light. Let's keep going, let's keep working." 5 minutes passed. Roll spoke calmly, lightly touching the sheet of paper, and then tore it into small pieces. Then suddenly he exclaimed, "Everything. Enough. What's done is done." He turned to me, "Show the sheet." I remember very well the conviction with which I dipped my hand into my inner pocket, the conviction that the blank sheet I brought from the editorial office was painted. When I took it out of my pocket and unfolded it, we found 16 still wet, tempera sketches on it. On one half, 8 landscapes by Ravier, and on the other, 8 different subjects, signed by Picasso, Kandinsky, Modigliani and others. Roll cut out rectangles and lovingly framed them. "Isn't it delicious?" he exclaimed. Recalling the SPM's tendency to falsification and the strange need to pretend to be the souls of the dead, as we have already seen in the case of K. Ruskoff, let us not be deceived by what the contactee medium said, naming the names of the dead artists. Undoubtedly, the images obtained on a sheet of 4-fold paper, which the correspondent did not take out of his pocket after he put it there in the editorial office, were made precisely by beings of the parallel world, SPM, and not by the souls of dead artists. Those of the readers who may be confused by the unusualness and inexplicability of the phenomenon described by the Italian journalist should remember that SPM have capabilities that are incomparable with those of a person. Being in a parallel ultra-thin world, some researchers call it a field. These creatures, which do not have a dense shell, as has been proven by many years and numerous observations, can create temporary shells of any shape and density, from a luminous cloud and a huge flying object to a car or a human figure. In addition, the facts of communication between SPM and people with the help of inscriptions spontaneously appearing on the wall or on a sheet of paper are well known. So, for example, in April-May 1987 in NOS 101 and 147 of the Izvestia newspaper published 2 detailed reports from the town of Yenikievo, Donetsk region, about which we already wrote above, where the phenomena of poltergeist were accompanied not only by spontaneous combustion of various objects, explosion of bottles, cans, light bulbs, sockets and electrical plugs, bouncing of a wardrobe and overturning of a washing machine, but also the appearance of inscriptions on the walls with threats. Some of them were cut out together with wallpaper and saved. Nowadays, cases of constant communication between SPM and contactees using notes have become frequent, an example of which is given in a letter from Sergei Svetlikny from the village Kochatok of the Kharkiv region. Some of them were cut out together with the wallpaper and saved. Nowadays, cases of constant communication between SPM and contactees using notes have become frequent, an example of which is given in a letter from Sergei Svetlikny from the village Kochatok of the Kharkiv region. Some of them were cut out together with the wallpaper and saved. Nowadays, cases of constant communication between SPM and contactees using notes have become frequent, an example of which is given in a letter from Sergei Svetlikny from the village Kochatok of the Kharkiv region. In the fall of 1995, Sergei writes, in his apartment the photographs in the bookcase began to move by themselves. My wife and I have heard enough about the poltergeist and realized that we are dealing with a creature capable of performing deliberate actions. The wife offered to write a note to this creature, in which to ask a direct question, who is he and what does he want? This is how our contact with a creature unknown to science began, which calls itself dwarf. He answers all our notes. At first, the gnome wrote clumsily, but now he does it much better. In less than 5 years of correspondence, we have accumulated a huge number of his notes and drawings. Gnome tells us about his world, other creatures that inhabit the surrounding space. UFO Magazine No. 45 of November 8, 1999. It is naive to think that SPMs give reliable information about themselves. Secret knowledge in colors and symbols. After the above examples of completely independent creativity of creatures of the parallel world, let's move on to considering those cases when SPM uses the technical capabilities of professional artists. In the context of the problem under consideration, the case described by the artist, a resident of the Moscow region Olga Seiko, which was published in the magazine UFO, p. 23, no. 48 of November 29, 1999. Its essence consisted in the fact that in 1990 the artist, having sat down once at the easel, felt as if a surge of unusual energy that swept over her, under the influence of which she worked without getting up for 5 hours. When the drawing was finished, it became clear that it was completely different from everything that the artist had done before. Such extraordinary states were repeated several more times. This is how the subsequent drawings appeared, which, as O.V. Seiko writes, remained a mystery to me. Also, the mysterious images and strange inscriptions I have depicted on them remain a mystery. As you can see, the artist is able to critically evaluate her creative products. The images, figurative, materialized by her, as well as the manner of painting, the peculiar stylistics of the artistic language, the abstract ionism of the form and the color scale of these paintings, according to the artist, were completely alien to her. Their origin remained a mystery to her, as well as inscriptions that were not clear to anyone, depicted by intricate icons that resemble hieroglyphs. It is quite obvious that contact with SPM in the described case manifested itself in such a form of Kandinsky's motor automatism. Now, finally, let us point out one more, deliberately omitted by us before, very interesting detail, which made the artist write a letter to the editorial office of the magazine, enclosing color photographs of her works. The fact is that in No. 32 of August 9, 1999, the magazine published an article by K. Budasov Archaeological Find, A Message from the Future, which tells about the amazing rock carvings discovered in the north of the American state of New Mexico in 1972. They are dated, unfortunately, it is not said on what grounds, the 8th century AD. The images, executed in a peculiar manner, had nothing to do with any other ancient drawings found on the American continent. Gradually, the researchers came up with an assumption about the alien origin of the mysterious finds, UFO, No. 48, 1999. Then it was even more interesting. When O. Seiko saw photographs of bright, as if just painted, colored rock paintings from New Mexico in a magazine, she was struck by their similarity with the sketches that she created in the unusual state described above, and in a manner alien to her. To compare those and other images, the artist sent photographs of her works to the editorial office. According to O. Seiko herself and those of the artists to whom we showed photographs of her paintings, as well as rock paintings, the style of artistic thinking, manner of execution and strange signs, give out one handwriting. To compare those and other images. The artist sent photographs of her works to the editorial office. According to O. Seiko herself and those of the artists to whom we showed photographs of her paintings, as well as rock paintings, the style of artistic thinking, manner of execution and strange signs, give out one handwriting. To compare those and other images. The artist sent photographs of her works to the editorial office. According to O. Seiko herself and those of the artists to whom we showed photographs of her paintings, as well as rock paintings, the style of artistic thinking, manner of execution and strange signs, give out one handwriting. Interestingly, art criticism analysis of colored rock paintings from New Mexico indicates the absence of a similar artistic form of thinking and creative manner in paintings not only in the 8th century AD. NS. In America, but also on all other continents up to the beginning of the 20th century and the emergence of abstract art by V.V. Kandinsky, H. Miro, M. Ernst, K.S. Malevich, M.F. Larionov and other non-objects. In addition, the preservation of the rock art, for the 8th century AD, is unprecedented and comparable only to a recently painted painting. From all that has been said, it should be concluded that the images found in New Mexico cannot be older than the beginning of the 20th century, and their appearance is most likely associated with the same creatures that came into contact with O. Seiko in 1990 and with her with the help of produced a few more similar pictures. Readers wishing to get acquainted with the work of SPM will be able to visualize it if they use the internet, www.uri-geller.com. In materials dedicated to the famous Israeli medium, magician, psychic, and illusionist Uri Geller, they will find color reproductions of non-objective abstract paintings that were painted by one of the creatures of the parallel world by the hand of his contactee medium, U. Geller. But the most striking thing is that the paintings painted with the help of this medium, in terms of their pictorial performance, colors, and the ratio of color spots, are unusually similar at the same time to cave paintings in New Mexico and to the meditative painting of the artist O.V. Seiko. Now we would like to draw the reader's special attention to the following words of the artist O. Seiko. For me, the mysterious images and strange inscriptions depicted by me remained a mystery. We will try to remember these words in order to compare them later with the observations of the famous Italian psychiatrist Prof. Lombroso, who in his book, Genius and Insanity, St. Petersburg, 1892, on p. 101 writes, one of the characteristic features of the artistic creativity of madmen is the almost constant use of written signs along with drawings, and in these latter, an abundance of symbols, hieroglyphs. Such mixed works are extremely similar to the paintings of the Japanese, Indians, to the ancient wall paintings of the Egyptians. We also add that the writings of alchemists, Rosicrucians and other Masonic associations, leavened by leaps and bounds of the secret Chaldeo-Jewish doctrine, i.e. Kabbalah, a dualistic worldview that includes the art of black magic, contains a huge number of similar drawings and signs. In order to see the unity of the handwriting, or rather, a single source of information, it is enough to compare the illustration from the book of Lombroso, drawing of the patient on page 103, with the Rosicrucian, alchemical and Kabbalistic diagrams from the Occult Encyclopedia of Manly P. Hall, Encyclopedic Exposition of the Masonic, Hermetic, Kabbalistic, and Rosicrucian Symbolic Philosophy. SPB, 1994, pp. 533 to 546, 597 to 622. Dr. Lombroso also very subtly grasped some, albeit not direct, connection between the drawings of madmen and the wall paintings of the Egyptians, which, as a rule, are symbolic images of the secret doctrines of Hermetic esotericism, used for initiations, i.e. to bring a magician of a certain level to direct communication with the SPM. Summarizing the above, we will venture to suggest that in all these cases the source of information is the parallel super-thin world and those of its creatures that constantly act through people throughout the history of mankind. Just as the ancient Chaldean and Egyptian initiates received information from the SPM, the red-skinned priests of the Maya, Inca, and Toltec Indians received information similar in their essence from the same source. The information was given in a symbolic form, including signs and figures, which, although they differed graphically, were close in their internal mystical structure and internal content. From all that has been said above, we can draw several additional private conclusions. The first of them confirms our opinion that all ancient and modern religions of the world arose and continue to arise on the basis of contacts, connections, between people and beings of the parallel world, which in the past often forced people to deify them, i.e. SPM. The only exception in ancient times was the Old Testament religion, formulated by Moses, which in a very harsh form forbade the serving of other gods and ordered to punish for this even with the death penalty. And in the New Testament era, Christianity became such an exception, which also prohibits such contacts and, in turn, is so negatively perceived by the creatures of the parallel world that they are constantly fighting against Christianity, as has already been shown above. The second conclusion confirms our opinion that the majority of mental illnesses are the result of one or another form of SPM contact with a person. How to age a painting. The third conclusion once again convinces us that the artist O. Seiko painted pictures unusual for her, having entered into mediumistic contact with the SPM, and the same creatures independently depicted something similar 20 years before Seiko in the rocks of the American state of New Mexico. But that is not all. This publication, among other things, is interesting in that it gives us food for thought about the origin of many mysterious petroglyphs, images carved on rocks, in which there are strange figures very reminiscent of the notorious humanoids, as well as rocket-like objects that look like spaceships. The study of the issue allows us to put forward the assumption that all these rock paintings are of a very young origin, although they can be found in rocks of ancient age. As we could already be convinced, the possibilities of SPM, in comparison with human ones, are enormous. For them it is not difficult for them to apply any signs and drawings on a stone or other material. Even to make a certain humanoid figurine from an ancient breed of age, using radioisotope methods, 200-300 million years. Although it is impossible to exclude the possibility of such an impact of SPM on the rock, which would sharply increase the half-life of radioactive elements and, thereby, age the age of the breed taken for the figurine. All this, by the way, is done quite simply even in laboratory conditions. The reason, which, in our opinion, can force SPM to commit such falsifications, is the desire of SPM, still incomprehensible to many researchers, to impersonate representatives of alien civilizations, although all the most famous ufologists, for example, Russian V.G. Azazov and V.I. Vanek, Italian Luciano Baccone, French Jacques Vallée, and others, have long since proved that SPM lived and still live in a parallel world that permeates the space around us, which is circles. Another variant of the rather strange and completely independent artistic creativity of SPM is the so-called witch circles in the grain fields, very complex geometric patterns and whole compositions, pictograms, made up of spikelets carefully arranged and intertwined in a certain way. This kind of creative self-realization of SPM, which is absolutely meaningless from a practical point of view, still makes many serious scientists puzzle over this phenomenon, inexplicable by science. Detailed information allowing us to understand the contact nature of such creativity was given by the newspaper Top Secret, No. 2, 2000, p. 19. For the first time about the mysterious circles in the grain fields of southern England, they started talking a couple of decades ago. The eyewitnesses were surprised by the ideal shape of the images and their extremely clear boundaries. The manner in which the serials were laid was also striking, as a rule, clockwise, carefully, spikelet to spikelet, and even with weaving. Several years have passed. The number and size of circles grew by leaps and bounds. Their number grew almost exponentially. In 1987, about 50 were registered. In 1988, about 100, in 1989, already 270. But 1990 was the most fruitful year, about 2000. Simple circles were replaced by the most complex geometric compositions, pictograms. Drawings sometimes appeared in several pieces in one night. Moreover, at a distance of hundreds of kilometers from each other. Worse, and on other continents. Such eminent scientists as the American biophysicist Dr. William S. Livingood and his colleagues John Burke and Nancy Talbot took up the expertise of the circles. John E. Burke, whatever the force that creates the circles, it physically changes the tissues of the fallen plants. The stems are often bent 90 degrees without breaking, as if something is softening them. This is especially noticeable in rapeseed. Its tough stems cannot be bent without breaking. The stem nodes swell up from the inside. Sometimes it turns out to be so strong that the nodes explode, splashing the cell sap. Dr. Livingood was able to reproduce this effect using microwave radiation. In addition, the affected stems have an electric charge on their surface. The electrical conductivity of the bracts surrounding the seeds also turned out to be increased. The following feature was noticed. In real circles, bent grasses continue to grow parallel to the ground, which is completely abnormal, and never ripen. Moreover, they even get younger, and by autumn they acquire a bright emerald color, which sharply distinguishes them against the background of yellowed fields. Another inexplicable thing that Dr. Livingood discovered, which has been confirmed by other scientists, is that these ears, which are perfectly normal on the outside, usually have no seeds. But even if they do exist, they are strikingly different in germination from those taken outside the circle. Either they are extremely oppressed, or they germinate at an unusually high speed. Nancy Talbot, the results were clear. hand-laid cereals using boards or rollers do not have any of the anomalies our team has found over the years. Russian researchers have also identified a number of non-counterfeit features. So, in real circles, the stalks of cereals sometimes acquire an unusual sinusoidal shape, and thick weeds that have lodged with wheat twist beyond recognition. At the same time, they turn from green to red or dark brown, NS Novgorodov. There are also other signs that cannot be falsified. Sometimes from within the circles mysterious sounds are heard, hum, buzzing, rattling, ultrasounds. Sometimes they can be recorded on a tape recorder, but there are often cases when the equipment in the circles flatly refuses to work. Cameras jam, batteries instantly run out. Over the circles carrier pigeons go astray, sometimes aircraft engines fail. With the help of radio-controlled aircraft models, they also lose control over real circles. Over one of the English circles it was even possible to determine the shape and size of the danger zone, a cylinder as high as a 20-story building, 200 feet. Pictograms also affect people, and in different ways. Someone has unusual visions, mediumistic abilities, the gift of foresight are revealed. Someone gets rid of diseases forever, while others, on the contrary, feel worse. More than 60% of people in circles have unpleasant sensations, headache, energetic tingling, nausea, disorientation. And this is not self-hypnosis, unmotivated fear, and then vomiting occurs in circles also in animals, dogs, cows. Sometimes inside the circles they find a mysterious jelly-like substance typical of UFO landing sites, sometimes, strange variations in the radiation background. Mysterious crop circles appeared not only at the end of the 20th century. In 1914, they were registered in Salisbury, South England, in the 60s, in Quinton, Australia, Essex, England, and other places. Having made this discovery, the seriologists, as the researchers of the circles call themselves, went deep into history, into the archives. And then it turned out that such phenomena have been known in the world for a very long time. In Holland they were described as early as 1503, in southern England, in 1618 to 1680. In the British Museum, they found an old document that attributed the drawings in the fields to the wiles of the devil. The Slavic peoples also knew about witch circles and spitting of the devil. Myths, legends often convey to us echoes of some real events. No wonder we say, the tale is a lie, but there is a hint in it. Let us recall at least the little humpbacked horse. Someone began to walk in the field and stir the wheat. Recall the story that took place on August 26, 1972 near the provincial town of Westminster, South England. On this day, American radio journalist Bryce Bond and his colleague watched the spectacle that they will remember for a lifetime. A UFO hovering over the field sent a beam of colored rays to the ground and began to paint intricate figures for them. Then a vague noise arose, and in front of the amazed journalist's eyes, the ears, as if on command, settled down strictly clockwise. Ufologists still reckon this date as the birthday of the meadow phenomenon. Other similar cases have surfaced. Indirect data also testify in favor of the ray origin of the crop circles. Dozens of eyewitnesses tell about the mysterious power beams with the help of which UFOs are able to lower and raise their own pilots, to draw people and animals from the ground. The lucky ones who managed to survive inside such a ray recall that at that time their body was squeezed by some unknown force. Occult paths to contacts. Now let's consider another variant of the creative contact between the creatures of the parallel world and the artist. This option is interesting for us because SPM in this case got the opportunity to get in touch with the artist only because of his passion for the occult, which he himself told us about in a letter, excerpts from which are given below. It was in the second half of the 70s, when an interest in spiritual problems appeared and began to grow rapidly among the youth among the Soviet intelligentsia. It is quite understandable that we all had a persistent antipathy to Christianity. What to do? We were products of the Soviet system and, therefore, we went through all the circles of atheistic propaganda, starting with kindergarten. Christianity, as it seemed to us, is the lot of lovely but backward old women. In him we saw neither spirituality nor philosophical depth that would be able to answer the main questions of life. Actually, this is precisely the opinion that the entire system of anti-religious propaganda among Soviet people should have developed. But when spirituality was presented in an exotic Oriental package, I wonder who brought it to us. We went in jams to the nets filled with such an unusual bait. I admired everything. First of all, the possibility of a spiritual breakthrough from the gloomy and stifling underground of the deaf Soviet atheism, which, with its hopelessness, drove any creative nature into despair. All of us, artists, poets, sculptors, and actors, and indeed any Soviet person in general, have been firmly drilled into our heads with the idea that death is the end, absolute darkness, complete disappearance. This terrible thought, stuck like a splinter somewhere deep in the subconscious, constantly poisoned our life, which from this seemed meaningless and hopeless. Many of us got drunk or died, broken by the terrible atheistic principle, life is for the sake of death. After all, there is nothing ahead but death, no one shown. So we were taught, and taught well. Imagine what a delight the artist's soul can feel, nailed, as if by a nail to the wall, by the thought of death, when boundless horizons of life and spiritual growth suddenly open to it. All this was promised by Swami's books about Raja Yoga, Agni Yoga, and other yogis, the doctrine of karma and reincarnation. And how tempting the prospects for the development of paranormal abilities seemed, clairvoyance, telepathy, healing, levitation and many other baits. And Indian incense sticks. And special meditation music. All this immersed me in a different, more sublime, in comparison with Soviet reality, world. How could you not bite? And many, very many intellectuals have taken the bait. Occult circles began to multiply quickly, promising spiritual enlightenment and expansion of consciousness, up to the cosmic one. Curiosity, like an epidemic, captured us, young artists. I also began to attend a circle where I was taught to get in touch with space in order to recharge with cosmic energy and receive information from the higher mind. To do this, it was necessary to quit smoking, drinking, it seemed unusual and noble, eating vegetarian. What can you not do out of curiosity and a desire to join supernatural gifts? With special energy exercises, we were taught to clear the energy channels of our body, to include chakras in the work. We were taught various asanas, pranayama, mantra yoga, and so on. For classes, our teachers, gurus, also not clear, where did they come from? Sometimes managed to rent a gym in some school. Very soon things started to move for many. The cleaning of the canals began. Although it was more than strange, we believed our gurus, who said that it should be so. During the exercises, the disciples' bodies swayed by themselves in different directions or made circles, the arms raised and began to move, as if someone was acting with them. Then another. When in a position of complete relaxation, the students lay down on the floor, reciting a mantra, their bodies began by themselves forcefully, with a loud thud, pounding against the boards with all their limbs, although no one felt pain. The impression, indeed, was eerie and resembled a massive epileptic seizure. But the gurus assured us, everything is going well, what we see is an indicator of a successfully started channel cleaning. By the way, 12 years later, a similar mass rage took place at the sessions of Kashpirovsky. And then miracles began. Some of us, under the influence of a higher power, suddenly got up from the floor and, an amazing, mesmerizing Oriental dance began with such a complex rhythm and such unusual, light and refined movements of all body members that it was impossible to believe that this snub-nosed boy had never I haven't done dance before. The guy, whom I later asked about what had happened, told me that during the dance he watched himself with surprise and was amazed at what his body was doing, which he did not control at all, feeling still completely relaxed, as it was in the pose complete relaxation. But, despite the subjective feeling of relaxation of all members, the body moved with amazing speed throughout the space of the gym, making the most complex movements, which the guy never in his life not only did, but even did not even see. Two other boys, having risen from the floor after the first, conducted non-contact karate sparring with such perfection. In this I understand something. I myself was carried away, that when they swore to me that they had never practiced karate before, I was just stunned. What is this power, I wondered, that with such precision and so freely can control the human body? Whose is she? which with such precision and so freely can control the human body? Whose is she? Which with such precision and so freely can control the human body? Whose is she? While I was pondering on this topic, in my brain suddenly appeared like a running line, which I saw inside my head as if with my inner vision. At the same time, an irresistible desire arose to read aloud what arose word by word before the inner gaze. This urge was so strong that I began to speak. Everyone fell silent. Both teachers, approaching, stood behind my back, making some kind of passes over my head. For about 5 minutes I prophesied on the theme of love, friendship, and mutual help between esoteric students, realizing that I was transmitting information that was being broadcast to me from somewhere above. Then they turned me off, as it were, and someone else began to prophesy, then a third one in turn. Leading their hands over my head, the teachers also seemed to receive some information, then informing me that in previous incarnations I was King Solomon, then some kind of German knight crusader, and in my last incarnation, before the current one, I was the Russian Emperor Nicholas II. Isn't it flattering for pride? Once, having come to the workshop, I decided to conduct an experiment. I was wondering if this cosmic force could write something with my hands. I put a large canvas, 1.5 m, on the easel, squeezed out paints onto the palette. Next to it I put brushes, thinner, and a rag for wiping brushes. Then he lay down on the floor, took a position of complete relaxation and began to recite the mantra. Soon, as if a wave of some kind of energy ran all over the body from the crown to the heels. Suddenly, their hands shot up by themselves, making some kind of smooth, rhythmic movements. Then my body, as if being controlled by someone, easily rose from the floor and began to perform unusually plastic movements in a rhythm that sounded somewhere inside me. The body, by the way, I still felt completely relaxed. The rhythm was more and more enthralling, captivating, and bewitching me, arousing a state of mental elation and, I would even say, ecstatic delight. From the plasticity of the movements, I guessed that it was some kind of Indian dance. For several minutes, the body made unusually beautiful rhythmic movements, almost not moving from place, but only slightly stepping from foot to foot and taking half a step forward and backward. Then it danced to the easel, the hand itself. I just followed it, took the brush and, continuing to make smooth movements, independently made a batch of several colors. The body, without stopping the dance, now approached a step, then moved away from the canvas. I was all in the power and under the charm of this rhythm. At the moments of approaching the easel, the hand, also moving in the rhythm of the dance, applied wide strokes to the canvas, and then mixed the colors again. I did not know in advance which of them she would now mix and in what proportion. I was only an observer. And then mixed the colors again. I did not know in advance which of them she would now mix and in what proportion. I was only an observer. And then mixed the colors again. I did not know in advance which of them she would now mix and in what proportion. I was only an observer. The dance lasted over 2 hours until the canvas was finally finished. Despite the continuous movement, no fatigue was felt. The picture turned out to be completely abstract. To my description I can only add that I have never been fond of such naked abstract Ionism and I have never written in such a manner before. The above message from the artist about an interesting experience of contact with an unknown intelligent cosmic force allows us to draw the following conclusions. 1. All esoteric teachings and, first of all, owing their origin to India, allow a person to come into contact with intelligent beings of a parallel world. 2. The so-called supernatural abilities are given to people by precisely these creatures, SPM, thanks to the establishment of contact with them, and do not at all belong to man and are not his hidden abilities. Subsequently, as it is clear from the further text of the artist's letter, many of those young people with whom he studied together in occult circles changed very dramatically. Unusually strong vicious drives began to appear in them, causing over time a noticeable and rapid degradation of the personality. Some fell into inexplicable despair and committed suicide, someone went crazy, and only a few continued to engage in esotericism, delving into magic and astrology. However, according to the artist, it became impossible to communicate with these people, since their conceit and pride have acquired such monstrous forms that they are no longer able to endure any other, and even more so, the opposite opinion of the interlocutor without anger. The artist himself quickly figured out that a reasonable force that comes into contact with a person pursues not at all altruistic goals. Those creatures who stand behind her only lure spiritually inexperienced people with the prospect of easily gaining paranormal, almost divine, abilities, and then break them, subjugate them, and make them a weak-willed toy for not good purposes at all. Quite consciously, he decided to accept baptism, and with the help of church sacraments, fasting and prayers, he got rid of contact with the SPM, considering it a tribute to youth, stupidity, and his complete spiritual ignorance. This is how he himself describes his condition after baptism. Soon after baptism, I read several books about the Jesus prayer, and I began to try to pray, mentally repeating, "Lord, Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner." And one evening, when I was praying in this way in the workshop, I suddenly noticed that something unusual was happening to me. My chest began to heave, my breathing became unnaturally deep, as if I were trying and could not say something important. As I continued to pray, I was surprised to notice that my lips began to move by themselves, and a terrible roar was heard from my chest. At the same time, my mind was absolutely clear, and I was clearly aware that these phenomena were happening against my will, that is, under the influence of the force that had entered me not so long ago after occult sessions. Apparently, this force was very unhappy that I was praying. Realizing this, I began to pray even harder. My lips moved more actively, as if trying to utter some articulate sounds, and quite distinct words began to fly out of my mouth. The lion's growl was replaced by a scream. "Stop praying. It burns me." I intensified my prayer even more. The scream intensified. "It burns." A creature screamed from within me. "I'm leaving. Going out." And I felt as if someone's hand twisted all my insides outward, shaking out all the garbage that had accumulated over the years. At the same time, I either felt or heard a sound similar to the pop of a champagne cork. At the same moment, with my inner gaze, I saw that my entire interior was filled with white joyful light and a feeling of indescribable purity. Inside I heard some never-before-heard music of amazing beauty, which I wanted to call angelic, and to the beat of this music, praise and gratitude to God for deliverance from impurity poured out of me. After this incident, I completely lost all my paranormal abilities and further worked independently, calling for God's help before starting each new work. As you can see, this episode proves once again that during his contacts with the cosmic force, the artist did not create himself. For him the creature created, which later emerged from him. Who awakens the gift of God? Let us mention one more creative contact with beings from a parallel world, which M. Merzabekov told the readers of Izvestia in May 1991 in his article, Hallucinations in the Flesh. The contact, which will be discussed below, can be called, apparently, co-creation, in contrast to the two previous ones, in which the artists played the role of a transmitter, or a controlled painting mechanism. This publication was about a resident of Ufa, who until the age of 50 was completely indifferent to painting and never took a brush in her hands. Gulsum Chikinbiva worked as a senior engineer in one of the research institutes of Bashkiria, when the gift of God was so unexpectedly awakened in her. For some reason, this naive thought always occurs to the correspondent, as, incidentally, to everyone else. That any gift is obligatory must be God's and no other. Gulsum Apai herself is well aware that she did not become an artist of her own free will. She says so about her unexpected artistic abilities. I'm, as the proverb says, due to misfortune a matchmaker, that is, an artist involuntarily. And then the correspondent, not without some embarrassment and fear, begins to talk about this unusual phenomenon, since in 1991 such publications were still a rarity. For the first time I saw her watercolor landscapes in the magazine, Bashkortostan KYZY, No. 1, 1991. To believe or not to believe what will be described later is the right of the reader. For today's science is not yet in a position to provide convincing explanations. How did it happen that a woman who never dreamed of drawing, did not show inclinations to this, did not receive a single drawing and painting lesson, suddenly becomes an artist? How did the enlightenment come to her? After the death of her daughter, a university student who died in a traffic accident, Gulsamapai wandered the streets at night. The thought of suicide became more and more obsessive. On one of these nights, a gray-bearded old man appeared in front of her. He was tall, in white clothes, with green eyes and blue hair. Next to him was a younger man, in blue and white clothes, also tall and blue-haired. She saw the colors because the night lit up like day. The elder told his younger companion, "This woman is in great grief, no matter how much she perishes. Teach her to draw and write poetry." At the same moment, a kind of wallboard rose up from the ground. The newcomer, who is younger, began to draw a fabulously beautiful landscape on this board with large strokes, rocky mountains, stretching into the blue sky, forests, flowers. "And now you will draw yourself," he said, and began to erase what he had drawn. The student got the impression that he did not erase, but disassemble what was created on the board in detail. The stones seemed to fall off the mountain, trees and flowers were scattered, all this fell at his feet. After that, the teacher began to leave. From that day on, Gulsamapai has an irrepressible craving for drawing and writing poetry. It happens when she herself is satisfied with her picture. A poetic echo of what is drawn on the sheet is born in my soul. In those cases when the work on the picture does not go well, as she sees it, the silhouette of the teacher passes by. She understands it this way: the picture is imperfect, it is necessary to bring it up, eliminate the flaws. Her star series of paintings is associated with miracles. According to her story, during sleep, her soul flies to distant planets and constellations. Gulsamapai describes in detail the relief, color of the sky, vegetation on the planets. What she sees during her fantastic travels is the plot of her heavenly paintings. In drawing, writing poetry, I found some peace, says the woman mother. I don't know who my saviors are. In any case, I am grateful to them. Either they are from a parallel world, or representatives of higher civilizations. Anyway, I perceive my visions as reality. Along with her artistic gift, she acquired other incredible abilities. Once, in a dream, her dead daughter appeared from behind the clouds and said, "Mom, you cannot go to Kazayak Station. Mother is going there. There will soon be a big disaster." And 2 days later, not only Bashkiria, but the whole country was shocked by the echo of the explosion between the stations Ulutilyak and Kazayak, in the fire of which 2 passenger trains and hundreds of people were burnt. Who is she? Prophetess? Bashkir Vanga? Neither Gulsamapai nor other people have an answer to this question. Research has proven mainly the terrestrial localization of those intelligent creatures that are constantly in contact with people, although, of course, SPM can freely move in the interplanetary space of the universe. As we have already established, the alien version is their usual disinformation. It is introduced into the consciousness of Gulsamapai with the help of nightly flights of the soul to supposedly other planets. Without any doubt, all the visual information of the SPM is transmitted directly into the consciousness of the sleeping woman. Thus, apparently, SPM decided to use Gulsum Chikinbiva as an advertising sign to attract the curious to contact with them, which is their strategic task, which, as we have already seen, they set out in great detail through L. Kaisleva, Dr. Mikhail Yuzui and many other contactees. The Bashkir case is also interesting in that the SPM is used by G. Chikinbiva not only for creative self-expression, but also to attract people's confidence in their predictions, which, as the case with the terrible disaster of 2 passenger trains showed, were fully justified. The death of many hundreds of passengers, in our opinion, occurred precisely because of the interference of the SPM and was planned by them in advance. This preliminary planning made it possible for the SPM to warn the prophetess of the impending catastrophe 2 days before the explosion. Ufologists are well aware of the supernatural, compared to human, capabilities of SPM and have no doubt that such a trifle as the explosion of 2 trains, from a technical point of view, is a mere trifle for them. If we emphasize this condition, for our sins it will be allowed by the will of God. Stimulation of creativity in hypnosis. We will conclude this section, concerning the pictorial form of self-realization of SPM, with a brief analysis of the article by V.S. Rotenberg in the Psychological Journal, Volume 6, No. 2, 1985, from which we cite several excerpts. Recently, scientists have been particularly interested in the impressive experiments of the psychotherapist V.L. Rakoff, whose purpose is to stimulate creative activity in hypnosis. V.L. Rakoff inspired the subjects that they had become creative personalities in some area. If, for example, you suggest to the subject, "You are an artist, Rapin," then the works created in the state of hypnosis will be at least quite professional. Unlike the acting of the actor, the behavior of the subject in the image of a great person is immeasurably richer than the formal, conscious knowledge of the subject about him, i.e. about the great. In addition, if, say, an actor, playing the role of a creative personality, copies only some external signs of the image, then the hypnotized, finding himself in the role of a specific famous person, really created some kind of work, musical, poetic, pictorial, on which I was in no way capable of the usual state. Before we find out the origin of the hypnotized's creative abilities, which he does not even have a trace while he is in his normal state, let us try to define what hypnosis is as a phenomenon, the mechanism of which still remains unclear from the point of view of modern science. To do this, let us first recall that many of the contactees in their messages indicate that during contact with aliens or higher cosmic intelligence, SPM in different cases call themselves differently, they noticed that the language began to move and pronounce whole phrases, regardless of the will and wishes of the contactee. It often happened that the contactee was completely unfamiliar with the area of knowledge about which his language began to speak. In some cases, there was a change in the voice of the contactee, as if someone else was speaking from him. Such cases clearly indicate the possibility of the effect of SPM on the higher regulatory systems of the human brain, with the help of which they manage to innervate the tongue and larynx of the contactee, forcing him to pronounce the text they need. We have made this preliminary remark in order to clarify the characteristic result of hypnotic influence, an example of which is given below. So, a hypnotist giving a performance in a student theater asks two young freshmen to go on stage. It was in the mid-70s. The modest girls, blushing, went up to the stage and sat down opposite each other. Soon they fell into a hypnotic trance, and the hypnotist, referring first to one girl and then to another, said, "You are Kolya the plumber, and you are Vajya the plumber." What started here? The student brethren sobbed and choked with laughter, wiping away their tears. The hoarse and rough, completely drunken male voice of Kolya was masterly swearing at his friend Vajya, who did not know where to put the rubber bulb from the toilet cistern. Vajya, whose boorish intonations caused uncontrollable bursts of laughter from the audience, no less professionally sent his friend Kolya somewhere, apparently far away, to look for this unfortunate pair, which, as he believed, could be in the most inappropriate place. The sight was both funny and terrible. Terrible, because 30 years ago obscene language was still considered obscene, and was not used in literature, unlike the way it is today. Funny, because these rude voices, boorish intonations, and nasty words escaped the lips of modest, well-mannered female students, which absolutely did not fit with their delicate feminine appearance. Fortunately, when the hypnosis ended, the girls did not know and did not remember what abomination they were forced to utter, otherwise they would have burned with shame. The described case of hypnotic influence, like many others tested by us, is completely identical to the effect of SPM on a contactee during the violent innervation of his language in the process of automatic speaking, the syndrome of mental automatism. Described by the Russian psychiatrist V.K.H. Kandinsky in 1885 and by the French psychiatrist G. Clairambelt in 1927. Both domestic, V.K.H. Kandinsky, A.L. Epstein, A.A. Perlman, A.A. Migrabian, A.V. Snezhnevsky, M.I. Rybalsky, and foreign psychiatrists, G. Clairambelt, A. Claude, K. Jaspers, M. Riesfeld, P. Giraud, who studied the phenomena of mental automatism, consider the feelings of external influence of an outside force acting from outside, to be its main component. By the way, V.M. Bekhterev, 1905, drew attention to the presence of a similar phenomenon, meaning the syndrome of mental automatism, in subjects under hypnosis, calling it delusional hypnotic charm, and S.D. Velikko, 1912, delirium of hypnotic influence. Unfortunately, All these very respectable psychiatrists, due to the vulgar materialism prevailing in their worldview, were looking for the cause of the indicated phenomenon in the person himself, never being able to understand that it lies in the ability of intelligent beings of the parallel hyperthin world to influence the consciousness and the central nervous system of a person. The above reasoning allows us to conclude that during a hypnosis session, the subject is brought into contact with the SPM by the hypnotist, and that it is these intelligent beings, freely using all the organs of the human body, not controlled at that moment by the human consciousness, produce all those amazing phenomena, which so amaze the imagination of the layman. Hence it becomes clear that hypnosis is one of the methods of initiation, i.e., by the method of bringing a person into contact with creatures of a parallel world. In this light, it seems to us, it becomes quite obvious who acted with the tongue and larynx of the two experimental students. A slap in the face for prayer. It would not be superfluous, it seems to us, to warn readers, any psychics, sorcerers, magicians, and folk healers, just like hypnotists, connect the patient to the ultra-thin world and, therefore, to the entities living in it, capable, under certain conditions, about them, later, to take power over the mind and body of a person into their own hands. Are there any ways to protect against such an unauthorized connection? This legitimate question is answered by subsequent events that took place in the continuation of the speech of the famous hypnotist described above. To demonstrate his telepathic abilities, he summoned 5 to 6 spectators to the stage, wishing to take part in the experiment. Among them was a teacher familiar to us, a believer, orthodox. The hypnotist asked each of those who appeared on the stage to write on a sheet of paper a 2 or 3-digit number, which he, without seeing, promised to guess. A sheet of paper was handed out to everyone. The hypnotist, in order not to spy on him involuntarily, stepped aside. Then the sheets were folded and hid in their pockets.